travel through time with tens of billions of assets, and start with XY and charming wife and 7 gorgeous daughters. However, Xu Hao was panicked. Because he is the vicious villain in the book, the ending is that the traitorous protagonist returns and kill him to take over his wife and daughter. Fortunately, there are still 2.5 years until the plot starts, so Xu Hao can make plans in advance. Also activated the emotional harvesting system. School belle, CEO, police belle, royal sister, lolita, queen, sister. When the plot starts, the protagonist of God of War returns, and his mother and sister have already thrown themselves into Xu Hao's arms. The protagonist, a miracle doctor, went down the mountain and saw his fiancée with a big belly. The reborn protagonist saw Bai Yugong and Qing Mei, who were already holding a baby each. Chapter 1. The protagonist's father. At the beginning, there are 7 charming daughters. I have traveled through time, and into the world of novels. In a grand and luxurious office, a handsome man with mature charm was sitting on an office chair, with complicated eyes and a look of astonishment on his face. After a while, Xu Hao had to accept a fact. He traveled to the world of an urban war god novel he just read. Good news. He suddenly became a billionaire and stood at the pinnacle of his life at the beginning. Bad news. His life was short-lived, because his identity is the vicious villain in the book and the stepping stone for the protagonist. Thinking of his own ending, Xu Hao felt a pain in his balls. It's not good to be someone who could travel through time, but he happened to be the protagonist's evil father. That's right, he became the father of the protagonist in the novel. In addition to the protagonist, he also has 7 beautiful daughters, who are the protagonist's sisters. The bloody thing is, they are not biologically related. And he is a celestial eunuch, incapable of human nature. He keeps a stunning wife at home and adopts a child every year, all to hide the truth that he is a eunuch. Everyone knows this routine. 7 sisters are extremely beautiful, and there is also a stunning stepmother. Wouldn't it be nice to have them now? Although Xu Hao read the novel to the later stage, he didn't see the protagonist win any of them. It's all about raising expectations. I'm surrounded by beautiful women, but I just won't come, I won't even touch her, I'm just a eunuch. But the psychological activities of the protagonist show that he is definitely a traitor to his sister and his mother. Then here comes the problem. In the family, apart from the protagonist, he is the only man. How can the protagonist's harem be involved with other men? So the dog author arranged a setting for him to be castrated. Because he is inhumane and has a bad temper, he often beats and scolds his wife and treats his daughter indifferently. A proper evil villain. The ending can be imagined, with the protagonist doing justice for heaven. A beast who kills his father and takes over his sister and stepmother. How does such a person become the protagonist? It just so happens that the protagonist's setting in the novel is extremely powerful. The Lord of the Heavenly Temple in the Dark World, with 100,000 soldiers under his command, proficient in various SK*LLS. Anyway, all kinds of awesome dicks are awesome. From the beginning of the plot, you are always pretending to be cool and slapped in the face. If you don't accept it, you will kill him. The main character is a brainless pusher who is invincible. The only thing that makes Xu Hao happy is the timeline he traveled through is 2.5 years ahead of the start of the plot. He can use this time to prepare for the protagonist who is about to return as the god of war. What the hell? Facing a protagonist with 100,000 subordinates and invincible strength. It would be useless even if he doubled his current assets of tens of billions dozens of times. As for when the protagonist returns, give all his assets, wife and daughter to the protagonist, and pray that he will let him go. Xu Hao wouldn't dare to bet that a born protagonist would be very kind. So the only thing waiting for him is death. Ding, the host's memory awakening is detected, and the villain's emotional system is activated. An emotional mechanical sound sounded in my mind. Xu Hao's heart moved. Having read countless online articles, he certainly knows the essential cheat for time travel, the system. System, what functions does it have? Collect the emotions of people who carry luck, including but not limited to joy, anger, sadness, joy. Emotional values can be used in system draws. After some communication, Xu Hao understood the usage of the system. Simple and crude. There are no fancy system tasks, just collect emotions and draw prizes. After a while, he was in trouble. The people who carry luck are actually the protagonist and the heroine. There are still 2.5 years until the main character appears. In the novel, there are only about 10 people who are regarded as heroines. Among them are his 7 beautiful daughters. A novel with several million words, the protagonist is also pretentious and slaps you in the face. It's a passionate brotherhood. Who the hell likes to see you being gay? At this time, Xu Hao wished that the protagonist was a stallion so that he would have more choices. Unlike now, except for the daughter, there are only a few heroines. Even if you catch them all in one fell swoop, you still have to harvest the wool every day. You may not be the invincible protagonist's opponent in 2.5 years. Could it be that you want him to be so crazy that he attacks his daughter? Emmett's adopted anyway. Ding, the distribution of gift packs for newbies, is it enabled? The system beep sounded again. Xu Hao's eyes lit up, he temporarily put away his thoughts, and chose to open it without hesitation. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the villain halo. Villain halo ignores the protagonist's luck, is not affected by intelligence, and is not afraid of the backlash of luck. Not bad. This will prevent you from doing some unreasonable things when facing the protagonist in the future. And it would be even better if you are not afraid of luck coming back. In his previous life, he had read many villain novels. It is said that the protagonist is pregnant with luck and cannot be k***led directly, otherwise the luck will backfire. He obviously has enough strength, but seeing the protagonist jumping around and being unable to kill him is extremely frustrating. The idiot author said it sounds like the setting of the novel, but in fact it is just to improve the word count. Ding, the host's innate defect was detected and has been treated by the system intact. Xu Liang closed his eyes and felt it for a moment, then he looked happy after a moment. It's really good. Considering that he is worth tens of billions, he can barely accept dressing up as an old man over 50 years old. But I can't accept the fact that I am a eunuch. Now, the haze in his heart disappeared, and he smiled for the first time. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 10 points of free attributes. Attributes can be freely assigned, please view the panel for details. Xu Hao's mind moved slightly, and a transparent attribute interface appeared in front of him. Character: Xu Hao. Identity: Destiny Villain, Controller of Xu Group. Charm: 90, Full Value 100. Strength: 11/10 for ordinary people. Physique: 12/10 for ordinary people. Spirit: 13, ordinary person 10. Emotional value: 0. Free attributes: 10. After staring at the panel carefully, Xu Hao rubbed his chin, thoughtfully. Maybe it's because he works out regularly and is energetic. Strength and physique are higher than average. And he can take charge of a large group with a market value of tens of billions. He has experienced the ups and downs of the officialdom and has relatively high mental strength. Deep blue, oh no, the system adds some more. Xu Hao immediately added all free attribute points to strength. Brush. Waves of warmth flowed through my limbs and bones, and I felt warm and comfortable all over. Immediately afterwards, a surge of power suddenly surged in his body. After clenching his fist, he could control this power at will without any discomfort. Xu Hao's eyes flashed with strange color. Now that he's well, let's take a shot at his stunning wife, the protagonist's beautiful stepmother. Chapter 2. The cruel villain is the idol of countless people. With the confidence to compete with the rebellious protagonist, Xu Hao was in the mood to take stock of his surroundings. Tisk tisk, it's worthy of being the president's office of the 10 billion group. The decoration is extremely luxurious, and the decorations are all antique paintings. I saw a stack of documents on the table. Only then did Xu Hao remember that he was required to sign these. Xu Hao took a document, opened it, and frowned. The general manager position is vacant. Vice President Zhao Wei has performed well recently and has made great contributions to the company's development. He has the ability to serve as general manager. Ah, Xu Hao sneered disdainfully. This vice president named Zhao Wei does have some ability, but not much. If he hadn't secretly eliminated those competitors, could the Xu Group have reached a scale of tens of billions in a short period of time? Xu Hao could see that Zhao Wei was supported by several major shareholders. The company's name is Xu Group, but it is not fully controlled by him. Some shares were allocated during the listing. Precisely because the group is not a piece of metal, when the protagonist returns to deal with him, the business war will collapse immediately. Xu Hao was very puzzled. With his sinister and ruthless character, how could he tolerate these rats? Shouldn't it be handled without anyone noticing? Those shareholders are just waiting to receive money, and they are still cultivating cronies in the company, with the intention of turning against Tiangong. In fact, the rapid development of the company is all the result of him alone. How come such a vicious villain doesn't know how to eradicate dissidents? Instead, they have been left holding back. Xu Hao really couldn't figure it out. In the end, he can only attribute it to the protagonist's halo of wisdom. He tossed the document aside casually. Now that I understand everything, I can't tolerate the existence of these rat shit kicks. It is imperative to take full control. What? Don't you agree? Then don't blame me for being cruel. Not only do those shareholders need to be kicked out, the company also needs to undergo a major cleanup. Those who are standing in the toilet and not taking a shit, get out of here. Although possessed by the system, he has the power to fight against the protagonist, but some external forces cannot be ignored. 1,000-mile embankment collapsed in an ant nest. This is the caution a behind-the-scenes chess player should have. Xu Hao picked through the documents and signed the plans he found useful. He didn't even look at some personnel appointments and dismissals. Time passes slowly like this. Bang bang. After processing the documents, Xu Hao stretched out and pressed a button next to the table. Not long after, there were 2 knocks on the door. Xu Hao looked down at the company information and said nothing without raising his head. Enter. The office door was pushed open. A middle-aged man wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses walked in. His name is Li Kun and he is Xu Hao's secretary. In addition to assisting in daily office work, he is also responsible for some invisible work. There is no way the dog author arranged for him to be a real estate manager. In the real estate industry, if you want to become bigger and stronger, how can you do it without being ruthless and ruthless? If you like a piece of land and it is being demolished, what should you do if you encounter a troubled household? What should I do if construction site workers are lazy and steal? What should I do if my peers cause trouble? Xu Hao's approach was very cruel, ranging from breaking arms and legs to even sending him to see the king of hell. It was his ruthless methods that allowed him to accumulate tens of billions of wealth in a short period of time. However, don't look at the fact that he is cruel and ruthless behind his back, doing many evil things and causing countless harm to people. On the surface, he is a well-known good man. Participate in charity activities from time to time and support charity unemployment. Countless donations were made and many Hope primary schools were built. Not only has he made amazing achievements in business, but his character is also beyond words. He is a billionaire, but his private life is extremely clean. Xu Hao has had 2 wives. My ex-wife died of a serious illness. Is it normal to marry another? He only had 2 wives and never flirted with women outside. His character can be seen from the fact that the secretary is a man. Outsiders all praise him for his noble character. Only Xu Hao knows the truth. Damn it, he is a heavenly eunuch. Marrying 2 wives is just a disguise, and it is impossible to get involved with women. Because of his series of actions, he has won praise from countless people. Conscience entrepreneur, 9th great benevolent person, gentle president. A series of great titles were piled on him for free. Gradually, Xu Hao became the idol of many people. This is the goal pursued by entrepreneurs who have just stepped into society and strived hard. With such an angelic appearance and a devilish heart, a person with a human face and an animal heart that arouses the emotions of the masses. A complete villain. When the veil of disguise is lifted, won't it be exciting? How many people admire it now, and how many people hate it when the character collapses? This is a high-sounding reason that the dog author found for the protagonist to kill his father. Who doesn't know that he is trying to get better with his sister and his mother? The ending is that the protagonist exposes what Xu Hao has done, and is criticized by thousands of people and reviled by thousands of people. There was a problem during this period. All the things he did that were visible to the public were done by instructing his secretary. This secretary is not so settled. He had a lot of evidence, but hid it instead of destroying it. After so many years, it would be impossible for the protagonist to find evidence that Xu Hao committed murder and arson. It's because of this secretary. After being beaten by the protagonist, he decided to commit suicide and obediently handed the evidence to him. Xu Hao glanced at Li Kun, without any change of expression on his face, and gave instructions calmly. Prepare the car. Yes. Li Kun responded respectfully. When you go out, close the door gently. Xu Liang had his own thoughts on how to deal with this pickpocketing guy. It definitely needs to be dealt with. However, he has no confidence available now and needs to be cultivated in the future. This dog is quite easy to use now, so there is no need to rush to replace it. When he has enough strength, it's time to kill the dog. Now, just use it as waste. Chapter 3, A Candlelight Dinner Without Ambiguity. Fear of being dominated. Zujia is located in the bustling city center. In this place where land is extremely valuable, a villa of several thousand square meters has been built, which shows the status of the Xu family. Li Kun drove Xu Hao to his home and left. Looking at the huge villa in front of him, Xu Hao couldn't help but sigh. The life of the rich is really simple and unpretentious. As soon as he entered the villa, a nanny came over and changed his shoes with some fear. That's right, just fear. Xu Hao has a gentle and elegant image outside, but at home he has a bad temper and is moody. Not being able to live in the open air day in and day out gradually distorted his psychology. Whether it's the nanny at home or that gorgeous wife. It ranges from scolding to beating. Both of them want to hold the handle in their hands, not afraid of being exposed, so they just want to do whatever they want. Besides, Xu Hao did the same to his 7 beautiful daughters, and he never looked down upon them. This resulted in the 5 daughters all being busy working separately after graduation. Rarely go home. Even the youngest twins live on campus when they go to college. Sometimes I don't come back on weekends. For this family, apart from raising them, I have no affection at all. Xu Hao has no idea of changing the impression of a nanny. There is no need to explain given his status. Prepare a candlelight dinner. Since you are planning to shoot your wife, it is the first time for both of you, so there should be a sense of ceremony. The nanny responded and quickly ran to the kitchen to prepare. When Xu Wanqiu got home, it was already 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. Her face was expressionless and her temperament was cold. There is no joy at all in returning home after a busy day. If Xu Hao hadn't asked her to go home every day and act affectionate in front of the outside world, she never wanted to return to this sad place in her life. Outside, everyone envied her for marrying a good husband. A billionaire, slightly older but not old, handsome and good-looking. Only Xu Wanqiu himself knows the real situation. Xu Hao is a complete hypocrite. The elegance and easy-goingness in the eyes of everyone are all faked by him. When Xu Wanqiu was at home, he was often beaten and scolded by him. I was deceived by Xu Hao's appearance at first. By the time she woke up and wanted to leave this man, it was already too late. Xu Wanqiu will never forget that day. After being beaten and scolded by Xu Hao, she finally couldn't help but file for divorce. Xu Liang had a playful expression, holding a photo of her family and jokingly said to her, "Give you a chance to reorganize your language. If you reveal even a single word about me, I will destroy your family. If you doubt whether I have this ability, you can give it a try. If you don't want anything to happen to your family, just be a good wife and mother." It was also at that time that Xu Wanqiu saw Xu Hao's true face. The divorce was never mentioned again. Xu Hao is sitting on the sofa, sipping tea and reading the newspaper. Hearing the movement at the door, he turned around and his eyes suddenly lit up. The facial features are as delicate and beautiful as sculptures, the lips are red and full, and the 3,000 black hair is pulled into a beautiful bun. She has a slim and graceful figure, bulging where it should be, thin where it should be, and long where it should be long. Wearing professional attire and her expressionless face, she sounded like a cold CEO. Although she was in her 30s, she didn't leave any trace on her face. The whole person exudes a mature charm. While reading the novel, he suspected that the heroines described in the novel were all as beautiful as gods. Curious about how beautiful it is. Now I can see it. Compared to those so-called celebrities in previous lives, they are not even worthy of carrying shoes. No wonder the protagonist wants to rush in even if she is a stepmother. It's no wonder that I'm mentally distorted. Damn it, a great beauty is right next to you, you can take care of it as you please. In the end, because Tianyi could only watch, who could bear it? But that was all in the past. Now that his body is recovering, he can't play however he wants. Ding Xu Wanqiu is resentful towards you, her mood value is +123. Good guy. We just met, and without saying a word, I just added emotional value. How much hatred and resentment is this? Xu Hao's mind moved slightly, and a panel visible only to him appeared in his field of vision. Character: Xu Wanqiu. Identity: beauty salon owner in late autumn, Heroine of The Return of the God of War. Charm, 95, full value 100. Strength, 10 for ordinary people. Physique, 9 for ordinary people. Spirit, 8 ordinary person 10. Favorability, -66. No wonder. A favorable impression of 66 will make you an enemy to the point of life and death. It's just that my physique is a bit poor. I don't know if I can withstand my prehistoric power later. Having such a low spirit is probably caused by mental torture. After gathering his thoughts, Xu Hao came to the dining table and sat down, and said something to Xu Wancho. "Come over for dinner, I'm waiting for you." When Xu Wancho entered the house, the nanny immediately brought over the prepared candlelight dinner. When Xu Wancho heard this, he was slightly startled. The relationship between the two is simple. They pretend to be husband and wife in front of outsiders, and ignore each other when they get home. Barely speak. Xu Hao waited for her to have dinner with her. This was the first time in her more than 10 years of marriage. Follow the sound and look. Only then did Xu Wancho realize that the table was filled with exquisite and delicious food. There were balloons and candles around. It turned out to be a candlelight dinner. Xu Hao was suddenly so good. Xu Wancho's heart was not filled with joy, but with vigilance. The weasel paid New Year's greetings to the rooster, but he had no good intentions. Not knowing Xu Hao's purpose, Xu Wancho refused out of instinct. "I'm not hungry, you can eat first. I said come over for dinner together." Xu Hao spoke again, his tone a little more serious. Xu Wancho froze, thinking of the fear of being dominated by Xu Hao. After washing my hands obediently, I went and sat down opposite Xu Hao. The nanny was shivering in the corner. He didn't take a second to see what happened and ran away in a flash. Only Xu Hao and Xu Wancho were left in the entire living room. Candlelight dinner, handsome men and beautiful women, but she couldn't feel the ambiguous atmosphere at all. Chapter 4, The Heroine's Psychological Shadow. Very angry. Ding. Xu Wancho is afraid of you, emotional value +234. Xu Hao picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Seeing these luxurious dishes makes me a little greedy. After a while, he frowned when he saw Xu Wancho on the other side motionless. "What not to your liking?" Xu Wancho was frightened just now, but when she heard Xu Hao's words, she came to her senses and shook her head quickly. "No. Then why don't you eat?" Xu Hao picked up a piece of beef and put it in her bowl. "It's not okay not to eat. Your physique is already broken, and without nutritional supplements, how can you keep up with his pace?" Seeing Xu Hao picking up food for herself, Xu Wancho was a little flattered. He picked up the chopsticks nervously and picked up the rice in the bowl. "Late autumn. How long have we been married?" In the quiet living room, there was only the sound of eating. Xu Hao suddenly asked. Xu Wancho was a little confused, but still answered. 15 years. It turns out it's been so long without realizing it. Xu Hao sighed with emotion. He knew clearly in his heart that after being abused by him for so many years, no wonder his favorable impression was so high. Xu Wancho felt something was wrong. Today's Xu Hao gave her a strange feeling. I don't know why he suddenly treats me well, and what does he mean by asking how many years he has been married? Could it be? A flash of lightning pierced my mind. Xu Wancho's delicate body trembled. She thought of Xu Hao's last wife. The woman who gave birth to 8 children for Xu Hao died of cancer. After getting along with him for so many years, she also vaguely noticed something unusual. The youngest child was abducted when she was 3 years old, shortly after she got married. I don't know what it looks like now. But judging from the looks of the daughters, they have nothing to do with Xu Hao. In addition, Xu Hao never touched her from beginning to end. Xu Wancho guessed. These children of Xu Hao are probably not his, and he has problems in that regard. She didn't say this thought to anyone and kept it hidden in her heart. If Xu Hao finds out. Xu Wancho shuddered a little. Thinking that Xu Hao's ex-wife died suddenly. It is said that he has cancer, but who knows what the truth is. She knew Xu Hao's true identity, and she could definitely do it by pretending it was an accident after *ling someone. Could it be that Xu Hao is going to kill himself and silence him? Thinking of this possible situation, Xu Wancho's face paled and her delicate body trembled. Ding. Xu Wancho is worried about you, her mood value is +666. Xu Hao noticed that the atmosphere was a bit tense, so he just wanted to make some homely activities to lighten the atmosphere. Why did it make her even more scared? Given the current situation. It is impossible to have mutual affection and achieve the ultimate enjoyment of, I am in you and you are in me. Although it's not, you and I are willing, at least there is some interaction, right? Otherwise, what's the difference between it and a corpse? Xu Hao couldn't figure out why she was afraid. When he saw the red wine on the side, he opened it and poured a glass of it. Candlelight dinner, it would be a waste not to drink red wine. Putting the bottle away, Xu Hao picked up the glass, raised his glass and smiled at Xu Wancho. In late autumn, let's have some romance. The more Xu Wancho thought about it, the more frightened she became. I had to listen to Xu Hao's words, so I had to pick up the wine glass and clink it. Only when she saw Xu Hao raised his head and drank it all in one gulp did she dare to drink the wine. After the meal, Xu Hao picked up a tissue and wiped his mouth. It is indeed the life of a rich person, it is too luxurious. The table was full and not much was eaten at all. Now that we have eaten and drank enough, it's time to do something meaningful. Xu Hao's eyes fell on Xu Wancho. Sensing Xu Hao's gaze, Xu Wancho's hands shook and she almost cried. It's really that Xu Hao's series of behaviors today are too weird. It made her feel like it was her last meal. Ding Xu Wancho is afraid of you, her mood value is +888. Ah this. Together, we spent all day chatting and drinking in vain. I asked you to relax your mood, why are you even more scared? But no matter what, he was very angry today. It is impossible to let go of the fat sheep that comes into your mouth. Xu Wancho froze in place and refused to eat. How could this be done? Xu Hao felt the need to help and moved his body to sit next to her. Picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of fish. Come late autumn, this is what you like to eat. Oh, what do you like to eat? This is embarrassing. After the two got married, they never had a meal together. I really don't know what the other person likes to eat. Xu Wancho felt fear in her heart. Faced with the dishes that she liked to put in the bowl, she could only eat them in small bites. Finally, the fear in her heart reached its peak, and she put down her chopsticks and cried. Mr. Xu, I was wrong. I will not tell anyone your secret. Please don't kill me, okay? Xu Hao has questions all over his head. I'm so nice to you, and you actually think I want to kill you. How much psychological shadow did it leave on her? Immediately, Xu Hao became confused again. What secret do you know about me? Xu Wancho raised her head, her pretty face with pear blossoms and rain in it made me feel pity for her. When she opened her mouth, she found it difficult to speak. Seeing Xu Hao's serious expression, Xu Wancho blurted out in fear. You are not good at that, those children are not yours. After saying that, she regretted it and quickly made amends. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this even to death. Can you please let me go? Unexpectedly, Xu Hao was not angry, but asked with a smile. Who told you I can't do that? Xu Wancho was stunned. Who needs to tell me this? None of the 7 daughters look like you. We have been married for more than 10 years and you have never touched me. That's enough to explain everything. If you dare to say that I am not good, I will let you see how powerful I am today. Xu Hao grabbed her hand, startling Xu Wancho. Immediately afterwards, she felt her hand move in one direction. Chapter 5. Be a Gentle Villain. Company Cleaning. Xu Wancho's eyes suddenly widened and her mouth opened into an O shape. Makes you want to put something in it. How could it be so exaggerated? She only had time to think of this idea. Immediately afterwards, I felt like the world was spinning, and my whole body was lifted up. Ding Xu Wancho is so ashamed and angry, her mood value is +666. Ding Xu Wancho feels resentful, her mood value is +888. Ding Xu Wancho is frightened and uneasy, her mood value is +999. A few days later, Xu Wancho's pupils were dilated and her mind went blank, looking like she had been spoiled. How stupid I am, really. How did I come to think that Xu was not good? It's already dawning, oh my god. Simply not human. But that's not right. He is so strong. Why was he so indifferent to me before? Could it be that he was accumulating strength, waiting for this day to explode, and catch himself off guard? What a cruel heart. Tired, destroy it. Near noon, Xu Hao woke up leisurely and Shi Shiren got up. He is now in good spirits after some exercise. I glanced at the beautiful wife next to me, the protagonist's beautiful stepmother, and felt a sense of accomplishment. Ding, congratulations to the host, the emotion value has exceeded 10,000, the system has unlocked the lottery function. Xu Hao Mind Immersion System. In just one night, Xu Wancho had contributed 25,698 emotional points. There is much to be done. I don't know what I can get in the lottery. Xu Hao couldn't wait and called in his heart. System, lottery. The next moment, a prize pool appeared in front of his eyes. The items inside are all kinds and dazzling. There are items, including luxury cars, real estate, various arms and weapons, and even spaceships. Various SK*LLS, such as God-level fighting, God-level hypnosis, piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, etc. There are even superpowers, such as perspective, teleportation, resurrection from the dead, and immortality. As long as you are lucky, you can draw the items inside. Only. An ordinary lottery requires 10,000 emotional points, while a premium lottery requires 100,000 emotional points, which feels a bit confusing. When you think about earning 2 lottery entries in one night, that's fine. You know, this is a female protagonist. If we collect several other heroines, the negative emotion value will continue to rise. Don't forget, he also has 7 daughters. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward 10 points of free attributes. You can add some more. Xu Hao rubbed his chin. This time he did not intend to increase his strength, and his eyes fell on physique. Physique is also very important, symbolizing the level of physical health. The body is the capital of revolution. Men, who doesn't want to improve their physical fitness and engage in long-term, in-depth and simple exercises? The familiar warmth flowed into his body, transforming his physique. No changes can be seen on the inside of the body, but they can be seen on the outside. I saw that Xu Hao's originally slightly old body seemed to be glowing with a second spring, returning to the look of his 30s and 40s. Even her appearance has become younger. Xu Hao's eyes shined brightly. I felt the changes in my body and looked excited. Just adding 10 points makes me look several years younger. If you keep adding more, won't you be able to return to your peak state in your 20s and 30s? Taking a deep breath, Xu Hao calmed down. Continue. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize, Medal of Gentle Temperament. Wearing it can greatly improve the favorability of the surrounding people towards the host, making people feel gentle and elegant, and their conversation and behavior are like a spring breeze. Xu Hao said, Tisk. What a good thing. His identity is a real estate boss and an evil capitalist. If he hadn't managed his character through various charity activities, he would have become the target of countless people's reviles. But the persona maintained by small means can only fool ordinary people. Anyone who knows some of his family history wouldn't know that he was just putting on a show. With this gentle temperament buff, you can break the rules and change the impression of people around you. Helps him disguise himself better. Those brainless villains who only know how to be reckless and have, I am a bad guy, written on their faces are the first to receive lunch boxes. Those who survive to the end are often hypocrites. On the surface, he talks and laughs with you, but secretly, he kills you. This kind of villain not only survives for a long time, but also has the opportunity to kill the protagonist. The premise is that there is no protagonist halo. Xu Hao doesn't want to die, and he can't change his identity as a villain, so he can only be a hypocrite. After washing, I walked out of the bedroom and the nanny brought the prepared lunch to the table. Wan Chu is still asleep, heat up some food and serve it to her when she wakes up. Xu Hao said to the nanny while eating. The first time I experienced a violent storm all night. He guessed that Xu Wancho would not wake up until the afternoon. Don't even think about going to the beauty salon. It might be difficult to get out of bed. Okay, sir. The nanny responded submissively. Just after dinner, Li Kun happened to drive over. Seeing Xu Hao going out, Li Kun got out of the car and went to the back seat to open the door for him. Let me tell you something, this dog is quite easy to arouse. It's a pity that he is rebellious. He came to the company today only for 3 things. Kite people, or kite people on horseback. The company has been corroded from top to bottom. If we want to build a monolithic company, we must carry out a major change. Those who love leisure and hate work will be fired. If you get in through connections and wait to die, you will be fired. Those who disobey will be fired. Compile a list of company employees, mark out those who joined the company through connections, and send me everyone's performance appraisal information. After giving instructions on the way, Li Kun sent the compiled information not long after Xu Hao arrived at the office. The Great Purge has begun. Those who came in through connections and whose performance is not up to standard. Xu Hao showed no mercy and fired them all. When many people received the resignation message from the chairman and president, the entire Xu group exploded. Those ordinary employees dare not speak out when they are angry. Some people who entered the company through connections began to mobilize backstage connections. Several shareholder calls came to Xu Hao. I am the largest shareholder and I have the final say in the group. Are you teaching me how to do things? Chapter 6, Xu Hao's authority. There's an extra little fangirl. After being scolded by Xu Hao, none of the shareholders dared to say anything. Although they raised funds when Xu Group was listed. But I still know something about Xu Hao's family history. How can a giant with a market value of tens of billions be built from scratch within 30 years? How can it be a simple thing? Xu Hao is usually kind to them. They climb up the pole, and putting a few people into the company is the limit. Let them form a group to fight Xu Hao. They don't have the guts at all. Hanging up the phone, Xu Liang sneered. Let's get rid of the bugs in the company first, and then we'll deal with you. He gave another order to his secretary. Go to major talent markets to recruit people, fill these vacant positions, and try to minimize the company's losses. As a close confidant of Xu Hao, Li Kun knows Xu Hao very well. He is ruthless and will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. Of course, these are all done in secret. On the surface, Xu Liang has a sanctimonious image. What surprised him was, on weekdays, Xu Hao maintains a superficial kindness to the shareholders of the company. Why did you suddenly fall out today? Don't want the character you created. After hearing Xu Hao's order, Li Kun immediately put away his shock and did not dare to show any slightest hesitation. Return. When Li Kun was about to walk out of the office, Xu Hao opened his mouth and stopped him. By the way, I would like to inform all shareholders that a shareholders meeting will be held at 9 o'clock tomorrow. As the president of the Xu Group, he works vigorously and resolutely, and the cleanup of the company's bugs is progressing smoothly. After solving the problem, the whole afternoon has not passed yet. Today's mission is over. Xu Hao summoned his secretary and planned to go home and fight the protagonist's beautiful stepmother for 300 rounds. Who knew? The secretary suddenly said. Mr. Xu, you have an itinerary. Xu Liang was startled. What's up? Xia Zhonghai, the manager of Belle Steel Gang Company, invites you to have dinner at the Marriott Hotel tonight. Xu Hao remembered it through the memory in his mind. Belle Steel Company has always had cooperation with Xu Group. The contact person in the middle is Xia Zhonghai. In his early years, when he was not yet strong, he often dealt with each other. We have a very good relationship and are treated like brothers. Xia Zhonghai said a few days ago that he refused because of something. The invitation is scheduled for tonight. Xu Hao raised his hand and glanced at the time. It's pretty much the past now. Marriott. At this time, there was a middle-aged man with a Chinese character face, a suit and a serious expression waiting at the door. Next to him stood a girl with a graceful figure, a well-behaved appearance, and a pure temperament. Dad, I am also a graduate student after all, and my grades in all aspects are not bad. It's no problem to join the Fortune 500 companies casually. Why do I need you to get a favor and find a job for me? The girl frowned and said to the middle-aged man with a dissatisfied look on her face. The middle-aged man is Xia Zhonghai. Hearing his daughter's words, he smiled helplessly. I'm not doubting your ability, I just see that Mr. Liu is plotting against you and wants to find you a backer. Xia Qingge fell silent when he heard this. She thought of the guy who was clinging to her like a dog's skin plaster. He harassed her for 4 years in college and 3 years as a graduate student, making her extremely annoyed. Xia Qingge had no doubt. Once she gets a job and enters the company, the guy will follow. She was annoyed by Mr. Liu's harassment, but Xia Zhonghai thought more. He can sit in the position of manager of a company worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The bridges I have crossed are more than the rice my daughter has eaten. Who are those rich second-generation people? Doesn't he know? Relying on his family background, he has nothing to do all day long except eating, drinking and having fun. I especially like racing cars for excitement and playing with beautiful models. They would fight if they disagreed, commit arpay plunder, and commit all kinds of evil. That Mr. Liu has been pursuing his daughter for 7 years without doing anything drastic, so he is considered well educated. But if this continues, my daughter keeps showing off to each other, so there's no guarantee that something will happen. Even if my daughter enters one of the Fortune 500 companies, it is not safe. Unfamiliar with the place of birth. If Mr. Liu paid a bribe, wouldn't his daughter be at his mercy? Even if he enters the steel company where he works, it is not safe if he is watching. He has always wanted to find a backstage for his daughter. When I learned that my daughter was looking for a job after graduation, I immediately thought of big brother Xu Hao. He was the one who took the lead in arranging the cooperation between Balian Steel Company and Xu Group. I often collaborate with Xu Hao, but I say I grew up watching him step by step. The relationship between the two has always been good. If you arrange your daughter to join Xu Hao's company, you don't have to worry about her daughter being harassed by Mr. Liu. Regardless of how arrogant and domineering Mr. Liu is, the Liu family is also arrogant. But it's only 1 billion assets. In front of the Xu Group with a market value of tens of billions, we have to keep a low profile. As for her daughter joining the Xu Group, will she be bullied by people in the company? Sha Zhonghai was not worried at all. Xu Hao's character is there, he is relieved. Seeing his daughter's thoughts, Sha Zhonghai comforted her. Qingge, don't worry, the elder brother I'm looking for is a big shot, upright and upright. He is not afraid of trouble caused by the Liu family. You can work there with confidence. That's what he said, but Xu Hao postponed his invitation a few days ago until today because of something else. Sha Zhonghai felt a little unsure. It's not like he never thought about letting his daughter take the normal route and enter the company through the interview of Xu Group. However, in recent times, he has not seen any recruitment news from the Xu Group. Dad, who is your eldest brother? After hearing this, Sha Qingge couldn't help but asked curiously. Sha Zhonghai smiled slightly and said quite proudly. Xu Group, President Xu Hao. Ah. Sha Qingge covered her mouth, widened her eyes, and looked shocked. Then, little stars twinkled in her eyes, and she asked excitedly. Dad, how did you meet Mr. Xu? Tell me, Mr. Xu is my idol. His daughter looked like an excited little girl, and Sha Zhonghai was also very happy. So we talked about being responsible for the cooperation between the two companies. Laugh. Just when the father and daughter were talking happily about Xu Liang, a Rolls-Royce stopped in front of them, and then Xu Hao walked out. Chapter 7. The heroine has a daughter. Xu Hao, I'm sure you will be my brother. Based on the memory in his mind, Xu Hao recognized Sha Zhonghai at a glance. Xu Hao frowned when he saw an innocent girl standing next to him. The girl has a delicate face with oval seeds, and her bright eyes blink and are really smart. The ink-like hair hangs lightly on the shoulders, with only a few ripples curled at the ends. Her bangs cover her beautiful eyebrows, revealing half of her delicate face. The black tight-fitting bottoming shirt is close to the skin and perfectly outlines her graceful figure. She is fashionable but innocent. Under the pleated skirt, black silk wraps her feet, making her look mysterious and alluring. Good guy. This beauty is comparable to that of the heroine. Etc. Xu Hao's face changed slightly as if he had discovered something extraordinary. He actually saw a halo of luck above the girl's head that only the heroine could have. What the hell? He had read the novel, and he knew exactly how many heroines there were for the villainous protagonist. Taking advantage of his free time at work, he also checked the information of several women. There was absolutely no girl in front of me. So what the hell is going on? Check the information silently in your mind. Brush. A properties panel pops up. Character, Sha Qingge. Identity, the heroine of The Raptors. Charm, 94, full value 100. Strength, 10/10 for ordinary people. Physique, 10/10 for ordinary people. Spirit, 11, ordinary person 10. Favorability, 40. Is this the heroine of another book? After a moment of shock, Xu Hao regained his composure. Finally figured out what was going on. It turns out this is not just the world of the Return of the God of War novel he read. It is a world composed of many novels. After thinking about it, Xu Hao felt happy. He used to hate the fact that iron cannot become steel, and he disliked the rebellious protagonist and heroine for not having enough characters, delaying his harvest of emotional value. Now, in this integrated novel world, there should be quite a few female protagonists, right? Now there is no need to worry about not being able to collect emotional points. Sha Zhonghai came forward with a smile on his face. Mr. Xu, I finally meet you, a busy man. Haha, I've been a little busy lately dealing with company matters. I'm not late, am I? Xu Hao did not put on the air of being the president of a tens of billions group, but instead greeted him in a down-to-earth manner. No, we have just arrived. Sha Zhonghai waved his hand quickly and called the girl behind him to come over. This is my troubled daughter, named Sha Qingge. It turns out to be my niece. Xu Hao pretended to be surprised. Looking at Lu Qingge who was approaching, his eyes were meaningful. Hearing what Xu Hao said, Sha Zhonghai secretly thought that there was an opportunity and immediately reminded his daughter. Qingge, why don't you call me uncle? Hello Uncle Xu. Sha Qingge called out obediently and looked at Xu Hao with surprise. Xu Hao can be said to be a very well-known entrepreneur. He built the huge Xu group from scratch, and his deeds are widely circulated. He is the idol of countless young entrepreneurs. Xu Hao came from Shanghai Modu University and is now one of the school directors. The university does a lot of publicity. Sha Qingge went to the same school, and after hearing too much about Xu Hao's deeds, she gradually became curious about this person. After seeing the real person, Sha Qingge's eyes lit up. Xu Hao has worked hard for many years to start a business and now manages a large group. It certainly took a lot of effort. He is also the father of 7 daughters. She originally thought that the other party would be a middle-aged and elderly man with white hair and wrinkles on his face. Only now did I realize that he turned out to be a handsome, mature and charming man. Even though he is older than his father, he looks so much younger. Xu Hao responded and said to Sha Zhonghai dissatisfied. My niece didn't even tell me when she came, so I didn't even prepare a gift. Qingge is such an adult, how can he accept Mr. Xu's gift? Sha Zhonghai was a little flattered. How can that be done? It's the first time my niece meets her. How can she not give her a gift? So I really didn't bring it with me today. I'll make up for it another day. Xu Hao was smiling and thinking in his heart. What gift should I give? How about you can just do it in one step and give a child as a gift? The two exchanged greetings and walked into the hotel together. Sha Zhonghai had already reserved a seat inside, and when people arrived, he could directly ask the waiter to serve the food. Zhonghai, I don't know why you came to me today. While waiting for the food to be served, Xu Hao suddenly asked. Well, after all, he was asking for help, so he was confused by Xu Hao's sudden question. Sha Zhonghai didn't know how to speak for a while. To be honest, I have something to ask my brother for help. What's up? Xu Hao waved his hand and said in a cheerful tone. We are old friends too. There is no need to be secretive. If you need any help from me, just tell me. I will never refuse anything I can help. Sha Zhonghai was moved. Their relationship was just a business partnership. It's a bit related, but not much. Xu Hao expressed his willingness to help without hesitation, which almost made him cry. If it were someone else who was suddenly so nice to him, he would wonder if the other person had ulterior motives. But Xu Hao's character was there, and he had no doubt about it. The two did not have a close relationship before, and Xu Hao didn't like Sha Zhonghai either. But after knowing that he has a daughter of the heroine, Xu Hao said, You, my brother, I have made a decision. Feeling so moved, Sha Zhonghai revealed his purpose. Actually I want Qingge to join Big Brother's company. I thought it was something as small as work, and you could just say a word. Xu Hao was surprised and smiled. The company is preparing to transform recently. I have fired some people and will leave a manager position for my niece. Chapter 8. The leaky little cotton-padded jacket sent the little sheep into the tiger's mouth. Not only did he agree to be recruited into the company, but he also retained a manager position. Both father and daughter were shocked after hearing this. Sha Zhonghai said quickly, No way, Qingge has just graduated, how can he be able to be a manager? How valuable is a manager of a tens of billions group? Even the boss of the Balian Steel Company where he works must be respectful, nodding and bowing in front of the other party. Xu Hao looked melancholy and looked at Sha Qingge with a hint of cordiality. You also know that my daughters don't want to work in a company after graduation. They would rather start their own business outside. Qingge is about the same age as my daughters. The first time I saw Qingge, I felt very kind to her. I believe Qingge will not let me down. My daughter wants to start her own business but doesn't want to join a company. In fact, his daughters have no relationship with him, and he has never mentioned joining the company to them. Of course these daughters also don't want to be dependent on others. Sha Qingge was moved when he heard this. Apart from her parents, this was the first time someone trusted her so much, and she felt warm in her heart. Ding Sha Qingge was moved, her emotional value +234. Xu Zhonghai had already said all his good things, and Xia Zhonghai could no longer refuse. Seeing her daughter still standing there, she said with some hatred. Why are you standing there? Why don't you thank Uncle Xu quickly? Xia Qingge came back to his senses and spoke to Xu Hao seriously. Thank you Uncle Xu, I won't let you down. Xu Hao nodded. You can just report directly to the company tomorrow. Start as a general employee. After a period of experience, I will give you a promotion and a salary increase. Several people laughed, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Xia Zhonghai opened his mouth but stopped talking. Originally, the matter had been settled here. But Xu Hao agreed so quickly that he didn't even have time to explain why. Finally, he told Xu Hao the true situation of his daughter. HMPH Lu family, right? If that kid dares to come to my company to harass Qing Zhe, I will make him walk around in pain. Xu Hao snorted coldly, with a disdainful tone, and then waved his hand. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of Qingge when she comes to my company. Xu Hao emphasized the word, care. Neither Xia Zhonghai nor Xia Qingge understood the meaning. As long as you ask for help, I just believe in you. Xia Zhonghai agreed with a smile. All the dishes on the table were served, and he greeted them quickly. Brother, please. He opened a bottle of Fatian Motai, poured a glass for Xu Hao, and then filled it for himself. Just as he was about to put it away, he heard his daughter Xia Qingge suddenly speak. I want to drink too, pour me a drink too. Xia Zhonghai frowned. What do girls drink? Why can't girls drink? Besides, I drink with Uncle Xu, but I won't drink with you. Xia Qingge shrugged. There is really no saying that girls can't drink. Zhonghai, just pour her a glass. It's okay to drink less, but don't drink too much. Xu Hao said with a smile. Uncle Xu is still considerate. Xia Qingge couldn't help but show a sweet smile to Xu Hao. Now that Xu Hao had spoken, Xia Zhonghai had no choice but to pour a small cup for his daughter. Seeing the wine in the glass, Lu Qingge felt happy. He immediately learned the rules of the workplace and raised his glass to toast Xu Hao. Uncle Xu, let me toast you. Haha, okay. Xu Hao picked up the wine glass and clinked it with her. Ahem. Xia Qingge has been a good girl since she was a child. Her father did not allow her to drink, so she has never drank. Today is because Xu Hao is here. In addition, I was curious about wine, so I asked my father to pour me a glass. Xia Qingge took a sip and almost burst into tears. It made the two old men laugh. Ding. Xia Qingge feels resentful, his mood value is +235. Xia Qingge put down his wine glass. Don't drink it, it doesn't taste good at all. I really don't understand why those people like to drink. She picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Seeing Xu Hao and her father talking, but there was no food in the bowl, she rolled her eyes. Picked up a piece of fish and put it in Xu Hao's bowl. Uncle Xu eats vegetables. Hey, why is this so embarrassing? You should eat it yourself. Xu Hao was polite and said to Xia Zhonghai with some emotion. I really envy you for having such a well-behaved and obedient daughter. Unlike those in my family, everyone is busy with their own affairs and don't go home to see me. Ding. Xia Qingge is jumping for joy, her mood value is +333. That's the lofty goal of a few daughters. Besides, I don't think Qingge is very well behaved. She didn't even pick up food for me. Xia Zhonghai's tone became resentful. Xia Qingge raised his lips. Who told you to laugh at me just now? Xia Zhonghai immediately became dissatisfied. It was obvious that he and Xu Hao both laughed just now. Okay. Seeing his daughter getting close to Xu Hao, he had an inexplicable feeling. It was as if Xu Hao was her father and she was just an outsider. He shook his head and put away these distracting thoughts. It is a good thing for my daughter to be close to Xu Hao. He was not worried at all that Xu Hao would be detrimental to his daughter. After all, Xu Hao's character was there. By the time dinner was over, the sky had completely darkened. The colorful lights in the city light up, illuminating the dark night sky. When the three of them walked out of the hotel, people were already coming and going on the street. They all go shopping at night. Just when Xu Hao was about to say goodbye to the Xia family and his daughter, a voice suddenly interrupted. Squad leader Xia Qingge. When he heard someone calling him, Xia Qingge turned around and looked. I saw a young man of average height and average appearance standing in front of him, looking at him with excitement. Who are you? Xia Qingge didn't recognize the person in front of him, so he frowned and asked. I'm Chen Mo, your college classmate, don't you remember me? The young man named Chen Mo twitched his lips. After 3 years, Chen Mo felt very uneasy when he saw the goddess in his dream again. Chapter 9. The protagonist's ambition. The heroine by Yugong fight to the death. 3 years ago, he was a senior and about to graduate. Sha Qingge is beautiful, has a good figure, and has a pure temperament. She is the object of admiration by countless people. Chen Mo is also one of them. It's just that he looks ordinary, has an ordinary family, and everything else is ordinary. I simply don't have the courage to pursue the goddess in my mind. Others who liked Sha Qingge did not take any practical actions to pursue him. Of course, it's not because they have low self-esteem. It's because Sha Qingge has a suitor with a great background. At the beginning of college, Lu Fei, the young master of the Lu family, fell in love with Sha Qingge and launched a fierce pursuit. He even spoke out. Anyone who dares to pursue Sha Qingge is going against her. A few people did not believe in evil and began to pursue Sha Qingge, but their end was extremely miserable. It was one afternoon. After school, Lu Fei took gifts and arranged flowers with love. Confess your love at the door of the classroom. Sha Qingge was very angry at the time. Seeing that the goddess in his heart was wronged, Chen Mo could not hold back his fiery heart. Standing up with dignity, Lu Fei was scolded unceremoniously. It felt so good at the time, and the revenge came quickly. On the way to school the next day, he saw a female classmate who was disheveled and was forced into a corner by Lu Fei, who wanted to do something wrong. I feel that yesterday I slapped Lu Fei on the face in public, but I didn't do anything to him. He was no longer so afraid of the rumors about Lu Fei's domineering cruelty. The heart of justice burns brightly. Let that girl go. He saved the girl, but the girl came back and accused him of raping her. In addition, Lu Fei was working behind the scenes, and the crime of strong women was confirmed. He was put in jail. At that time, Chen Mo was heartbroken. This world is too dark. Everyone is equal before the law. Laws are only used to restrain ordinary people. It will not have the slightest effect on those powerful beings. When necessary, the law is a tool for them to do evil. Sometimes it is their protective umbrella. Lu Fei is indeed as sinister as the rumors say. Even if he is sent to prison, he will not be let go. He was also looking for someone to bully him. She slept in the toilet, drilled her crotch, forced her to eat and even offered her anus. That period of time was simply a nightmare for him. I still wake up from time to time. Fortunately, there is no unstoppable road, and he met an old man inside. It is said that he is the leader of the Brotherhood. The old man asked him if he wanted revenge. Chen Mo said he wanted to. If you want revenge, worship me as your teacher. The gears of fate began to spin. The old man gave him a lot of things, not only his extraordinary SK*LLS but also his worldliness. Now 3 years have passed, and he has learned all the old man's SK*LLS to a great extent. He was released from prison today. When Chen Mo walked out of the prison and saw the blue sky and white clouds, he swore. Lu Fei, who framed him, and the entire Lu family must pay a bloody price. He planned to come here for dinner in the evening, and unexpectedly saw the goddess of his dreams. He was avenged by Lu Fei because of Lu Qingge, but he didn't resent him at all. On the contrary, I couldn't persevere because I was suffering in prison. When I trained hard later, I would think of that white moonlight. Now he is no longer the self-abased person he was 3 years ago. Under the guidance of his master, he learned a lot in 3 years and his mentality also changed. Not only does he want revenge, he also wants to chase the woman he likes and reach the peak of his life. The beauty lies drunk, wakes up and takes over the world. If Chen Mo hadn't told him, Sha Qingge would never have remembered such a person. A bit of an impression, but not much. The other party is really too ordinary. The only impression I have is that Chen Mo was sentenced to prison for raping a girl and having S*X with his classmate. She didn't know that Chen Mo was retaliated by Lu Fei because he helped her block Lu Fei. When Lu Fei confessed his love, she had been in the classroom and didn't go out, so she had no impression at all. So much so that, when Sha Qingge looked at Chen Mo in front of him, he felt a sense of deep disgust. No one will have a good look on a strong woman who commits crime. Sha Qingge did not make sarcastic comments on the spot, and was considered well educated. Her frown deepened. What's the matter with you? No, I just saw you here, monitor, and came here to say hello. Chen Mo scratched his head. Next to him, Xu Hao listened to their conversation with an amused expression. Character: Chen Mo. Identity: protagonist of The Raptors. Charm: 62, full value 100. Strength: 85, late stage of Mingjin. Physique: 70-10 for ordinary people. Spirit: 20-10 for ordinary people. Favorability: -30. As expected of the protagonist, the panel is luxurious enough. But what the hell is a good impression of -30? They didn't know each other before and never said a word to them. Did they provoke you? Regarding this, Xu Hao can only attribute the reason to the halo of the protagonist and villain. They are naturally opposed to each other and will fight to the death. Either you die or I die. Xu Hao also completely gave up the idea of peacefully coexisting with the protagonist at this time. Kill the protagonist at every opportunity. In terms of strength, he is not a match for the protagonist yet. He didn't have to fight hard. With his identity, there are many ways to kill the protagonist. After gathering his thoughts, Xu Hao said goodbye to the Shaw family and his daughter, and got into the car where Li Kun came to pick him up. Chen Mo frowned as he looked at the car shadow going away. That person just now gave him a very unpleasant feeling. No matter who you are, don't mess with me, otherwise I will make sure you never come back. Chapter 10. The capitalists cried after hearing this, sleeping with the protagonist's stepmother in her arms. When Xu Hao returned home, Su Wancho had just finished eating and was walking cautiously to the room. The moment she saw Xu Hao, she froze. The experience last night suddenly came to mind. Ding, Su Wancho is scared, her mood value is plus 666. Xu Hao walked over with a smile. If you feel uncomfortable, just lie on the bed. What are you doing when you get up? He looked at the nanny who came out of the kitchen after clearing the dishes. Didn't I tell you that when Wan Chu wakes up, you will bring the food over? The majesty and invisible momentum of having been in power for a long time emanated from him. The nanny was so frightened that she quickly explained. I am following the instructions of Sir, it's Madam Shi. Su Wancho answered. It's not her fault, it was me who wanted to get out of bed. She was very puzzled. I don't know what kind of medicine Xu Hao took. Not only did it happen all of a sudden, but it was so violent that my attitude towards her also changed. Xu Hao stopped embarrassing the nanny, rubbed his chin, and looked at Su Wancho teasingly. Being able to get out of bed and walk means you can still bear it. How about we continue tonight? After listening to Xu Hao's words, Su Wancho's face turned pale. The one on his left foot was unable to stand firmly, and his whole body fell towards the other side. Xu Hao, with quick eyes and quick hands, took her into his arms. No, don't, you will die. Su Wancho struggled, with a pleading look on her face. Can't you come tonight? I'll stay with you when I get better. She was really scared. There is no way not to be afraid. It felt as if I was really wearing it. Okay, this is what you said, stay with me when you recover. Xu Hao stretched out her hand teasingly and pinched her face, which was full of collagen. In fact, Xu Hao had no intention of continuing tonight. Although she is the protagonist's stepmother, she is also his wife. We must take the path of sustainable development. He ruins people all of a sudden, and he doesn't know how to live well. Su Wancho finally breathed a sigh of relief after receiving Xu Hao's promise. Then she found herself nestled in Xu Hao's arms. Her pretty face twitched, and 2 wisps of red clouds quickly rose up. It's so tempting. Although there was no applause for love tonight, Xu Hao still came to Su Wancho's room while sleeping. From now on, there is no need to sleep in separate rooms. Doesn't it sound good to sleep with the protagonist's beautiful stepmother in your arms? The next morning, seeing that Su Wancho had not fully recovered, Xu Hao did not bother her and got up early alone. The shareholders' meeting was notified yesterday. He wants to go to the company to meet with those old guys. He wants to take back all the shares and keep them in his own hands. Xu Hao plans to buy it from those people today. Be polite before fighting. If they don't agree to transfer the shares, they will hold on to the shares. Then don't blame him for turning his back on others. I hope you will not be ignorant of praise. As soon as he arrived at the door of the company, Xu Hao met an acquaintance. It was Sha Qingge who he asked to report to the company yesterday. Sha Qingge was also very happy and shouted sweetly. Good morning, Uncle Xu. Good morning to you too. Go directly to the personnel department to report. I've already said hello. Okay, I'll go right away. Wait a moment. Xu Hao took out an exquisite small gift box from his arms. I didn't give you a meeting gift yesterday, so I'll make it up to you today. This small gift was bought on the road when he asked Li Kun to pick him up when he was still at home. A little gadget that girls like. The reason why Xu Hao is so interested in this little heroine. Not only because she is the heroine, she can be manipulated by him at will after arriving at the company, and she can obtain emotional value at any time. He wanted to take this little heroine under his wing, in every sense. Train her to be a helpful helper. Today's tens of billions of net worth is not enough. In order to survive in this comprehensive novel world, Xu Hao must become stronger. 10 billion is just the beginning. He wants to build a consortium worth hundreds of billions or even trillions. With the existence of a system, you don't have to worry about running out of entrepreneurial projects. The main lack is talent. Trustworthy talent. The development of a group cannot be achieved by one person. It would be nice if there were more female leads. Xu Hao has a big idea. Arrange all the heroines into the company he created. Not only to help him manage the company, but also to help him solve life problems, and to provide him with emotional value. Capitalists will cry when they hear this. No need. Sha Qingge quickly waved her hands to refuse. Unexpectedly, Xu Hao had a tough attitude and directly took her hand and forced the gift box into her hand. The tentacles are cold and silky. Different from Su Wancho's gentleness, I think this is the difference between a young girl and a mature woman. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Sha Qingge had no choice but to accept. Then thank you Uncle Xu. Xu Hao smiled and patted her hand. Work hard in the company and come to me if you encounter any difficulties. I am very optimistic about you. Xu Hao left. Sha Qingge looked at his back intently. She had never been in contact with the opposite S*X in her entire life. Thinking about the feeling of Xu Hao touching her hand just now, it was warm, powerful, and full of security. Brush. Sha Qingge came to his senses and couldn't help but curse himself secretly. Sha Qingge, that's your uncle, what are you thinking about? Looking at the gift box in her hand, she was curious and opened it. An exquisite and flawless bracelet lies quietly among it. Sha Qingge's eyes lit up. I keep playing with the bracelet, and I can't put it down. Thinking that Xu Hao was so kind to her, Sha Qingge secretly made up her mind. We must work hard and not live up to Uncle Xu's expectations. Chapter 11. Shareholders meeting. Lao Mo twin daughters come home. The time comes to 9 o'clock. The shareholders meeting begins. Xu Hao stepped into the conference room. Standing in front of the conference table, he glanced down. At this time, there were more than a dozen people sitting in the conference room. They are all the shareholders of Xu Group. Among a group of people, the largest shareholding is more than 10%, while the smallest shareholding is only 1%. The reason why I called everyone here today to hold a shareholders meeting is that I want to talk about the company's transformation. Xu's group has been able to develop rapidly because it has caught up with the surge in housing prices. Isn't there a saying that's good? Standing on the wind outlet, pigs can take off. What's more, he is such a smart and ruthless careerist. The Xu Group's business strategy is to build houses everywhere, sell them for cash, and then continue building houses. Sometimes when you don't have enough money, you take a loan. The market value of Xu's group is here, and many banks are willing to lend him money. Such a business strategy undoubtedly involves great risks. Evergrande in the previous life is still vivid in my mind. With so many houses being built, if the wind blows in the wrong direction one day, it would be easy to go bankrupt. Maybe I'll be in debt worth hundreds of billions. Transformation does not mean giving up the real estate industry. Xu Hao plans to take the boutique route. For example, Tangcheng Yipan, Yi Villa, Shongshan Villa create some well-known communities. Besides, another project is to build an urban complex. In the recent period, Xu Hao plans to implement these two projects. He plans to use the remaining cash flow to expand into other industries. When Xu Hao expressed his thoughts, everyone in the conference room went crazy. Nowadays, the Xu Group is developing rapidly. They don't know why Xu Hao suddenly decided to transform. Looking at the people whispering in the audience, Xu Hao smiled disapprovingly. You have the right to distance yourself, but I will not change my decision anyway. Because this is my first transformation, I don't know what will happen in the future. So in order to prevent everyone from taking risks, I plan to acquire your shares at a price twice as high as the market price. I wonder what you guys think. After finishing speaking in one breath, Xu Hao looked at everyone with a smile. This is an opportunity he gives these people. If you know what you are doing, just hand over your shares and leave. If they still stayed shamelessly in the company to suck blood, Xu Hao wouldn't mind sending them to see the king of hell. Hearing Xu Hao's arrogant words, a group of shareholders were furious. There is no way who gives Xu Hao the most shares. All their objections put together had no effect. After Xu Hao's unscrupulous attack yesterday, some people thought about it and gritted their teeth and expressed their willingness to exchange shares for money. With the first one, there will be the second and third. In the end, only 3 people were left in the conference room who were unwilling to hand over their shares. They are also the 3 with the largest shares. After investing in the Xu Group, they gained huge benefits from it and were unwilling to leave. They all see the development of Xu Group. It can be said that it is different every day. Although they can't figure it out. The group is developing well now, why did Xu Hao suddenly decide to transform? But they know a little bit. Who is Xu Hao? From starting from scratch to being worth tens of billions, will you suddenly become stupid? The reason for transformation should be for greater benefits. Anyway, as long as they follow Xu Hao's footsteps, they will definitely not suffer a loss. Okay, today's meeting is over. Xu Hao announced the end of the meeting, and before leaving, his eyes swept across the 3 people. Then things are simple. Xu Hao asked people to go through the share transfer procedures without any surprises. In a good mood, he walked around the company. Along the way, he felt a solemn atmosphere. It's because he opened too many people yesterday, and the remaining employees were a little trembling. I was afraid that I would be fired the next moment. Xu Hao is well versed in the ways of serving his subordinates. After opening some people, of course we have to promote some people. When I got back to the office, I started sorting out the information and giving promotions and salary increases to those capable employees. He also explained why he wanted to fire people in the company's upcoming transformation. The company will usher in rapid development, and as long as you make a contribution, you can get a promotion and a salary increase. He has mastered PUA technology in the workplace. After receiving Xu Hao's explanation in the actual promotion, the restless employees gradually calmed down. People who have not been promoted are eyeing the opportunity of company transformation and want to work hard. People who get promoted are very happy, but they dare not relax for fear of being squeezed out. Such a virtuous cycle. The day passed in the blink of an eye. In addition to managing the company, Xu Hao also collected basic information about the 3 shareholders who were unwilling to hand over their shares. Zheng Shuilin, 58 years old, lives in and owns 13% of the shares. Lu Qinghong owns 9% of the shares. Li Ping has 7% of the shares. Xu Hao called Li Kun to the office. Give this document to Lao Mo and ask him to focus on the people in the document and collect detailed information about their family members. Wait for my order. Lao Mo was the black glove that supported him. Something he is not comfortable doing. For example, K*ling people, silencing them, buying and selling by force, and framing people's faults are all left to him. Lao Mo, known as Mo Butcher in the world. Originally just a shark maker, Xu Hao often went to his place to eat fish in his early years. After knowing that he had extraordinary abilities, Xu made plans to recruit him. I have subdued this executioner for so many years and dealt with many shady things for him. Accordingly, Xu Hao paid him to recruit troops and develop his power. Today's blood slaughter society has become somewhat famous in the underground world of the Demon City. When Xu Hao returned home in the evening, he saw Su Wancho, who had recovered and moved his index finger. Just pretend that the 2 of you are having S*X in the bedroom. There was a click. The door of the villa was opened. A pair of beautiful girls, almost identical in appearance, opened the door and walked in. Chapter 12. The shameful and angry heroine. The sisters' shock. The twins had faces of pure lust. Clear and bright water eyes, crescent-shaped willow eyebrows, and beautiful eyelashes trembling gently. The fair and flawless skin shows a faint red pink, and the thin lips are as delicate as rose petals. Not only do the 2 women look exactly the same, they also wear the same clothes, with only different hairstyles. One person wears a ponytail, giving people a gentle and virtuous temperament. One of them had his hair tied up in a bun, looking lively and lovely. He looked like a restless master. That's right, these twins are Xu Hao's 2 youngest daughters. The one with a gentle temperament is her elder sister, Xu Shiqing. The one who gives people a lively feeling is the younger sister, Xu Hao. It turns out that today is the weekend. The two sisters haven't been home for a long time, and today they suddenly had the idea to come back and see their stepmother. They have no sense of belonging to this family, and they have no feelings for their father. Because Xu Hao never cared about them since he was a child, and often beat and scolded them. So, when I grow up, I have the ability to be self-reliant. The sisters all ran out one by one, unwilling to come back. Even though they are still in college, they are relatively close to home. But he would rather live in the dormitory than return to this cold home. The reason why the two of them came back today was just to see their stepmother Xu Wancho. My father was moody and annoying. This stepmother was very kind to them. When I was a child, I often took them shopping for clothes, and I only asked them to tell me what they wanted to eat. When I grew up, I often sent them pocket money. Such a gentle and kind stepmother actually married that cold and heartless man. They all felt unworthy. What a cabbage that was taken over by a pig. No, although the two of them are apparently a couple. But the real situation is no different from strangers. Maybe both husband and wife are pretending. All the sisters ran away from home, leaving only the stepmother alone in this cold home. They were very sympathetic and worried. Every once in a while, they go home to see their stepmother. As soon as they entered the door, the sisters heard some vague sounds. After listening carefully, I realized that the sound was coming from the stepmother's bedroom. The two looked at each other with shock on their faces. My younger sister, Xu Hua, was thinking out of the blue. Her expression was very exciting, and she said eagerly, "Hey, Mother Xu is comforting me, let's go take a look secretly." What nonsense. Xu Shiqing blushed with embarrassment and glared at her inconspicuous sister. What's there to see? We'll wait here. I'm just curious. Xu Huai's face was full of strange and evil expressions. I wonder what the gentle, virtuous, beautiful and generous stepmother will look like when she comforts herself. It's going to be a lot of fun. She stood on tiptoes, trying to sneak over and take a peek. Xu Shiqing's cheeks felt hot when she heard her sister's words. This little sister is really crooked, she dares to say anything. Seeing her sister's behavior, she was shocked and quickly grabbed her sister. Come back here, don't go anywhere, just wait here. The younger sister wanted to go to the theater, but the older sister wouldn't let her go and pushed her down on the sofa. Two sisters who looked exactly the same started to fight. This wait lasted for more than half an hour. When the two sisters saw Xu Wancho and Xu Hao coming out of the room, their eyes widened. The same incredible expression was on his face. I thought my stepmother was comforting me, but I didn't expect that she was actually performing an erotic act inside. What shocked them even more was, the stepmother was actually with Xu Hao. Look at what they said, they are a couple, isn't it normal to applaud for love? The two sisters felt that something was not normal. This what's going on? Aren't the two of them a couple on the surface, but actually familiar strangers? The kind of people who barely talk to each other under the same roof. Seeing Xu Hao and her stepmother walking side by side, the sisters' little heads were filled with questions. The scene before them was beyond their understanding. Ding Xu Shiqing was angry, her mood value was +345. Ding Xu Huai is indignant, emotional house 345. Tisk tisk, should I say they're not twins, their emotional values are the same. With a sigh in his heart, Xu Hao then looked at the two sisters. These are two of his daughters. It is no exaggeration to describe it as overwhelming the country and the city. Xu Hao couldn't help but admire his own vision. I brought back 8 babies, and all of them looked so good when they grew up. Etc. There seems to be something unsightly mixed in. It is true that the 7 daughters are extremely beautiful. Just pull down the other son. It has nothing to do with being good looking. It's just good looking at best. A better compliment would be tall and big. Xu Hao checked the sisters' favorability panel. Good guy. They are all, -50. Do you want to be so synchronized? You are back, have you eaten? Xu Hao showed a kind smile. The two sisters were even more shocked, wondering if there was something wrong with their ears. To know, Xu Hao has never said a few words to them since she was a child. Why did you suddenly ask them about eating today? And smiled at them. The two sisters were a little confused and shook their heads instinctively. I'll ask the nanny to do it for you. Xu Hao was about to call the nanny over when Xu Wancho suddenly said, "No need to call the nanny, they like my cooking, I will cook it now." After finishing her words quickly, Xu Wancho immediately turned around and ran to the kitchen dejectedly. If anyone saw her face clearly at this time, they would be shocked. Her face was so red that it was almost dripping with water. So shameful. Judging from the appearance of the two daughters, it is obvious that they have returned a long time ago. Doesn't that mean that just now? All heard. If there was a crack in the ground right now, she would get in without hesitation. How can I raise my head in front of my two daughters in the future? Chapter 13. Curious baby gather the 7 daughters to summon the dragon. Seeing Xu Wancho sneaking into the kitchen, the two sisters Xu Shiqing and Xu Huai were still stunned. I feel uncomfortable staying with Xu Hao. Let's go help Mother Xu. The two of them hurried towards the kitchen. Looking at the sisters' backs, Xu Hao rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Why would he want to change his daughter's opinion of him? It's not that he insists on a loving father and a filial daughter. Only when the relationship improves can he keep his daughters by his side and better provide him with emotional value. Now his daughters have no feelings for him, and all of them want to stay away from him. I can't get the emotional value at all. You can't kidnap all your daughters, right? In the kitchen, I was washing vegetables in late autumn. From her dazed eyes, it can be seen that she is thinking about something. Xu Hao has really changed. Since having an in-depth exchange with her the day before yesterday, Xu Hao has lost his previous indifference towards her. But really treat her as a real wife. He actually knows how to pity people. Last night, when Xu Hao entered her house, she was really frightened. Xu Hao said that if you sleep with your arms around you and don't have deep-rooted communication, there is really no communication. Of course, except for some small actions. Let's talk about the things that I have to say separately. I feel quite warm in my heart. Ba Xu Wancho, why do you have such thoughts? Obviously Xu Hao forced you, but today you didn't get her consent this time. He said that he would do nothing if he held her in his arms while sleeping, but instead he held her head down and kept struggling. How could Xu Hao be a good person? He is a ruthless villain who does all kinds of evil. Thump thump thump. There was a sound of footsteps. Before Xu Wancho could react, Xu Shiqing and Xu Huai had already run to her side. Mom Xu, let me help you. In a daze, Xu Shiqing took the dishes in her hands and started washing them. Xu Wancho came back to her senses and quickly said to the two sisters. There's a lot of fumes in the kitchen. You two, get out quickly. I'll be done soon. Xu Huai glanced at Xu Hao in the living room and curled her lips. We don't want to be around him. Mom Xu, just let us help you. We have learned cooking *LLS. Xu Wancho knew the relationship between Xu Hao and her daughters, and immediately stopped saying anything. She started to light the fire and cook. Xu Huai came over quietly and asked mysteriously. Mom Xu, what's the situation between you and that person? Don't you have any feelings between you? He often beats and scolds you, why are you still beeping at him? Brush. The reason why Xu Wancho quickly ran to the kitchen was to avoid this situation. Unexpectedly, they still asked. Why are children so curious? The blush that was about to fade away suddenly returned to his face. You. Xu Wancho stuttered a little and looked at the two sisters hesitantly. Finding that both of them were staring at her with innocent expressions, Xu Wancho had no choice but to say this. Actually, he has changed. At this time, she should have used intimate terms. But I really couldn't shout. Or use the word, he, to refer to it. Seeing the expressions of the two sisters looking curious about the baby, they paused and then Xu Wancho continued. He has changed for the better and won't treat me like he used to. I believe the same is true for you. She didn't even believe it herself. Judging from Xu Hao's performance in the past few days, there is indeed a tendency for the prodigal son to turn back. Xu Wancho could only say this. You can't say that you feel so happy because you were forced to have feelings, right? In front of the two daughters, although they are not biological, they have watched them grow up. She can't be that thick-skinned. Xu Shiqing and Xu Huai were stunned for a while. That's it. Although they didn't know what Xu Wancho said about Xu Hao getting better. But the last time they came back, it wasn't that long ago. At that time, my stepmother and Xu Hao were still strangers. In other words, Xu Hao said a few nice words to her, and this beautiful stepmother gave it to her for nothing. The two sisters looked complicated. As for Xu Wancho, Xu Hao would not treat them like before. The two sisters didn't believe it. The impression I have had over the past 20 years cannot be changed by just a few words. With the cooperation of mother and daughter, a delicious meal was quickly prepared. On the table, Xu Hao picked up a piece of braised beef and put it in his mouth, sighing while eating. I didn't realize that you still have such cooking *LLS in late autumn. It's much more delicious than the nanny's cooking. Su Wancho was a little embarrassed. This is made of poetry. Oh really, it's well done and to my liking. Xu Hao looked at Xu Shiqing, who was sitting opposite, far away from him, eating quietly. He praised without hesitation. When Xu Shiqing heard this, she raised her head in surprise. I made sure my ears heard it correctly. Xu Hao was really praising her and smiling at her. Could it be that what the stepmother said is true? Has Xu Hao really changed his attitude towards them? At this time, I heard Xu Hao speak curiously. Shi Qing did a good job. I wonder if Wei cooks. That plate of shredded pork with green pepper was fried by her, and this one and that one was made by Shi Qing. Xu Hao tasted the shredded pork with green pepper and closed his eyes slightly, pretending to appreciate the food. After opening his eyes, he clicked his tongue and praised. Wei's cooking is also very delicious. Compared with your sister, it's only a little bit behind. Keep working hard next time. It's not like he was telling lies. The two sisters didn't know where they learned their cooking *LLS, but they were really good at it. Not much different from those chefs, a few steps ahead of him in his previous life. Xu Wei's expression was confused. This father always had a cold face, never cared about anything about them, and often lost his temper at them. He actually praised her. She turned her head slightly to look at her sister. Xu Wei found that her sister was also looking at her, and she could see the incredible look in each other's eyes. Ding Xu Shiqing's heart is ups and downs, her mood value is plus 666. Ding Xu Wei's heart is up and down, and his emotional value is plus 666. The emotions of the two sisters were revealed at the same time. Xu Hao decided to keep trying and keep the daughters at home. It would be too wasteful to keep it outside. It's all about emotional value. Xu Hao also has this confidence. With his rich experience, isn't it easy to handle two little girls? After two are done, will the other 5 be far behind? His goal is, collect the 7 daughters and summon the dragon. Chapter 14, Awakening of Strange Attributes is expected of a little cotton-padded jacket. At night, Xu Hao doesn't have many hobbies, but he especially likes racing. He came to Chu Mingxian alone and began to choose a car. He chose a beautiful model. The body of this car is as beautiful as jade, it has been well maintained, and it is still brand new. The headlights are full of texture and the rear lines are round and uniform. It is a top-notch urban SUV. When Xu Hao got in the car, he saw that the interior was luxurious, with smooth leather and perfect configuration. The disadvantage is that the space inside the car is small and feels oppressive. Once you are familiar with it, turn on the key. When turning on the ignition, you can feel the engine start to vibrate. The sound insulation effect has to be said to be a bit average. Slowly increase the speed to 3,600 revolutions per minute, the car body clearly feels shaking and accompanied by noise. This kind of car, coupled with Xu Hao's driving *LLS, is a perfect match. He grabbed the steering wheel with both hands, pumped the gas hard, and started. Directly increase the speed to 360 miles. The glamorous luxury car drove away, and every driver I met on the road had astonishment on their faces. Because the speed of the car was too fast, the drivers did not see it clearly and only saw a shadow of the car flashing by. A question comes to mind. The one who stepped on the horse, what pushed over my face? Ding Su Wancho is angry, her mood value is plus 123. Ding Su Wancho is so ashamed and angry, her mood value is plus 999. Xu Hao was slightly surprised when he looked at the emotion value prompt displayed by the system. Because he is shy, he is given 999 emotion points, which makes sense. After all, there are still people at home. Su Wancho had always been reluctant, but she couldn't resist Xu Hao. What's suspicious is, how come your anger towards him dropped to such a low level? What's the situation? Not only this prompt, there are fewer and fewer anger and hatred prompts that appear in the middle. Xu Hao immediately looked at Su Wancho and checked her attribute panel, and was shocked. The original favorable opinion of -66 has changed to -52. Is this considered an increase? His eyes suddenly became weird. Not only this time, but also several times without her consent. Not only did the favorability not decrease, but it actually increased. Ah, I'm afraid I have awakened some strange attributes. Dingshu Shiqing is resentful, her mood value is plus 555. Dingshu Shiqing is full of resentment, her emotional value is plus 555. Unexpected. Su Wancho contributed a lot of emotional value tonight. The two daughters are no less than her. They are worthy of being her own little cotton-padded jackets. Xu Hao looked at the emotion value on the panel and found that it was as many as 40,000. You can draw 4 times. What are you waiting for? Lottery draw. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward 10 points of free attributes. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward 10 points of free attributes. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward SK*LL, Close Combat Master Level. SK*LL levels are divided into Proficient, Master, Grandmaster, and God level. Brush. The next moment, my mind felt a slight tingle. A stream of knowledge about fighting emerged in his mind. These memories seemed to be engraved in his mind, as if he had really painstakingly studied them for more than 10 years. The most important thing is, Xu Hao feels that he can use it SK*LL fully without feeling any abnormalities. With this SK*LL out, Xu Hao finally felt able to protect himself. Relying on external forces is imaginary. Only when you have strength can you feel safe. Although this is the land of Kyushu, unlike other countries where shootings occur every day, K*ling is illegal. But don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of the eventuality. What if one day the plot suddenly triggers and a group of desperados kidnaps me? What's more, he also has the aura of destiny as a villain, and is destined to fight the protagonist to death. If one day the protagonist doesn't play according to the routine, he will be K*LLED even if it is illegal. That's so fucking funny. As cautious as he is, he will not provoke the protagonist until he has no ability to protect himself. Otherwise, when he met the protagonist yesterday, he wouldn't have left without even testing him. As soon as I thought about this, Xu Hao's mind moved slightly. 20 points of free attributes are added to strength. When he added attributes to his constitution before, he thought that the traitorous protagonist would not appear for another 2.5 years. I didn't expect this to be a fused novel world. I met a protagonist yesterday, and my natural affinity for him was negative. Xu Hao understands priorities. It is important to increase your physical fitness and make yourself younger. But life is more important. When a person dies, there is nothing. With his current physique, 7 times a night is not a problem. So there was no rush. After the protagonist threat has passed, it's not too late to add some physical strength. As for getting younger, it will be easier to be liked by the heroine. Does it matter? What is his identity? Is there any need to deliberately please the heroine, make changes for the heroine? Non-existent. The familiar warmth fills the whole body. When the warm current disappeared, his strength doubled again, reaching 42. Xu Hao was a little intoxicated by the soaring power, feeling that a person could kill a cow with one punch. Increased strength, combined with the drawn master level fighting. Even if the protagonist wanted to kill him yesterday, it wouldn't be that easy. And if he couldn't be K*LLED with one blow, he would definitely be able to kill him with his powerful position. Through the system, he learned that strength values did not fully represent strength. There are many factors that determine your own strength. Your strength, physique, SK*LLS you have mastered, the environment during the battle, etc. Xu Hao's eyes flashed, striking while the iron is hot, there is still a chance to draw a lottery. Pump it for me. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward SK*LL, Painting, Grandmaster level. The sting in my mind was stronger than before, and a lot of knowledge about painting was poured into me. It only takes a moment. Xu Hao has mastered what others have learned for decades, but may not be able to achieve. Now, as long as he is given a pen, he can draw a masterpiece that will be handed down from generation to generation. But Xu Hao was expressionless at this time. Good news, a master-level SK*LL has been released. Bad news, the SK*LL is drawing. I am the CEO of a tens of billions group, why on earth do you want me to paint? The picture is too beautiful to think about. Overall, the results of this lottery were pretty good. Look at the emotional value that has bottomed out again. Xu Hao lamented that it was not enough at all, and we had to keep working hard. So he looked to the side, where the protagonist's stepmother was still out of breath. Chapter 15. It takes a day. Sit back and wait for your daughter to call daddy. Ding Xu Shiqing is angry, her mood value is plus 777. Ding Xu Yi is angry, and his emotional value is plus 777. Get up the next day. The two sisters, bleary-eyed and with dark circles under their eyes, were seen sitting at the dining table. Xu Wanqiu and Xu Hao were waiting for them to eat. Suddenly my teeth started to itch with anger. Aren't these two guys sleepy? Go to bed so late. Well, what you do is none of our business. But what's going on with the humming all the time? It caused them all to have insomnia, and now they are extremely sleepy. Xu Wanqiu's cheeks were hot. She averted her eyes with a guilty conscience, not daring to look directly into the eyes of her two daughters. Xu Hao pretended not to know. An interest arose in my heart, and I said with a smile. What's wrong with you? Girls should try to stay up late as little as possible. It's not good for the skin. Xu Hao didn't say it was okay, but when he did, the two sisters became even more angry. Their faces were cold and expressionless. He walked to the table without saying a word, picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Ding emotional value plus 888. Xu Hao was quite interesting. If you have nothing to do, teasing your daughter can not only harvest emotional value, but also make her mood happy. He would love to be home with his daughters. Nei's company is about to transform, and there are many things for him to deal with. Before going to the company, Xu Hao found Xu Wanqiu and asked for the bank account numbers of his two daughters. I transferred 1 million to each of my two daughters. I feel ashamed to say that I have never transferred any money to my daughters since they were young. Almost all of them are married to two tool wives who take care of them. I don't know if there is any use in giving money to gain goodwill now. I transferred 1 million to each of your cards. If you have nothing to do during the weekend, you can go shopping outside and buy whatever you want. If you don't have enough money, ask me to get it. The company has been very busy recently and has a lot of things to deal with. I will spend time with you when I have free time later. Actually, Xu Hao wanted to reach out and touch the heads of his two daughters. They look like porcelain dolls and must be very comfortable to touch. But forget it when you think about the relationship between the two. There are many opportunities later. After he has improved his daughter's affection, why not motivate him however he wants? Xu Hao turned around and left the house. Looking at his leaving figure, the two sisters' eyes were dull and they were stunned in place. Did they hear it correctly? This ruthless man actually transferred money to them for the first time. And you smiled and said you wanted to accompany them. Several sisters, including them, have never felt their father's love since they were young. Feeling the concern from their father at this time, they were at a loss and felt a little unreal. Sister, he really transferred 1 million to us. Xu Yi held her cell phone, looked at the payment notification inside, and reminded her sister. Like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, it caused ripples in the hearts of the two sisters. Ding Xu Shiqing's heart is ups and downs, her mood value is plus 567. Xu Hao has been busy at the company for a day, but he doesn't feel tired at all. There are factors that increase his physique. The main reason is that as a company boss, the sense of accomplishment in developing the company makes him full of motivation. Working for others is just awesome, but working for yourself is different. When Xu Hao returned home, he felt better when he saw that his two daughters were still at home. He gave his two daughters pocket money just to keep them here. A day's worth of wool is a day's work. In the past, the two daughters only came back to see Xu Wanqiu, stayed at home for one night and left the next day. Sometimes I just come for a visit and don't spend the night at home. The two daughters did not leave today, which is a good sign. Xu Shiqing and Xu Yi planned to go back to school today. But Xu Hao's performance made them puzzled and full of curiosity. So after some discussion, we decided to observe at home for one more day. There are no classes on weekends anyway. After dinner, Xu Hao went to the courtyard for a walk. The Xu family's villa is very spacious, with pavilions and flower beds. It adopts a construction method that combines Chinese and Western styles. After dinner, I went for a walk in the courtyard. I was in a particularly good mood. Seeing a drawing board placed in the center of the courtyard, Xu Hao paused and stepped forward to check in confusion. This is a picture of a sunset. The sun sets in the west, and the afterglow of the setting sun shines, reflecting the earth in red. Xu Hao knew it was his daughter's work without even thinking. After appreciating it, Xu Hao nodded. As the heroine, each of the 7 daughters is versatile. Something moved in his heart. I thought of the master-level painting SK*LLS I acquired just last night. His eyes suddenly became interesting, and a smile appeared on his lips. To improve your daughter's favor. It seems like this guy has to pretend. Withdrawing his thoughts, Xu Hao looked at the painting in front of him again. Before, he looked at it with admiration. Now he looks at it from the perspective of a master in the field of painting. My daughter's painting SK*LLS are very good and she has been exposed to the field of masters. But in his opinion, there is still a lot of room for improvement. Picking up the brush next to him, Xu Hao began to modify it carefully. He wrote with great energy, his fingers were flying, and he finished the painting in a short time. Putting down his pen, Xu Hao looked at the words in front of him and smiled with satisfaction. The sunset before was a pure natural beauty. After his contribution, there was an invisible charm. After Xu Hao finished everything, he turned around and continued walking. Next, I'm waiting for my daughter to call me daddy. Chapter 16. Xu Hao's Revelation of True Feelings, Cinnabar Mole's teacher. When Xu Shiqing came out to get the painting, it was already dark. The sky was hazy, so she didn't take a closer look and hurriedly put it away. This is her entry and will be submitted tomorrow. Another sleepless night. Sisters Xu Shiqing and Xu Huayi packed their things and prepared to go to school. As soon as the 2 people went out, they were blocked by a car. The driver's window is open. Xu Hao's figure came into their eyes. Get in the car, I'll take you to school. The 2 sisters didn't react. Oh my God, is the sun coming out of the west? This man who never cared about their lives before not only bought her pocket money, but also sent them to school. To know. As the boss of a 10 billion group, Xu Hao always travels with his secretary driving. At least they haven't seen Xu Hao driving by himself. They saw it today. Xu Hao actually drove the car himself in order to take them to school. No need, we can go alone. As an older sister, Xu Shiqing had a relatively stable personality. She was the first to come to her senses and shook her head in refusal. Xu Hao frowned, and the pressure of a superior person emanated. After shocking his 2 daughters, he looked melancholy. Dad was such a bastard before, but now he has figured it out and will try his best to make up for the debt he owed you in the past. Let's start by sending you to school. Poetry, painting, please give Dad a chance, okay. While speaking, he kept staring at the 2 women with sincere eyes. Xu Hao sighed in his heart. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting. Feeling Xu Hao's true feelings, the 2 sisters were upset. The words of rejection came to my lips, but I couldn't say them out. In this way, the 2 sisters got into Xu Hao's car in a daze. Xu Hao showed a victorious smile. 2 yellow-haired girls are playing with me, they are still too young. I sent my 2 daughters to the gate of Shanghai University. Before leaving, Xu Hao asked seemingly unintentionally. Poetry and painting, are you still used to it in school? Are there any blind guys harassing you? Although the daughters are the heroines of the book Return of the God of War, all of them are noble and self-loving. But a novel is a novel, and this is the real world. Do not rule out other suitors. Xu Hao couldn't let the wild boar eat his own cabbage. No one is allowed to get close to the opposite S**X. He didn't ask directly, but inquired from the side. Otherwise, I would have thought he had other ideas. Before, when the 2 sisters heard Xu Hao's words, they would not have thought that Xu Hao cared about them. It's different now. With 2 days of preparation, plus Xu Hao's revelation of true feelings, just now. They were somewhat moved. No. The 2 women shook their heads. That's good. Xu Hao smiled and said in a very domineering tone. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell me and I will make him walk around in pain. When they heard that Xu Hao wanted to stand up for them, both sisters had mixed emotions. Ding Xu Shiqing is in a complicated mood, her mood value is +333. Ding Xu Huayi was moved, and his emotional value was +444. Okay, go ahead and let me know if anything happens. The 2 women nodded upon hearing this. When I walked into the door, I saw a beautiful figure wearing a teacher's professional attire just coming out. The 2 sisters immediately greeted each other obediently. Good morning, conductor. Good morning to you too. Hearing her two outstanding students greeting her, Wang Zuying smiled back. Not far away, Xu Hao saw his two daughters walking into the school, so he looked back and planned to leave. He was very reluctant to send his daughter away. I don't know how much emotional value it will contribute to him by staying at home. He didn't mention the idea of going home to his daughter all the way because he believed it. It won't be long before his daughter will come back to him. Thinking of last night's painting, he smiled mysteriously. I happened to see my daughter greeting a mature and beautiful lady. Xu Hao subconsciously checked the other party's information. Character: Wang Zuying. Identity: teacher at Shanghai University, heroine of The Raptors. Charm: 92, full value 100. Strength: 10/10 for ordinary people. Physique: 10/10 for ordinary people. Spirit: 11, ordinary person 10. Favorability: -20. Xu Hao said, "Tisk." Another heroine appears. What just made him a little puzzled was, forget it if you are naturally hostile to the protagonist. How come the heroine doesn't even have a good impression of him even if she hasn't met him in person? Then I thought about it and understood something. That Wang Zuying is her daughter's teacher, so she might ask about some family situations, which would make her feel disgusted. After separating from the two school beauties, Wang Zuying walked out of the school gate and stood at the door looking around. She just received a call saying that it was her student and wanted to meet her in person. Wearing a professor's professional attire, she could not hide her curvy figure. 3,000 black hairs were neatly tied behind the head, the back was straight, and the snow-white shirt was held up high. The face is decorated with delicate light makeup, the eyebrows are picturesque, and the bridge of the nose is straight, giving off a serious temperament that makes people want to conquer her. Teacher Wang. An excited voice sounded nearby. Wang Zuying looked sideways and saw a young man standing in front of him, holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand. Who are you? Seeing Chen Mo's appearance, Wang Zuying had some impression, but she couldn't remember it for a while. Teacher Wang, this is me, Chen Mo. Are you silent? Wang Zuying remembered. This is the student she taught last year. Originally, this student's sense of existence was very low, he was too ordinary. Both in terms of appearance and academic performance, they are all average in the class. But something happened that made her remember this student. When he was about to graduate in his senior year, Chen Mo was sentenced to jail for raping a female classmate. She didn't believe it at the time. So how could an ordinary student pay a classmate on campus? During the days when Chen Mo was sentenced, she also contributed a lot as a teacher. Unfortunately, it's of no use. Chen Mo was still sentenced to 3 years in prison. Are you coming out? That's right. It's been 3 years. Let's live a good life from now on. Well, thank you, Teacher Wang, for your busy schedule during that time. Chen Mo's eyes were filled with gratitude. When she looked at Wang Zuying, she felt a strange impulse in her heart. If Sha Qingge is Bai Yugong, then Wang Zuying is his cinnabar mole. Thinking of the time when I was framed by Lu Fei. Everyone thought he was a rapist, but only the teacher believed him. Not only did he keep running around, but he also comforted him to be strong. Not only is she in good shape and beautiful, but she also has such a gentle personality. What a wonderful woman. She was like a noble swan. He, who used to be a toad, was not worthy of being K***LLED. But things are different now. Chen Mo's eyes gradually became firm. Where can I find such a good woman if I miss her? You took care of me in the past, and I will protect you for the rest of your life. I will never let you be harmed in the slightest. Chapter 17. Why don't you have any bad thoughts if you don't just have a meal? I'm your teacher, that's what I should do, but it's a pity that I didn't help you. Wang Zuying said with some regret. The power of the Lu family is too great, and ordinary people like them have no way to compete. It doesn't matter, everything is over. Chen Mo suppressed his anger towards Lu Fei and smiled at Wang Zuying. Immediately, he handed over a bouquet of bright roses in his hand. Teacher Wang, I can't repay your kindness. I give this to you. Looking at the flowers in front of her, Wang Zuying felt a little embarrassed. As a teacher, everything she says and does represents the face of the school. How can I accept flowers from students? But it's not good if you don't accept it. The student in front of me has just been released from prison, and his heart is already riddled with holes. Just when she was hesitating, a voice like a spring breeze sounded. Are you Teacher Wang Zuying? Wang Zuying was slightly startled. Turning around, he saw a mature and charming man appearing next to him. As if she had found the steps, she answered smoothly. Yes, I am Wang Zuying, you. I am a poetic and picturesque father. Xu Hao smiled. Seeing Wang Zuying's slightly changed expression, he said again. I just sent them to school, and just as I was about to leave, I saw teacher Wang. After hearing that he was the father of Xu Shiqing and Xu Wei, Wang Zuying's face looked a little ugly. Later, I heard that he was sending his daughter here, and his expression gradually softened. The Xu sisters are her very good students. The only one who can compare is Sha Qingge 3 years ago. Once, on weekends and holidays, she saw the two sisters staying at school without going home more than once. She couldn't help but ask the sisters why they didn't go home. The sisters said there was no one at home and their family members were all busy at work. Wang Zuying was very angry at the time. How did she become a parent? You know your job in just 1 day. Is your job more important than your daughter? Besides, my daughter is so outstanding. Xu Hao did think so before awakening his past life memory. Wang Zuying didn't have a good impression of the sisters' parents at all. I'm not saying that, you parents, when you are busy at work, you can't ignore your family. Such poetic and picturesque children. What teacher Wang said is that I have also deeply realized my previous mistakes, and now I am thinking of ways to make up for them. Xu Hao nodded in agreement, with an expression on his face that he had repented of his past mistakes. Seeing that his attitude was so good, Wang Zuying felt a little embarrassed. You just need to pay attention to it. Okay, I would like to ask teacher Wang, how is poetry and painting expressed in school? Seeing that Wang Zuying was about to leave, Xu Hao changed the subject. It was directed to 2 women. If you want to hold a woman under you, the first step is to make the 2 of you intersect. Only then will there be a story behind. Now, his 2 daughters have become his tools to seduce this beautiful teacher. Talking about the 2 good students, Wang Zuying became energetic. Immediately it was Bala, praising Xu's poetry and painting. Xu Hao listened, nodding from time to time, showing a pleased smile. It's getting late. There are classes in the morning, so I'll leave first. After talking about the deeds of the 2 good students, Wang Zuying looked at the time on her wrist and prepared to leave. Wait a moment, Xu Hao shouted to her and took out her mobile phone. Teacher Wang, let's leave our contact information. It's convenient for me to pay attention to the poetry and painting. Maybe it will trouble teacher Wang. When Wang Zuying heard that she wanted her contact information, she instinctively wanted to refuse. But after hearing Xu Hao's explanation, she still nodded. Okay. The man in front of me and his children are in college, and he is just concerned about his daughter's situation when he asks for contact information. What bad intentions could there be? After exchanging phone numbers, Wang Zuying wanted to make a note and looked up at Xu Hao to ask. My name is Xu Hao. What? Wang Zuying was stunned. When Xu Hao appeared just now, she felt a familiar feeling. After the other party said his name, he finally knew who it was. Xu Hao, the leader of the Xu group. After graduating from their university in Shanghai, he often gave back to his alma mater after starting a successful business. He is now a director of the university. You Director Xu. Xu Hao is the school director. There is nothing wrong with calling him Director Xu. Xu Hao nodded, put his fingers between his lips, and winked at her. He signaled her not to tell anyone. Wang Zuying suddenly felt ashamed and screamed in her heart. Oh my god, I just lost my temper with such a legendary figure. The poetry and painting are genuine. I didn't tell him that my father was Xu Hao. I was led astray by them. Wang Zuying couldn't help complaining about the 2 good students in her heart. She knows Xu Hao's character. She has participated in many charity activities and sponsored many Hope primary schools. For such a good person, it is understandable even if he is busy at work. In her opinion, when I first asked the 2 sisters, they must have lost their temper because Xu Hao didn't accompany them. But you also need to understand your father. Running a large group with a market value of tens of billions must be tiring. Moreover, it can be seen from her conversation with Xu Hao just now that Xu Hao still cares about them. No, I have to find a time to talk to them. The main thing is a double standard. Ding. Wang Zuying is ashamed, her mood value is plus 567. I have to say that the character set managed by Xu Hao worked. As long as he has not participated in so many charitable donations, even if the richest man comes, he will not change the heroine's mind. Drive Xu, I'm sorry just now. You're right. Xu Hao waved his hand. I used to be obsessed with my career and neglected my family, but I won't do that anymore. I want to thank Teacher Wang. My 2 daughters have caused trouble for you. No, they are pretty good at poetry and painting. In this case, if you still have classes, go to class first. I'll treat you to dinner at noon to express my gratitude. Xu Hao revealed the real purpose. Once you are alone with the heroine, you have more opportunities. Number no need okay. Seeing Xu Hao's firm attitude, Wang Zuying could no longer refuse. Xu Hao invited her to dinner, but she didn't think much about it. After all, Xu Hao's character is there. I only have 2 wives, even my secretary is male, and there has never been any scandal. How could he worry about coveting her beauty? Chapter 18. Threat from the protagonist. Xu Hao's ruthless tactics. That's how the meal was decided. A class bell rang. Wang Zuying said goodbye to Xu Hao and ran to class with a very enchanting back. Next to him, Chen Mo was holding a bouquet of flowers with an ugly expression on his face. This guy who suddenly appeared ruined his good deeds, causing him not to give the flowers to Teacher Wang. Seeing that Xu Hao was about to leave, he immediately spoke out. Stop. Teacher Wang is my relative. If you dare to have any inappropriate thoughts about her, don't blame me for being rude. He could clearly hear the conversation between the 2 of them just now. Although she was talking about her daughter's studies, she invited Teacher Wang to dinner as a way of thanking her. But Chen Mo always felt that this guy had bad intentions. Thinking of when I saw Sha Qingge 2 days ago, this guy was also there. It gave him a very unpleasant feeling. Only then did Chen Mo stand up and give him a warning. Wang Zuying is the best person to him, and he will never allow the other party to be harmed in the slightest. This classmate, are you thinking too much? I invited Teacher Wang to dinner just to express her gratitude for taking care of my daughter. Xu Hao looked at the protagonist in front of him with a smile. As expected of being naturally hostile, he can also be inexplicably caused trouble by the protagonist. Although his feelings were not wrong. It's best that way. If you let me know that you are plotting against Teacher Wang, huh? Chen Mo snorted coldly and stomped on the ground. When he removed his feet, a footprint was left on the hard ground. Ding. Chen Mo is furious, his mood value is +333. Xu Hao's expression didn't change at all. He looked at him deeply, turned around, got in the car and left. Do you want to threaten him? He is no longer afraid of the protagonist. To deal with him, it just depends on when you take action. No rush yet. Xu Hao doesn't want to use the obvious relationship, which may lead to the collapse of other people's personalities. Moreover, if the protagonist is obviously lucky, he may not be able to kill the opponent. The matter of K**ling people and silencing them should just be solved secretly. The only person he has available now is Lao Mo, who is probably no match for this guy. The established blood massacre society has yet to be brought to the forefront. There are still too few people available. Xu Hao sighed with emotion. Take your time, he has a system, everything will be fine. When Xu Hao came to the company, Li Kun presented a piece of information to him. Inside is the information Lao Mo collected about the 3 shareholders. Xu Hao picked it up and looked through it one by one. Li Ping, her husband works in a state-owned enterprise. I have an unsatisfactory son who idles around all day and has nothing to do. He is particularly fond of gambling. He was caught several times for gathering people to gamble. A good gamble. Xu Hao suddenly had an idea. Don't you like gambling? Then let you bet enough. He planned to let Lao Mo's Blood Slaughter Club set up a bet to make the other party owe a huge debt. When these gangsters came to collect debts, Li Ping had to hand over her shares. Next is Lu Qinghong. Seeing Xu Hao make a fortune in the real estate industry, he also learned to register a small real estate company. But he did not have Xu Hao's ruthless decisiveness, which led to the company being stagnant. I can only drink the leftover soup from the Xu group. Xu Hao knew how to deal with this guy without even thinking about it. Imitate what the protagonist in the book does and find some criminal evidence of the other company. It didn't take anything to bankrupt him. What? Lu Qinghong's company has always abided by laws and regulations. If there is no accident, then create an accident. Such a simple thing. Xu Hao felt no burden at all about K**ling these people. If we don't kill them now, when the protagonist comes back, they will betray him. If it weren't for the thought of K**ling 3 people, people would be reminded of him. Why is there any need to be so calculating? The first two people are relatively easy to handle, but the last one, Zheng Shuilin, is a bit troublesome. There is no loophole to exploit. He didn't have much property under his control, and all his funds were invested. One of his sons had disappeared since he was a child. And Zheng Shuilin has a stubborn character. It may be difficult to get the shares from him. Unless he dies. After thinking about it, if only one of the three people died, there should be no contact with him. Even after all these years, my character as a business owner still has some effect. Xu Hao thinks it is feasible. However, trouble could not happen to these three shareholders at the same time, so he decided to deal with the first two first. He found Li Kun and asked Li Kun to pass the order to Lao Mo. Shanghai University. Sisters Xu Shiqing and Xu Wei came to the activity center together carrying bags containing drawing boards. Bang bang, the two knocked on the door of an office. With a "come in" sound from inside, the two sisters opened the door and walked in. Sitting in front of the desk was a middle-aged woman wearing glasses. Seeing these two sisters, a smile finally appeared on her meticulous face. "You guys are here, Shiqing. Is the painting finished?" She serves as the teacher in charge of the annual art exhibition held by the school. She had seen Xu Shiqing's painting *LLS. She has high expectations for winning this event. "Teacher Zhang, I brought." Xu Shiqing responded. He took out the drawing board from the bag and placed it in front of the female teacher. Teacher Zhang nodded and smiled at them, adjusted his glasses, and looked at the painting in front of him. However, after just one glance, she was shocked. This is a picture of a sunset. She just glanced at it, and a majestic atmosphere hit her face. Falling clouds, lonely ducks, autumn water, long sky create a majestic autumn scene. The falling clouds and the solitary sky fly together, and the autumn water is the same color as the sky. The colorful clouds reflected by the setting sun and the lonely wild duck fly together, and the autumn river and the vast sky are one and the same. Incredible. Such a beautiful artistic conception is outlined entirely with a brush. Such a level of painting has reached a state of perfection. I was already confident that Sister Xu Shiqing would win the first place in the event, but now it seems that she has underestimated it. Not to mention, if you put it in one school, even if you look across the country, no one can beat it. Teacher Zhang grabbed the drawing board tightly with excitement, his eyes widened, not missing a single thing. Okay, great. After a long time, she calmed down her excitement. He looked at the two sisters as if they were babies. No need to wait for other entries, I will announce now that you are the champions of this event. Chapter 19. Treat your daughter as a tool. The calculated hero saves the beauty. Xu Shiqing and Xu Wei were a little confused after hearing what the activity teacher said. After the teacher looked at the painting, they noticed that the other person's expression was wrong, and later they started dancing. Now it is actually directly announced that they have won the first place. Do you want to be so hasty? Is there anyone else whose entries have not been submitted? Before they could react, the activity teacher looked at them seriously. Your work this time is so good that it exceeds the limit of our school. I would like to ask for your permission to submit this work to the national competition. Buzz buzz. Both sisters are running out of brains. Didn't they just draw a random picture? Do you want to be so exaggerated? Are you going to take it to the national competition? Not to. Stunned, they nodded in confusion. When the activity teacher got their consent, he was overjoyed and quickly took out his mobile phone. Walking out of the office while making a phone call. Apparently he was going to make arrangements for the national competition. Sister, look. The two sisters were a little puzzled. Xu Wei took a curious look at the painting and was immediately shocked. She pointed at the painting in shock and motioned to her sister Xu Shiqing to look at it. The two of them were stunned on the spot at the same time, dumbfounded. The setting sun is still the same sunset, and the river is still the same river. But the feeling it gave them was completely different. Sister, what is going on? We painted it clearly. Xu Shiqing turned to look at her younger sister, who was equally astonished and shocked. Xu Wei's face was blank. She thought of something and her expression suddenly changed. Taking a deep breath, she spoke with a tone of disbelief. After dinner last night, I saw him standing in front of the drawing board for a long time. Who is he? Xu Shiqing was a little confused. Xu Wei rolled her eyes. Who else besides Xu Hao? This isn't possible. Xu Shiqing's eyes widened, full of suspicion. She admitted that the man was very talented in business, but could he draw? The sisters had never seen Xu Hao draw before, and there were no drawing tools in the house. As for the level of this painting, it would never be possible without decades of accumulation. Then tell me who else besides him. For a moment, the two sisters fell into silence at the same time. Noon. Xu Hao picked up Wang Zuying and came to a private restaurant. While driving, he noticed a little tail following behind him. You don't need to think about it to know that it is the protagonist named Chen Mo. He didn't care. If you want to follow, just follow, it will just happen to allow him to harvest a wave. In the taxi, the driver looked at the co-pilot Chen Mo with pity. It's so pitiful to wear a green hat at such a young age. Sighing, he patted Chen Mo's shoulder and comforted him. Little brother, if you want to be more open-minded, if you want to live a decent life, how can you not bring some green? Chen Mo's face turned dark when he heard this. But somehow, when the driver said this, he really felt that the top of his head was green. Although the relationship between him and teacher Wang is not deep, today is the first time they have met in 3 years. But he has regarded this beautiful, generous and kind-hearted teacher Wang as his woman. Chen Mo paid the fare with a cold face and followed him away without looking back. Ding Chen Mo is in a depressed mood, his mood value is +423. Zuying, please, be casual and don't be polite to me. On the table, after the waiter brought all the dishes, Xu Hao greeted Wang Zuying. After a friendly conversation, the title changed from Teacher Wang to the Dear Zuying. Wang Zuying smiled shyly. After getting along for a while, she was no longer as cautious about Xu Hao, a big shot. Zuying, you're the instructor of poetry and painting, so you should know something about their lives, right? I want to ask if they have been harassed at school. While Xu Hao was eating, he asked Wang Zuying about his daughter's relationship issues. Although he had asked his 2 daughters in the morning, to be on the safe side, he wanted to confirm with the instructor. It was also during the previous conversation that he found out. This teacher Wang is not only her daughter's teacher, but also their professional counselor. Wang Zuying was slightly startled, and then she understood after thinking about it. The owner, Xu Hao, was worried that his daughter would be deceived. After thinking about it carefully, Wang Zuying shook her head. Both of them are school beauties. They had many suitors, but they were all rejected. After listening to her words, Xu Hao was completely relieved. That's good, please help Zuying keep an eye on them. At their age, I'm afraid they will be deceived. After a pause, he said half-jokingly. The same goes for you. If there is a blind person at school who gives you trouble, you tell me and I will help you teach him a lesson. Wang Zuying showed a bright smile and nodded. Xu Hao is really as polite and easygoing as the rumors say. Unlike some big bosses who put on airs based on their status. Next, while the two were eating, they brought the tool man's daughter out to talk about something, and the atmosphere was harmonious. During this period, Chen Mo's emotional value would pop up from time to time, but Xu Hao just smiled and ignored it. After finishing the meal, the two of them walked out of the private restaurant. At this time, Xu Hao noticed a slope of stone stairs ahead. With a thought in his heart, he inadvertently found a topic to attract Wang Zuying's attention. By the way, Zuying. Wang Zuying turned her head and looked at him doubtfully. Because I have been busy at work, I have had some conflicts with my daughters. I want to try my best to make up for them now. I hope you can help and put in a good word. It's really a good idea to let this teacher say good things to him in front of his daughter. So that's what happened, no problem. Mr. Xu manages such a big company, I think they will understand. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Zuying suddenly felt that her feet were empty, and she lost her center of gravity and fell forward. In panic, she saw the sharp edges of the steps in front of her and turned pale with fear. If this is hit hard, the damage will be light, but if it hits your head, it will feel cold. Just when she closed her eyes, not daring to accept the fate of being injured, she felt her waist tighten, and her whole body was dragged forward uncontrollably. Finally fell into a broad embrace. Chapter 20, Driving a Wedge Between the Male and Female Protagonists. The hostess's thanks. Unexpected body pain caused by the fall, I opened my eyes and found that I was still standing. Only then did Wang Zuying's hanging heart drop. Thinking of the frightening moment just now, she couldn't help but feel scared. She felt relaxed, and that's when she realized it. He was in a warm embrace, his hands still hooked around the man's neck. Brush. Feeling the masculine aura coming towards her face, Wang Zuying's pretty face quickly covered with 2 wisps of red clouds. She spoke with a slight stutter. Thank you, Mr. Xu. This was the first time she had such close contact with the opposite S*X, and her little heart kept beating. Ding. Wang Zuying is flustered, her mood value is plus 666. As long as you're okay. Xu Hao felt the touch of this beautiful teacher and the protagonist's stepmother. The palm was taken back from her waist without any trace. The innocent character cannot be destroyed. Otherwise, if you fall into the same reputation as the third young master in the previous life, you will lose more than you gain. Ding. Chen Mo's heart is on fire, his mood value is plus 777. Ding. Chen Mo is filled with hatred, his emotional value is plus 888. Only 2 steps away from them, Chen Mo's hand that was about to catch Wang Zuying froze in midair. He looked at the 2 people hugging each other with dull eyes. Just now he saw Wang Zuying fall, he didn't care to hide it, and rushed out like flying. I have to say, he is very fast. According to the trajectory of Wang Zuying's fall, he was able to save her at the last moment. Unexpectedly, Xu Hao had a hand in it. Such a perfect opportunity for a hero to save a beauty was cut off by him. Seeing the beautiful goddess teacher being hugged by a man, how could Chen Mo not be angry? How could he not be angry? Feeling the hands on her waist loosen, Wang Zuying took a step back and distanced herself. The blush on his face lingered for a long time. His eyes dodged, not daring to look directly into Xu Hao's eyes. She glanced wildly, trying to find a topic to ease her embarrassment. Just like that, she noticed Chen Mo under the stairs and asked, slightly stunned. Why are you here too? As soon as the words came out of her mouth, she realized something was wrong. What does this question sound like? This is not a secret place. Isn't it normal for others to be here? It looked like I was discovered dating someone. Chen Mo showed a forced smile. I happened to be passing by here and saw you, Teacher Wang. A pair of angry eyes stared at Xu Hao. Ah. Wang Zuying waved her hands quickly. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Xu and I just went out to have a meal and talk about some work-related matters. Chen Mo's eyes were complicated. If he hadn't been following her all the way, Wang Zuying would have explained it this way. He really thought that the 2 of them were here for a date. Etc. At this time, Xu Hao suddenly spoke. He thought for a while and pretended to suddenly realize it. When we were driving here just now, there was a taxi following us. Is that you in the passenger seat? This beautiful teacher has become his prey, and the protagonist doesn't even have to think about it. First let's drive a wedge between the 2 people. Sure enough, Wang Zuying's face changed slightly after hearing his words. He looked at Chen Mo with suspicion on his face. Chen Mo was so angry that he forced a smile. Isn't it noon? I'm here to eat too. I didn't expect to be with you, he. Oh, Xu Hao said, as if she believed what he said. Chen Mo scolded Xu Hao thousands of times in his heart. Wang Zuying's eyes became strange. Chen Mo's explanation was too strong and his words were inconsistent. If it wasn't accidental, then Chen Mo was following them deliberately. With his identity as Xu Hao and not knowing him, he was following himself. Why is Chen Mo following her? Wang Zuying couldn't help but think of some news on the internet. Some people who have been released from prison have become psychologically twisted and abnormal, and have thoughts of revenge against society. Although she is not so narcissistic that she looks beautiful every day, she still has no doubts about her appearance. She thought that a man who had just been released from prison was following her, probably coveting her beauty. Wang Zuying shuddered and couldn't help but take a step back and get closer to Xu Hao. The corner of Chen Mo's mouth twitched. Was your last move serious? Such a small move can still cause so much harm. Knowing that Wang Zuying was beginning to doubt him, he wanted to explain, but couldn't. Could it be that I knew you were going to have dinner with Xu Hao because I was worried that you would be bullied by this guy, so I followed you? What's their relationship? Not that intimate yet. Chen Mo's eyes fell on Xu Hao again. It was this guy who caused his relationship with Teacher Wang to become estranged. Zuying, let's go, I'll take you back to school. Fortunately, you're okay. Otherwise, I would be too guilty if I took you out to eat and caused you to fall. No, it was obviously my fault. The 2 came to the parking lot, got in the car, and left. Until he saw the car shadow disappearing in the distance, Chen Mo was still stunned on the spot, clenching his fists. His eyes were deep, and **ling intent surged through him. After 3 years of hard training with his master, he is no longer the submissive college student. He didn't let go of any of the people who bullied him in prison. Don't let me find a chance, otherwise I will kill you. 021 Kill two birds with one stone. Xu Hao reaps the benefits. Chapter 21. Kill two birds with one stone. Xu Hao reaps the benefits. The car arrived at the school gate. Before Wang Zuying got out of the car, Xu Hao stopped her and thrust a gift box into her hand. Please take more care of the poetry and painting. It's a small gift. I hope you don't mind. This I can't accept it. Taking care of them is what I should do. Wang Zuying quickly refused. One size fits all, just keep it, Zuying, it's not a valuable thing. Xu Hao was determined. You've collected my things and you still don't take things seriously. It's up to you to shorten the time it takes for your daughter to recognize me as her father. Wang Zuying really didn't want to accept it. As a teacher, she is beautiful, and people give her gifts every now and then. But she didn't confiscate any of them. Thinking that Xu Hao had saved her just now, it would be really bad to resolutely refuse. She happened to hear Xu Hao say it was worthless, so she reluctantly accepted it. Don't worry, Mr. Xu, I will help explain the poetry and painting. Feeling a little sorry, Wang Zuying promised Xu Hao before leaving. Xu Hao did not return to the company, but asked his secretary to pick him up. Now the company has suspended many projects. The large amount of funds in hand can be used to enter other industries. Xu Hao is preparing to go on an industry inspection. In the car, Secretary Li Kun reported the investigated information about Chen Mo while driving. Xu Hao was sitting in the back seat, also holding a document in his hand and reading it. Name: Chen Mo, gender, male, age, 25, home address, Yangguang Street, Nanchang District. 3 years ago, Chen Mo was sentenced to 3 years in prison for raping his female classmate. What happened was that Chen Mo offended Lu Fei, the young master of the Lu family, and caused a premeditated revenge. After being imprisoned, Chen Mo was bullied and eventually became a disciple of an old prison bully in the prison. The old man was the leader of the gang of brothers in the underground world of Nanchang. He was betrayed by his subordinates and sent to prison. After being released from prison, Chen Mo did not go home, but found a job as a waiter in a bar. After reading this information, Xu Hao fell into deep thought. A picture appeared in my mind. The protagonist was framed and imprisoned by a rich second generation, and met the golden-fingered grandfather in prison. After 3 years of apprenticeship, Raptor was released from prison and sought revenge from the rich second generation. Pursue the school beauty and teacher, and inherit the master's estate. He wakes up and holds the power of the world, but he lies drunk on the knees of a beautiful woman. According to the routine of internet articles, as expected, this is the main line of development of Chen Mo. But that's without him. Since the two sides are destined to be enemies, Xu Hao cannot let him grow up. But with his current strength, it is still a bit unsafe to deal with the protagonist without relying on the relationship on the surface. We can't be tough, we have to take a long-term approach. After reviewing Chen Mo's development trajectory, Xu Hao's eyes gradually returned to focus, and an idea slowly emerged. The Lu family and the Brotherhood are the top forces in Nanchang. The difference is, one is on the surface, the other is secretly. Why doesn't he instigate the two sides to fight to the death? When they both suffered losses, he, the fisherman, came out to clean up the situation together. What industry has he been looking for companies to get into these days? It just so happens that the Lu family's new energy vehicles are pretty good. As the times develop and people's living standards improve, fuel vehicles will gradually be replaced by electric vehicles. It can be said that you will never lose money by investing in new energy vehicles. Xu Hao's eyes are getting brighter and brighter. Not only can they find someone to deal with the protagonist, but they also find another development direction for the Xu group. Kill two birds with one stone, kill two birds with one stone. As for how to design a fight between the Lu family and the Brotherhood, no need to worry at all. Lu Fei from the Lu family framed the protagonist. As long as the protagonist is released from prison and becomes very strong, he will be notified of the news of revenge. Both sides will naturally fight to the death. Xu Hao had to sigh. What a cheat. Such a son offended someone he shouldn't have offended, and ended up with his family being ruined. Fortunately my 7 daughters are all sensible. Suddenly, his expression froze. I almost forgot that I also have a son of the protagonist. It seems that the end will be even more tragic. Xu Hao's good mood disappeared all of a sudden. I made up my mind. When the rebellious protagonist returns in 2.5 years, I must give him a big surprise. He shook his head and suppressed these thoughts for the time being. What he has to do now is to inform Mr. Liu of the news. In this way, he can reap the benefits. Xu Hao's eyes couldn't help but fall on a name on the document in his hand. Shang Yu. She is the female classmate that Chen Mo saved from the second-generation rich Lu Fei. Finally, he bites back and accuses him of raping a woman. In fact, she was still one of Lu Fei's female companions at that time. But later I got tired of playing and was dumped by Lu Fei. It can be used as a chess piece to pass the microphone. No need to go back to the company. Xu Hao immediately gave orders to Li Kun, who was driving. Now that we have found the direction of new energy vehicles, there is no need to rush to find other industries. I have to go back and plan carefully. Otutu is the most beautiful teacher's wife already owned tiger father has no dog daughter. Chapter 22, is the most beautiful teacher's wife married tiger father has no dog daughter. But Wang Zuying returned to school. He collided head-on with a female teacher in the same office. Seeing the gift box in her hand, the female teacher seemed to have discovered a new world and said in an exaggerated tone, "Oh my God, what did I find? The most beautiful teacher in our university is finally married. College life is very boring. Students who do good things hold a vote for the most beautiful girl in the school." This is how the title of School Beauty was born. Female students have rankings, and female teachers are certainly no exception. A list of the most beautiful teachers has been compiled. Wang Zuying has the highest number of votes. Originally, there were many people pursuing Wang Zuying. With this most beautiful title of teacher, there are more suitors. You can see people queuing up outside the office almost every day to give gifts to Wang Zuying. But Wang Zuying never accepted those gifts. But today, she actually saw Wang Zuying coming back carrying a gift. This shows what? The most beautiful teacher finally accepted a certain suitor and fell in love. Wang Zuying was a little confused, but then she realized that she had misunderstood. "You misunderstood, this was given to me by a friend." She can only explain it as a friend. Could it be said that it was given by Xu Hao, one of the school directors? If you really say this, scandals will be everywhere the next day. Shocked, the most beautiful teacher actually did this kind of thing to the school director in order to get a higher position. The most beautiful teacher appears to be noble and rejects everyone's pursuit, but secretly he is the school director's beautiful dog. Thinking of that face full of mature charm and the deep sense of security in his arms, Wang Zuying's heartbeat accelerated for no reason. Shake your head and put away these distracting thoughts. Whether it's for Xu Hao's reputation or her own reputation, she can't say that. But the female teacher didn't believe it at all. He also gave her a, "You understand, I understand, everyone understands," smile. So who is the lucky guy who wins the heart of our great beauty Zuying? Wang Zuying was helpless. She knew she wouldn't believe anything he said, so she had no choice but to ignore him. Return to your office seat, pick up your textbooks and prepare lessons. But she always couldn't help but look at the gift box in front of her. I'm curious what the worthless gift Xu Hao is talking about. Unable to resist her curiosity, Wang Zuying took the gift box and opened it. A pen lies quietly inside. The pen is very delicate, with a streamlined arc that makes people unable to take their eyes away. She picked up the pen and shook it. It felt great in her hand and she felt like she couldn't put it down. Hey, this is the latest model from Montblanc. The sudden sound in her ears startled Wang Zuying, and her hand shook and she almost threw the pen away. Turning around, I found that the female teacher just now appeared behind me at some point. At this time, she was staring at the pen in her hand with a pair of shining eyes. Wang Zuying's heart moved. "Xiao Yun, do you know this pen?" "Certainly." The female teacher called. Xiao Yun patted her airport-like chest. "This pen is a new model launched by Montblanc in September this year. It is limited to 100 pieces worldwide." Wang Zuying's heart thumped, and she had a bad premonition. "Then how much is this pen worth?" Xiao Yun glanced at her in surprise, and then said with envy, 188,888, of course that's not the most important thing. It is limited globally and many people who want to buy it cannot buy it. Isn't your boyfriend too arrogant? This is a limited edition gift. When will you bring it out for me to see? Wang Zuying didn't listen to what she said next, her head was buzzing at this time. Thinking of when she accepted the gift, Xu Liang's words still rang in her ears. A gadget not worth much. Co-authoring does not consider 200,000 yuan as money, right? Wang Zuying quickly put away the pen. No, this is too valuable. I want to return it. She took out her mobile phone, hurried to the office, found Xu Hao's number and dialed it. Mr. Xu, your gift is too expensive, I can't. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Xu Hao. There is no reason to take back the gift I gave you. If you don't like it, just throw it away. Having said this, what else can Wang Zuying say? What's more, Xu Hao was right. In the face of his tens of billions of net worth, a gift of 200,000 yuan is indeed worthless. If you feel sorry for yourself, please help me take care of the poetry and painting. First he verbally refused to return it, and then he gave her a reason. As soon as she picked it up and put it down, Wang Zuying's idea of returning the pen completely faded. After hanging up the phone and recalling Xu Hao's words in her mind, Wang Zuying immediately planned to find the two school beauties. Xu Shiqing and Xu Huayi did not live with other students, but lived in the school apartment. Bang bang. Hearing a knock on the door, Xu Huayi opened the door in confusion. Seeing Wang Zuying, Xu Huayi couldn't help but be curious. Teacher Wang, do you have anything to do with us? It's like this. I heard that you participated in the school's art exhibition, so I wanted to come over and ask about it. How's it going? Do you hope to get first place? Wang Zuying was invited into the house. Seeing this, Xu Shiqing poured her a glass of boiling water. Didn't Teacher Zhang tell you? Say what? My sister showed her the work. She has already decided that her sister's work will be the first place, and she will also take it to the national painting competition. Wang Zuying was stunned for a while. Is she a student with such a high talent for painting? He even used it to participate in the national competition. Although shocked, she still congratulated her heartily. Being praised by Teacher Zhang means that you are good at poetry and painting. Congratulations. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. As expected, the tiger father has no dog daughter. The 7 daughters of the Xu family are all outstanding. After being praised by the teacher, the two sisters had unnatural expressions. If it was really their painting, they would be very excited to take it to the national competition. They didn't draw it. Picking up the water glass and taking a sip, Wang Zuying revealed the purpose of her trip. By the way, I'm looking for you this time because I have something to tell you. 023 The Mysterious Father in the Eyes of His Daughter. Start layout. Chapter 23 The Mysterious Father in the Eyes of His Daughter. Start layout. Cough. Seeing the two sisters looking at her curiously, Wang Zuying coughed and said, I asked you about your family's situation before, and you said that your family members are busy with work and don't care about you. I heard your tone of voice was a bit complaining. Actually, what the teacher wants to tell you is that your family members have their own difficulties, and you should understand them. Listening to the teacher talk about business, the sisters were quite serious at first. Then his expression gradually became weird. Does Xu Hao really have any difficulties? Anyway, they didn't feel it at all. Since Xu Hao became a well-known entrepreneur, he has indeed participated in charity activities and done many good things. Be gentle and courteous in front of outsiders. But after returning home, he became moody. Beating and scolding them at every turn. In their opinion, Xu Hao's gentle and elegant image was all disguised by him. What he looks like at home is his true face. I have to say that my daughters see it very clearly. But not long ago, the two sisters were somewhat shaken by their ideas. Xu Hao actually changed from his previous indifference and began to care about them. What shocked them the most was the painting he modified. Refined and easy-going outside, moody and changeable at home. There is also a higher level of painting than those painters who have studied for decades and are as calm as water. Such complex temperaments converge in one person. In their eyes, Xu Hao suddenly became covered with a layer of mist and became mysterious. Listening to the counselor in front of them constantly saying good things about Xu Hao, the two sisters couldn't help but interrupt. Teacher Wang, have you met him? They still couldn't say the word, Dad. Wang Zuying was stunned for a moment, then nodded. After I said hello to you in the morning, I saw your father when I went out. Speaking of this, her eyes looked a little resentful. It's all because these two little guys didn't explain it clearly to her. It caused her, a teacher, to accuse the school director on the spot. So embarrassing. We chatted for a while, and he regretted that he had been busy with work and neglected his family. And he said that he would never do it again in the future, and would try his best to make it up to you, and also asked me to take more care of you at school. The two sisters were stunned when they heard this. Xu Hao's attitude towards them was a bit strange before, giving them pocket money and sending them to school. Now they are looking for teachers to take care of them. Could it be? The two sisters looked at each other. Xu Hao has really changed for the better. Laugh. A van parked at the gate of a community. There was a burly man sitting in the driver's seat. A rough estimate is that he is 2 meters tall. The muscles all over the body are bulging, full of explosive power. He is Xu Hao's executioner in the dark. Old Mo the butcher. Today, he followed Xu Hao's instructions to persuade a woman. He kept his eyes on the door of the community and showed great patience. Finally, he saw a woman with heavy makeup coming out of the community. I picked up the photo and compared it, and I was sure it was Shang Yu. Just as Shang Yu passed the van door suddenly opened. A hand reached out and pulled the petite girl inside. When Shang Yu reacted, he found that he was already in the car. There were 2 majestic men in front of her, and she looked frightened. He opened his mouth to scream, but was blocked by a hand. If you dare to shout out, we will kill you. One of the big men stared at Tong Ling and said viciously. The 2 of them are members of the Blood Slaughter Society, Lao Mo's subordinates. Shang Yu didn't know what this group of people were going to do, so he quickly shut up and nodded in horror. You two, don't scare the little girl. At this time, a voice came from the driver's seat. The 2 big men suddenly became well-behaved. Shang Yu Shu and Sheng looked at him and saw a strong man, even bigger and stronger. She was terrified. Little girl, don't be afraid, we just want to do something with you. As long as you do a good job, this is your reward. Lao Mo took out a black plastic bag and opened a crack. It was full of money. A rough estimate is 500,000. Little girl Shang Yu was about to cry. Have you ever asked for help? It almost scared her to death. But when she saw the bag of banknotes, there was deep longing in her eyes. Later, Lao Mo told the little girl what Xu Hao said. That unfortunate guy is out of jail. Shang Yu was very surprised after hearing this. From the strong man's words, she learned that the guy she framed and imprisoned 3 years ago came out. He also learned a SK*LL. Although she always acted according to Lu Fei's wishes. But if that Chen Mo takes revenge, he will never let her go. What the strong man asked her to do was to tell Lu Fei, the young master of the Lu family, the news. By the way, let me add some extra flair. How powerful Chen Mo has become now, how much he wants to take revenge on them, and even wants to kill their whole family to vent his anger. After learning the news, Shang Yu couldn't help but worry about revenge. Even if the strong man doesn't give money, she is still willing to go to Lu Fei. After all, this is also related to her life and safety. And now that she has money, she is even more motivated. She assured tremblingly, brother, don't worry, I will definitely handle this matter. Okay, this is a deposit of 100,000. I will give it all to you after you finish things. Shang Yu took the money and felt incredible. She actually got money from these vicious guys. She felt incredible. Just when she was about to leave, a cold voice came. Remember what to say and what not to say. If you reveal this matter, not only you, but also your whole family and the people around you will not be able to escape our revenge. Brother, don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this even if I die. Shang Yu could no longer suppress the fear in his heart. Tears streamed down, and I was actually scared to cry. Lao Mo waved his hand and signaled his 2 men to let him go. It wasn't until he saw the van disappearing that Shang Yu collapsed to the ground as if exhausted. The outside world is too dangerous. After she decided to finish this matter, she stayed at home. 024 When the villain confronts the protagonist, they are all chess pieces on the chessboard. Chapter 24. When the villain confronts the protagonist, they are all chess pieces on the chessboard. Although Shang Yu was abandoned by Lu Fei, she had been with him for a while before. Know where he usually plays. Shang Yu came to a club where Lu Fei often went. After waiting at the door for a day, I finally met Lu Fei himself. Seeing a woman in his arms, Shang Yu's eyes flashed with resentment. It was this hateful guy who abandoned her without mercy. At that time, she agreed to help the strong man without hesitation. In addition to the strong man who is afraid of being silenced and retaliated, and who is afraid of being offended, there is still money to be had. Hatred for Lu Fei is also a factor. Judging from the fact that those strong men wanted to deal with Chen Mo and frame the dowry. That unlucky guy is definitely not simple. She wished that Chen Mo and Lu Fei would bite each other like dogs, both of them would suffer, and they would not have a good death. In order to get this thing done, Shang Yu gritted his teeth. With a pop sound, she slapped herself hard on the face. He ran to Lu Fei in great embarrassment. Lu Fei was in a good mood with the beautiful woman in his arms. When he saw a slightly familiar woman with an embarrassed face appearing in front of him, he immediately frowned. Brother Fei, I'm Shang Yu, I have something very important to tell you. Shang Yu. Lu Fei remembered, wasn't this the woman he got tired of playing with and dumped? Why did you come to him? Before he could speak, the woman in his arms spoke first. Brother Fei, is this your ex-girlfriend? Look at how miserable this mess is, isn't it? With a coquettish tone, he glanced at Shang Yu with contempt. Then he knelt in Lu Fei's arms intimately. Shang Yuxin curled his lips. What are you pretending to be in front of me? Before long, you will also be abandoned. She has her own business and is too lazy to talk nonsense with a stupid woman here. He immediately looked anxious. Brother Fei, the guy from 3 years ago came out and beat me up. Lu Fei didn't react for a while. With an arrogant and domineering character like his, he would forget about it after he finished dealing with people. Not to mention it was 3 years ago. It was only after Shang Yu reminded him that he remembered. He curled his lips, somewhat disapprovingly. 3 years ago, that stupid young man spoiled his good confession and sent him to jail for 3 years to gain his advantage. I happened to meet that guy yesterday, and he beat me up hard and said it wasn't over yet. He seemed to have learned some SK*LLS there, and suddenly became very powerful. He threatened to take revenge for our frame-up 3 years ago. He also said he would. At this point, Shang Yu stopped talking. He raised his head and looked at Lu Fei's face, and sure enough he found that Lu Fei's face was gloomy. What else did he say? He said he came out just for revenge. Unless he kill your whole family and makes your life worse than death, he swears that he will not be a human. Boom. Thunder exploded in Lu Fei's mind, and his face turned extremely ugly. On weekdays, he takes care of too many people. How is the result so far? He is still alive and well. Originally, he disdained these incompetent and angry guys. But talking about destroying his whole family and making his life worse than death completely angered him. He has such an arrogant and domineering character, how can he stand these words? Lu Fei immediately became angry. He didn't doubt Shang Yu's words at all. Shang Yu had no reason and didn't dare to lie to herself. Okay, you said I would kill my whole family. It seems I was too soft-hearted at the beginning. Lu Fei looked at Shang Yu with a gloomy look in his eyes and asked. Do you know where he is now? Shang Yu shrank his neck. I met him yesterday at the door of a small bar. He was wearing a bartender's clothes. Okay, take me there, I want to kill him. After thinking about it, Lu Fei picked up the phone and made a call. Uncle Shang, if you encounter a little trouble, send a dozen people over. Under the leadership of Shang Yu, Lu Fei led a group of people to a small bar. Chen Mo did not go home after he was released from prison, nor did he follow his master's instructions to join the brothers' gang. Although he has changed a lot in the past 3 years, he still feels a little disgusted with being a black man. So he planned to find a job first. It happened that this bar was recruiting people, so he applied for the job. Chen, brother Chen, someone is looking for you. Have you offended someone? Suddenly, a chubby figure ran over in a panic. Chen Mo frowned. What's up? The fat man was about to speak, but he quickly shut up and looked ahead in horror. I saw that the group of people had already poured in. Chen Mo's pupils shrank, and he recognized the leader Lu Fei at a glance. And the woman who bit him back before was hiding behind a group of people. A murderous intention arose in his heart. Lu Fei also recognized Chen Mo. Although he has matured a bit compared to 3 years ago, he still has the same ordinary face. Haha, isn't this classmate Chen? I'm here to congratulate you on your release from prison. Lu Fei said with a smile. I wonder what it's been like to be in prison for the past 3 years. Thanks to Mr. Lu, it's okay. The corner of Chen Mo's mouth twitched, and he suppressed the murderous intention in his heart and said coldly. It's okay, right then, do you want me to send you in for a few more years? Lu Fei smiled with a knife hidden in his smile, then his words suddenly changed and he waved his big hand. A horse-riding thing like a waste, dare to threaten to kill my whole family and make my life worse than death. Fuck me, beat me hard, just let me breathe. Upon hearing his young master's order, a dozen thugs rushed towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo was stunned for a moment. When did you say you would kill his whole family? Although this was what he was thinking, he never said it out loud. At this time, he had no time to think about it. A group of thugs rushed over. Chen Mo snorted coldly, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and looked contemptuously. There are just a bunch of rotten sweet potatoes and stinky bird eggs, and you still want to deal with him. Do you really think he was 3 years ago? Seeing that the first thug was about to rush in front of him, he clenched his fists with 5 fingers. A punch hit the thug hard on the chest. Click. There was a crisp sound in the air. The thug's face was distorted, and he flew backwards uncontrollably. Knocked down several thugs who rushed up. Next, Chen Mo was like a tiger swarming a flock of sheep, punching a child. A group of thugs were knocked to the ground within a few seconds, unable to get up. 025 The protagonist who can't be more handsome than 3 seconds. The tragic fate of the protagonist. Chapter 25. The protagonist who is no more handsome than 3 seconds. The tragic fate of the protagonist. Among the group of people who came to look for trouble, only 3 people were left standing. One is naturally Lu Fei, and there are 2 women. Tap tap tap. Chen Mo silently walked towards Lu Fei step by step with murderous intent boiling in his eyes. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. Seeing the culprit who framed him in the first place trembling in front of him, I felt so happy. You, what are you going to do? Don't come over. Chen Mo was approaching him, and Lu Fei could only retreat with a look of horror on his face. He never expected it. The stupid young man 3 years ago has become so powerful now. More than a dozen thugs were beaten so hard that they couldn't even stand up. Thinking of what Shang Yu said to him. This Chen Mo wants to avenge the frame-up 3 years ago, kill his whole family, and make his life worse than death. Lu Fei couldn't help but feel fear in his heart, and his whole body was shaking. Every time Chen Mo takes a step forward, he takes a step back. Until his back hit the wall, he had no retreat. Under Chen Mo's unparalleled momentum, Lu Fei was at a loss. My crotch felt cold, and I was so scared that I peed. Chen Mo was even more disdainful when he saw this. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Lu Fei's neck fiercely. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Keep being arrogant. Snapped. A slap hit him hard on the face. Immediately afterwards, there was another backhand slap. Lu Fei's cheeks swelled rapidly. Seeing the begging for mercy in his eyes, Chen Mo laughed out loud, as if he was crazy. 3 years, do you know how I got here in the past 3 years? I don't want to come out and kill you all the time. Lu Fei's eyes bulged, his legs and feet kicked wildly, and the hand holding his throat almost made him suffocate. Just when he thought he was going to die, Chen Mo let go of his hand. Lu Fei fell to the ground, gasping for air. Although I really want to kill the guy in front of me, I can't do it now. This is a legal society, and murder must be paid with life. It's really not worth it to trade your life with this scumbag. Find another opportunity in the future. His eyes fell on the 2 women. To be precise, looking at Shang Yu among them. It's this woman. He tried to save her, but she bit him back and beat him up. Shang Yu was also afraid. I somewhat regret doing this. Although she was scared, she did not say anything about what someone had instigated. Compared to the guy in front of me, those big guys were even more terrifying. Those are all promiscuous people who dare to kill people if they disagree with each other. You should be lucky that I don't hit women, but don't think that this matter is over. I will settle the score with you later. Now get out of here. After teaching Lu Fei a lesson, Chen Mo felt much better and waved his hand in a pretentious manner. Swish swish swish. A group of police officers rushed in. It turned out that someone saw a fight here and called the police. What happened? Everyone, get down and don't move. The leading middle-aged police officer glanced at the whole place, frowned and said solemnly. Chen Mo looked ugly. It was great just now, but now trouble is coming. Blessings come in pairs, misfortunes never come alone. But at this moment, Lu Fei, who had been beaten into a pig's head by him, suddenly started shouting. Uncle Hu, arrest him, he almost k***led me. When he saw the leading police officer arriving, Lu Fei's eyes lit up, he pointed at Chen Mo and shouted. This guy is too dangerous, we must catch him. It's better never to release it. The police officer known as Uncle Hu nodded without leaving a trace and waved his hand. Catch him. Two police officers stepped forward and handcuffed Chen Mo. Chen Mo didn't resist. His eyes were stubborn and unconvinced. They were the ones who hit me first. I was just acting in self-defense. Why did you arrest me? We will naturally investigate who hit whom, and bring them all back to me. Chen Mo was unwilling to give in, but there was no other way. He had no choice but to be taken away. He wasn't afraid of these people, but if he dared to resist, these people would pull out their guns without permission. Just when Chen Mo was about to be pushed into the car, Lu Fei, who looked like a pig's head, walked up to him. He said in a voice that only two people could hear, "Boy, you're dead. Growing up, no one has hit me, but you are the first. Don't worry, I won't let you die easily, I will make your life worse than death." His eyes were full of spite. Chen Mo felt a chill in his heart and had a bad feeling. Later, both men were taken into a police car. "Can you give me your cell phone and I'll make a call?" Chen Mo began to think of a solution. He regretted being too impulsive just now. If he was brought into the bureau, with the Lu family's connections, he would become a piece of cake on the chopping board. I can only let myself be slaughtered. At this time, he thought of the Brotherhood. The Brothers gang has great influence in Nanchang and has a wide range of contacts. There should be a way to rescue him. If I had known, I would have gone directly to the Good Brothers gang as soon as I came out. Now the other party doesn't even know who he is. You still want to call someone? After beating Mr. Lu like that, you'd better pray that you can survive. Chen Mo's heart sank. These people are all subordinates of the police officer named Hu. And he was wearing a pair of pants with that Lu Fei, and the uneasiness in Chen Mo's heart became even stronger. Next, a group of people were brought back to the bureau. Chen Mo was taken to the interrogation room, but Lu Fei was fine. Taking advantage of him being unable to resist now, Lu Fei beat him severely. Let him endure 100 times the torture. Ding Chen Mo is furious, his mood value is plus 666. Ding Chen Mo felt sad and angry, his mood value was plus 888. 026 The protagonist's stepmother who can't stand it. Favor from the heroine. Chapter 26, The protagonist's stepmother who can't stand it. Favor from the heroine. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Xu Group CEO's office. Xu Hao was sitting at his desk, looking at the message from his secretary Li Kun about the 3 shareholders. The shareholder Li Ping was targeted first. The Blood Massacre Society had already used her son as a trap and lost hundreds of millions in the casino. Of course, he didn't have that much money, so it was all IOUs. Now we have to come to collect the debt. What, your son's IOUs are all here, how dare you refuse to acknowledge them? Tell me, should I break the leg or the arm first? Li Ping's family couldn't afford to tangle with a group of local ruffians. Even if you call the police or go through legal procedures, it will be useless. It was an IOU signed by her son, written in black and white, and signed with his handprint. They have no choice but to admit defeat. When he was desperate, he had no choice but to seek help from himself. Xu Hao edits a message and sends it. Close the net. Next is the second shareholder Lu Qinghong. The words directed at him were simple. Go to his company's construction site to cause an accident, and then wantonly smear it online. Find some people to accuse him of forced demolitions and forced purchases, find workers to expose that he is owed wages. Lao Mo had already arranged the manpower, and all he needed was Xu Hao to give the order. As for the third shareholder Zheng Shuilin, Xu Hao has not taken action against him yet because he is worried about being noticed by someone who is interested. But it's a matter of time. It is imperative to take back the shares, and Xu Hao will never allow it. There are factors beyond his control. Bang bang. At this moment, 2 slight knocks on the door sounded. Xu Hao put away the information and spoke calmly. Come in. With a click, the office door was pushed open. It's not Secretary Li Kun, but a beautiful figure with a graceful figure, Sha Qingge. Today, Sha Qingge wore a professional skirt. Wearing high-heeled shoes on her feet and connecting them to a pair of high heels, she looks mysterious and S**XY. I have to say that he is indeed a top student from a higher education institution. No, I should say, she is worthy of being the heroine. The ability to adapt is strong. In just a few days, he transformed from a fledgling college student to a qualified white-collar worker. Xu Hao considers that some people were fired not long ago, and most of the company's positions are vacant. Seeing Xia Qingge's serious work attitude, he promoted her to the position of financial director. Xia Qingge came here to report to Xu Hao. Mr. Xu the company's financial expenditures in the past month. After entering the office, Xia Qingge gently closed the door and began to report on her work. Although privately, he has an uncle and a son. But when working, do not mix in any emotion. Xu Hao sat on the office chair and looked at her quietly. Xu Hao was very satisfied after hearing her detailed report on the company's financial situation. The idea in my heart became more and more confirmed. These female protagonists are very capable. If you can conquer them all and bring them into the company, will definitely become his right-hand man. Feeling a little sleepy, Xu Hao yawned and stretched himself. This is all the result of last night's busy work. Although he is 50 years old, he is braver than young people, fighting until midnight every day. The result was Su Wancho, a strong woman and a workaholic who used to stay in the beauty salon from morning to night. Nowadays, I only go to work in the afternoon. Fortunately, she is already mature, and she is between 30 like a wolf and 40 like a tiger. Otherwise, she would have called the police long ago if she did this every day. Even so, the body is a little overwhelmed. Su Wancho opened her mouth more than once but stopped talking. Can the frequency be less? Or you can find a sister. Can you please stop catching me collecting wool alone? After Xia Qingge finished reporting his work, he saw that Xu Hao was a little depressed and said something in his heart. Mr. Xu, I have learned massage to relieve fatigue. I see that you are a little lethargic. How about I give you a massage? Oh Qingge, do you also know how to massage? Xu Hao was a little surprised. Well, I know a little bit. Xia Qingge nodded. In fact, I watched a video tutorial online. Just press it yourself when you feel sleepy. Seeing that Xu Hao did not refuse, she put down the documents and walked behind Xu Hao. Putting her green hands on Xu Hao's shoulders, she kneaded them gently. Xu Hao breathed out a breath. It's so refreshing to have a beautiful girl massage me when I'm tired. If it weren't for the lack of suitable candidates, Xu Hao would have replaced Li Kun's secretary long ago. Having a man next to you is too awkward and an eyesore. Mr. Xu, is the intensity still appropriate? Standing behind Xu Hao, Xia Qingge's cheeks turned slightly red. This was the first time she gave a man a massage. Okay, the workmanship is good. When it's just the two of us, there's no need to call us Mr. Xu. It's too unfamiliar. Just call me uncle. If I get used to calling him Mr. Xu now, it will be a lot less fun when we have close interactions together in the future. But calling him uncle is different. Okay, Uncle Xu. Xia Qingge responded and shouted sweetly. This shout made Xu Hao feel relieved, and he thought about it and asked. By the way, Qingge, are you still used to being in the company during this time? Have you ever bullied you without looking back? I'm used to it, and no one bullies me. The company environment is very good, everyone there is talented, and they speak nicely. Speaking of work, Xia Qingge showed a smile. This is really the working environment she has dreamed of. The work environment is only one aspect. The most important thing is that Xu Hao is here. Before she met Xu Hao, she had a crush on this legendary figure and was curious about it. After meeting, Xu Hao's image did not disappoint her. Next, Xu Hao cared about her, gave her a gift, showed her unconditional trust, and promoted her to supervisor. Xia Qingge's mother died young, and her father was busy with work and rarely cared about her. Xu Hao's unconditional concern gradually entered the heart of this girl who lacked love. Xu Hao had no doubts about Xia Qingge's words. After his massive dismissal, the employees in the company became much more honest. No matter what is on his mind, what he shows is that he is in love with each other. Xu Hao found that the system interface actually showed a favorability value for Xia Qingge. 027 10 draws in a row harvest the first god level. Chapter 27, 10 draws in a row harvest the first god level. Ding Xia Qingge is in a happy mood, and her mood value is plus 555. Tisk. Xu Hao clicked his tongue in his heart. What's going on with this little heroine? He hasn't officially launched an attack yet, so the little heroine will be given away for nothing. It seemed that the goodwill he had been releasing was not in vain. Seeing the emotions that came out, Xu Hao then remembered that it seemed that there had been no lottery for a long time. During this time, he has been accumulating emotional points. Prepare to wait until it reaches 100,000, and then do a 10-game draw. As for the high-quality lottery, I don't know what will come out. If I draw something useless, I will lose money. Let's do the normal lottery once every 10,000 times. Xu Hao glanced at the panel. Oops, I haven't checked it for a few days, and the mood value is already over 100,000. Among them, Chen Mo has contributed the most. After Chen Mo was brought to the station, Lu Fei relied on his connections to support him and tortured him to death. Because the protagonist's tragic end was due to his behind-the-scenes calculations. The system calculated the emotional value on his head. That's pretty good. He doesn't have to do it himself and let others deal with the protagonist, and he can also gain emotional points. Security is greatly guaranteed. Next is the protagonist's stepmother Su Wancho. It's been a bit weak lately. Unlike before, there were more than 20,000 people in one night. I don't know if you are trying to pluck someone's wool, and your emotional value will become less and less. Or is it because some of Su Wancho's attributes have awakened? Anyway, there is no more hatred towards him, and there is less and less anger. The favorability is also rising. There are still too few heroines around me. Xu Hao sighed with emotion. The two daughters must be called daddy early and stay at home every day to provide him with emotional value. After figuring out the poetic and pictorial meaning, let them take the lead and change the minds of the 5 sisters. With 7 beautiful daughters surrounding him, his mood level hasn't even reached the point of soaring. After calming down, now is not the time to think about these things. How can we wait until we draw a lottery? Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize 5 points of free attributes. It used to be 10 o'clock, why did it suddenly drop to half? There are some pitfalls. However, I feel relieved when I think about it. The reason why 10 points were taken out before was probably because he was too weak and was in the novice protection period. Love comes easily, so Xu Hao doesn't care about these little details. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize, marrow cleansing pill. Wash the marrow and remove hair, remove impurities from the body, and improve the quality of the root and bone. Xu Hao's eyes lit up. Not bad. This is a miracle drug that often appears in novels, where the protagonist is a good-for-nothing counterattack. After taking it, you will be completely transformed. Not only will you become more handsome, but your brain will also become smarter. It can also enhance your physical fitness and protect you from all kinds of diseases. And what's 7 times a night? It's not a problem. It just so happens that I have been overworked recently and could use some improvement. As soon as I pressed the button, I immediately started to take Dr. *GS and had an urge to take Dr. *GS. There are still prizes that have not been drawn out. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize, a box of Durex. What the hell, I just finished complimenting you, and you're going to give me this. You can really get anything. It all depends on luck. Does he need a raincoat? No need at all, right? With a net worth of tens of billions, are you still worried about not being able to raise a few children? During this period of time, Su Wancho was basically taking whatever pleasure he wanted. He stopped Su Wancho from taking medicine. 7 daughters and 1 treacherous son, none of whom are biological. He wished that the protagonist's stepmother would give him more children. Xu Hao thought about going back and throwing it away. I'm not sensible at all. It's almost enough to take some medicine to help me get pregnant. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize, bunny girl suit. Something strange seems to have happened. The style of the bunny girl suit appeared in his mind, and Xu Hao felt excited when he saw it. If worn on Su Wancho, the visual impact would be overwhelming. Let her try it when we get back. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward 5 points of free attributes. Good. Isn't it already 10 o'clock? Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward, necklace, Bingdi Lotus. These are 2 necklaces. The appearance looks exquisite and gorgeous, embellished with many gemstones. Whether it is the performance or the carving of the gemstones, they are far superior to those of the world's top masters. The 2 necklaces are exactly the same except for the color, just like twins. Even an old man likes Xu Hao, let alone a woman. If you take it out to give away, why don't you recommend yourself to a pillow seat every minute? Not bad compared to the first 2. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize, Grandmaster SK*LL upgrade card. Any Master SK*LL can be upgraded to the Master level. This is also a good thing. Only he knows how big the gap is between the Master level and the Grandmaster level. Unfortunately, there are still too few SK*LLS now. Etc. Doesn't he have a master level SK*LL? Close combat. This is a guarantee of strength. If you upgrade to the Grandmaster level, you can further shorten the gap with the protagonist. The sense of security is greatly improved. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize item, heart-shaped red bouquet of roses. Made from 999 roses. How old is he still pursuing girls with flowers in his hands like those young men? The picture is too beautiful to imagine. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize, 1 cubic meter of portable space. Brush. An invisible space slowly emerged in his consciousness. Xu Hao has a feeling. His mind has been connected to space. As long as he wants, he can store and retrieve items from it at will. Too bad it's limited to dead things. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward SK*LL, calligraphy God level. Damn it, have you finally mastered God level SK*LLS? The next moment, a strong tingling sensation hit me, and a lot of memories flooded into my mind. He can be considered as having the experience of instilling memory. But this time, it was more intense than the previous 2 times. Should it be said that he is worthy of being a god? The tingling sensation was over and he had mastered the essence of calligraphy. Be enchanted and return to nature. Xu Hao was a little shocked. God level is another realm entirely. If the master level is already the pinnacle of human beings, the god level is already extraordinary. Unfortunately, this is a life SK*LL and of little use to him. 028 Reborn, you can't lose the force. Chapter 28, Reborn, you can't lose the force. Uncle, are you okay? Did I hurt you? Sha Qingyi's worried voice sounded behind him. She was having some wild thoughts just now, but Xu Hao suddenly stumbled forward, startling her. Xu Hao turned around and smiled. It's okay, it's Qingyi. The pressure you pressed was so comfortable that I almost fell asleep. Sha Qingyi's face turned slightly red. If uncle likes it, Qingyi will come over often to help you press it in the future. Okay, Qingyi is still good, unlike my daughters, who are more disobedient than the other. Sha Qingyi felt happy after receiving Xu Hao's praise and praise. When he was about to continue pressing, he was stopped by Xu Hao. That's it for today. You can't even rest even if you give me a massage. You have to work in the afternoon, so go back and rest. Okay, Uncle Xu, then I'll go back. Sha Qingyi was a little reluctant to give up. But thinking that Xu Hao was doing it for her own good, she obediently agreed. After driving Sha Qingyi away, he checked the results of the lottery again. First, add 10 points of free attributes. All added to strength. His strength instantly reached 51. Etc. Does this show level? Strength, 51, early stage of Ming Jin. If I remember correctly, I checked Chen Mo before and the information showed that Ming Jin was in the late stage. The gap with the protagonist has been shortened again. Continue. Xu Hao did not hesitate and used the SK*LL upgrade card on the master level melee combat. The close combat instantly reached the master level. A stream of memories came to mind again. With the previous god level SK*LL infusion, the sting in my mind was very slight this time. If I do it a few more times, it won't hurt anymore to instill memories later. The last one is the marrow cleansing pill. With a flick of the wrist, a pill exuding a strong medicinal fragrance appeared in his hand. After taking a short breath, I felt refreshed. Efficacy is shown to remove impurities from the body. Xu Hao came to a bedroom connected to the office. This place is specially used for him to rest. In the past, he often didn't go home and rested here. I have no choice but to go back and look at a beautiful wife. It is the most uncomfortable thing to see and eat. After taking the marrow cleansing pill, waves of warm currents appeared in the body, washing over the limbs and bones. Xu Hao felt like he was bathing in the soft sunshine, and his whole body was warm. Half an hour later, Xu Hao came out of the bathroom. It's whiter than before and my skin is firmer. He looked as if he had suddenly become 10 years younger. Originally, Xu Hao looked younger, even though he was 50 years old. But he looks like he is about 40 years old. Now I am 10 years younger again, and I have suddenly returned to my peak appearance of 30 years old. Now he really becomes a handsome uncle. If you go out to pick up girls, those little girls are sure to pick them up. Xu Hao felt light in his body, as if he had been reborn and reborn. Apart from that, his mind was clear and the world in front of him became brighter. Many vague memories also became clear. It is indeed a marrow-cleansing pill. It is absolutely correct to say that it is a rebirth. A properties panel appears. Character: Xu Hao. Identity: controller of Xu Group. Charm: 92, full value 100. Strength: 55, early stage of Ming Jin. Physique: 33, 10 for ordinary people. Spirit: 25, 10 for ordinary people. SK*LLS, close combat Grandmaster level painting, Grandmaster level calligraphy, God level. Item: Bingdi Lotus. Special: portable space 1 cubic meter. Emotional value: 9527. Free attribute: 0. Big blood change. Compared with before, the panel is much more luxurious. After cleansing the marrow and removing the hair with the marrow cleansing pill, the charm, strength, physique, and spirit will be enhanced to a certain extent. There is more than one inventory, and he has put all those things into his portable space. Putting it on the panel is really out of place. 5-page M. Employees of Xu Group are off work. The job in the financial department is easy, but Xia Qingge still requires strict requirements on herself. Understood all the information of the finance department in a short period of time. After a busy afternoon, Xia Qingge came home with good things. As soon as he walked out of the group, Xia Qingge stopped slowly and looked a little unhappy. That annoying guy shows up again. I saw a Lamborghini supercar parked in front. A young man leaned on the car very coquettishly, holding a large bouquet of bright roses in his hand. Seeing Xia Qingge come out, Lu Fei's eyes lit up and he smiled what he thought was a charming smile. Take a few steps forward to get closer. Qingge, I know you like roses, so I went to all the flower shops in the city today and collected 999 roses for you. Give it to you and wish you a happy birthday. Lu Fei's tone was very gentle, and he looked at Xia Qingge with admiration in his eyes. Wow, have I met a confession scene, a bouquet of 999 roses, isn't it too romantic? You see the Lamborghini supercar behind him, which is worth tens of millions. If you sit in it and go for a drive, you will be so happy. It doesn't matter whether it's money or not. I just see this handsome guy's talent and want to make friends with him. Driving a supercar and sending flowers to express love, it's so romantic. I don't know what the girl's attitude is. She will definitely cover her mouth in surprise, right? If it were me, it would definitely be like this. Lu Fei's high-profile incident quickly attracted the attention of people around him and caused a lot of discussion. When the surrounding sounds reached his ears, Xia Qingge frowned and felt very irritable. Lu Fei, how many times have I told you that it's impossible between us? Can you please stop bothering me? Over the years, she has been driven crazy by Lu Fei. Being able to speak so calmly shows that she is relatively restrained. Lu Fei had already expected Xia Qingge's rejection, and the expression on his face did not change at all. He was used to rejection. You are free to dislike me, but you cannot take away my determination to pursue the girl I love. If you don't like me now, that's because I'm not good enough, but I believe that one day I will change your mind. Xia Qingge. 029 Xu Hao's deterrence, same pretending to be struck by lightning. Chapter 29, Xu Hao's intimidation, same pretending to be struck by lightning. I read that right, she actually refused. He is so infatuated. I was moved when I heard it. He is so rich and good looking. Why don't you accept it? Haha, do you think that all women are like you? When you see someone rich, you just fall in love with them? That's right. I don't think he's very affectionate. Instead, he's being shameless. People have already rejected him so clearly, but he still refuses. Isn't this causing trouble to others? Do you boys know how to chase girls? To chase girls, you have to be shameless. You guys give up after chasing each other. How do you know they won't agree? You deserve to be single for the rest of your life. Ah, yes, everything you said is right. You are a female dog and you are awesome. The conversation gradually started to go wrong. It was originally a show, but it eventually turned into a scene where the female dog was having S***X. Xia Qingge was really helpless with this dog skin plaster. Just when she was about to ignore the other party and leave directly, a mocking voice sounded. Haha, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen you so shameless. Is it interesting that you still keep stalking me when someone rejects you so clearly? The surrounding voices gradually became quieter. They all looked in one direction. After all, they are the second generation of rich people, so they can just talk in a low voice. Someone actually came forward to accuse. Lu Fei's face suddenly darkened. Xu Sheng looked around and his pupils shrank sharply. I saw Chen Mo walking out of the crowd with a sneer. Lu Fei's expression changed, and after a moment, he regained his composure. According to what he meant, he wanted to torture Chen Mo until life was worse than death. Then send him to prison and solve this scourge inside. But before he could torture him for a long time, someone actually wanted to bail Chen Mo out. The relationship on the other side is no less than that of his Lu family. Even though he had too much reluctance in his heart, he had to give up the idea of putting him in jail. It's impossible for him to stop just now. Growing up, his parents never beat him, but this guy beat him into a pig's head. He was so frightened that he peed and was so embarrassed. Unless this Chen Mo is K*LLED, he will not be able to rest at ease for a day. Who do you think you are, worthy of gesticulating in front of me? Lu Fei's face was full of disdain for Chen Mo. He had seen Chen Mo's strong force, beating more than a dozen of his men without the ability to resist. But he was not afraid at all. If Chen Mo dares to attack him, he will definitely be caught. The other party has the connections to protect him, and the Lu family's connections are not bad either. The relationship between the two parties is almost the same, it just depends on who makes the mistake first. Chen Mo also took this into consideration and did not immediately seek revenge on Lu Fei after coming out. Thinking of what Lu Fei did to him in the interrogation room, Chen Mo gritted his teeth with hatred. In the past, he wanted to take revenge on Lu Fei. Now, the Lu family's forces are also involved. Then he won't even let go of the entire Lu family. I'm not qualified to say anything about you, but what's so great about you? If it weren't for having a good father, you would be a waste. Oh no, calling you a waste is simply an insult. You are worse than a waste. Lu Fei's face was extremely gloomy. A pair of eyes full of hatred. My heart is roaring like crazy, I want this bitch to die. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Chen Mo was stunned. The scene is exactly the same as 3 years ago. 3 years ago, Lu Fei confessed his love at the door of the classroom, and it was he who came to the rescue for the goddess. As a result, he was retaliated by the other party. After 3 years in prison, he is now strong enough. We will no longer be at the mercy of others like we were 3 years ago. Wrong. There are some differences from the scene 3 years ago. This time Sha Qingge was beside her. When she was harassed by Lu Fei, she stood up and stood up. I'm sure Sha Qingge will be moved, right? Chen Mo immediately took steps, planning to get close to Sha Qingge. What if while we were chatting, we fell in love with him? However, before he could reach Sha Qingge, a figure had already appeared next to Sha Qingge in advance. Chen Mo's eyes almost burst into flames. Xu Hao. Why is it this guy again? In fact, Xu Hao had already noticed what happened here. When he saw Lu Fei pestering Sha Qingge, he originally planned to come out and drive him away. As a result, I accidentally saw Chen Mo in the crowd. He changed his mind and planned to let the two fight to deepen their hatred. Qingge, what happened? Xu Hao looked at Sha Qingge pretending to be confused and asked. Sha Qingge immediately told the whole story about Lu Fei's visit to her. Finally, he bowed his head and apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Xu, it was me who caused trouble. None of your business. Xu Hao smiled at her, and his eyes fell on Lu Fei beside him. Of course Lu Fei knew Xu Hao. This person was someone even his father could not come into contact with, so he must be treated with respect. He immediately stepped forward and shouted respectfully. Uncle Xu, are you a boy from the Lu family? Lu Fei was overjoyed when he heard this. Unexpectedly, this big shot actually remembered him. However, before he had time to be happy, he heard Xu Hao say in a cold tone. Immediately, get out of my sight. Qingge is now an employee of my company. If you dare to harass him again, don't blame me for being rude. The tone was cold, and coupled with the aura of a superior person in him, Lu Fei was immediately frightened. Although he is usually a bit arrogant, he can mess with who he can and cannot mess with. He can still tell the difference clearly. Xu Hao is someone he can't afford to mess with. It's true that the Lu family has some money, but at the end of the day, it's only 1 billion. In the face of the overall situation of the 10 billion group, it is simply not enough. Lu Fei's face turned pale with fright. If his father knew that he had angered this big shot, he would have to be beaten to death. Facing Xu Hao's majestic gaze, Lu Fei couldn't help but shudder. 030 The clown-like protagonist, the heroine's birthday surprise. Chapter 30. The clown-like protagonist, the heroine's birthday surprise. Lu Fei didn't dare to stay, so he drove away in a panic. Sha Qingge was relieved to see Lu Fei, who was stalking her, running away. She turned her head and looked at Xu Hao. Just looking in this direction, the afterglow of the sunset fell down and hit that handsome and masculine face. Sha Qingge couldn't help but be a little obsessed. This is how Xu Hao protects her. It's so handsome. It gave her a strong sense of security. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but why did she feel that Uncle Xu was younger and more attractive than before? You stand on the bridge and look at the scenery. The people watching the scenery are upstairs watching you. The bright moon decorates your windows. You decorate other people's dreams. This is the situation now. Chen Mo was looking at Sha Qingge, but Sha Qingge was looking at Xu Hao. Chen Mo, who was just about to go to Sha Qingge to gain a good impression, his face stiffened and his face was as gloomy as water. The fists in his hands were clenched tightly. Hateful. It was obviously me who stood up to speak for Sha Qingge first. Why should I be grateful to this guy? He has a sense of déjà vu, as if he has done good deeds but others take the credit for them. It's this guy again, why do I keep meeting him? Thinking of the scene when he hugged the beautiful teacher last time, Chen Mo was so angry that he wanted to hit her. Ding Sha Qingge's heartbeat is racing, and her emotional value is plus 555. Ding Chen Mo is angry, his mood value is plus 765. Xu Hao didn't even look at Chen Mo, but smiled at Sha Qingge and said, "Qingge, are you going home? I happen to be going back too, let's come together." Sha Qingge quickly lowered his head and responded in a panic. Good. She couldn't help but curse herself in her heart. That's your uncle, why do you feel like this, too perverted? Looking at Sha Qingge's back following Xu Hao, Chen Mo froze in place, like a clown. Xu Hao took Sha Qingge to the parking lot. When I usually go to and from the company, my secretary Li Kun always drives me to and from the company. Today, he decided to drive back himself. As for Li Kun, he was arranged to prepare a surprise. Just now he heard Lu Fei say that today is Sha Qingge's birthday. It's strange that Sha Qingge actually likes roses. Xu Hao handed the heart-shaped rose bouquet to Li Kun and asked him to arrange it together. In the car, Xu Hao asked while driving, "Qingge, if you go back now, is there anyone at home?" Sha Qingge shook his head. "My dad is busy at work and won't come home until very late." When she said this, she looked a little gloomy. Today is her birthday, and she even remembers the guy who disgusted her. "But my father forgot." Although she understands her father, because he is too busy at work. "But it is inevitable to feel disappointed in my heart. Well, I'm just going to have dinner. Come with me." Hearing Xu Hao's words, Sha Qingge was slightly stunned and spoke hesitantly. "That's not good. What's wrong? I'm alone anyway." After a pause, Xu Hao said half-jokingly, "Is Qingge afraid that I will eat you?" Sha Qingge's face turned red when he heard this. "What do you mean by worrying about him eating me? Uncle Xu is also true." Of course, she would not think that Xu Hao was joking with her. It simply means being eaten by a monster. It was said deliberately to provoke her. "Xu Hao, how do you know I didn't mean it that way?" Later, Xu Hao drove Sha Qingge to a famous Western restaurant. There are no other reasons for choosing this place. There are many couples and girls like romance. It can also be seen from here that Xu Hao has impure thoughts. He took Sha Qingge to the reserved box. Push the door open. When he came to the door, Xu Hao did not open the door and go in. Instead, he looked at Sha Qingge with a smile and said. Sha Qingge was a little confused. But he still opened the door obediently. Bang bang. As if a mechanism was triggered, salutes sounded one after another. Sha Qingge was caught off guard and startled. After the sound of the salute disappeared, she stabilized her mind. She was shocked when she saw the scene inside. I saw the room filled with balloons and colorful lights shining. There is also an oversized bouquet of roses placed next to it. There should be as many as 999 roses. She judged it from the size of the bouquet Lu Fei sent not long ago. However, I feel that this bouquet of roses is more vivid and eye-catching than the ones Lu Fei sent. The table next to it was filled with delicious food and candles were lit around it. Candlelight dinner. The picture is really beautiful. Sha Qingge was so shocked that she almost screamed. She quickly covered it and her eyes widened in disbelief. When she was almost shocked, Xu Hao's voice sounded. Chingay, happy birthday. He had never been so romantic when picking up girls in his previous life. Still can't handle a young heroine who has never experienced anything in the world. Xu Chingay was truly moved. Tears welled up in my eyes, and my heart was shot through by an arrow. Uncle Xu, how did you know today is my birthday? When I worked with your dad before, I heard him mention something. Xu Hao said nonsense seriously. Xu Chingay was even more moved after hearing this. My father didn't know when he mentioned it, but Uncle Xu remembered it clearly. And he also prepared a surprise for himself. Thank you. She couldn't say anything else except thank you. Let's go in and have a look. Xu Hao smiled and walked in. Seeing 999 roses, Xu Hao pretended to frown. My subordinates are too incompetent to do things. Let him arrange a birthday scene. What are they preparing for? In this regard, Li Kun expressed his innocence. Didn't you ask me to bring the flowers? Xu Chingay followed Xu Hao's gaze. I saw 999 roses, arranged very regularly into a heart. Roses originally symbolize love. 999 heart-shaped roses are so meaningful. After quietly looking at Xu Hao, Xu Chingay quickly lowered his head, his heart beating faster and his face blushing. Brother Ching, don't mind, I'll sort out the flowers right now. No need. Xu Chingay quickly stopped him. I quite like this flower. When she spoke, she always lowered her head and did not dare to look up at Xu Hao. Ding Xu Chingay is flustered, and his mood value is +888. The corners of Xu Hao's mouth raised slightly, this little heroine could no longer escape from his grasp. 031 Charge for Love, the protagonist who sees through the truth. Chapter 31, Charge for Love, the protagonist who sees through the truth. Next, hold a birthday ceremony, light candles, make wishes, cut the cake. The two had a candlelight dinner together again. Before leaving, Xu Chingay took the bouquet of roses with her. She loved roses, and these 999 roses were the most beautiful ones he had ever seen. The most important thing is that it was given by Uncle Xu. When the two of them walked out of the restaurant, it was already dark. Xu Hao couldn't wait to go back and arrange the bunny girl suit for Su Wancho. Send Xu Chingay back first. Chen Mo walked aimlessly on the street, feeling very depressed at this time. Originally, he had learned a SK*LL in prison and planned to show off his SK*LLS. Embracing the goddess, kicking the rich second generation. The result was repeated setbacks. Not only did he not take revenge, but he was punished by the rich second generation. You want to get closer to the teacher and goddess you like, but an old guy interferes with you. Xu Hao, right, I hope you don't hurt them, otherwise I will make you die ugly. Whoosh! A car drove by. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed. He actually saw Xu Chingay in the passenger seat, and the driver was Xu Hao. Not only that, hard training in prison gave him a keen eye. Chen Mo observed that singer Xu Qing was holding a bouquet of roses. He had no doubt that it was sent by Xu Hao. So many people praise you, Xu Hao, I thought you were such a good character. He even hooks up with female subordinates, which is so shameless. He was frustrated twice in front of Xu Hao, so he went to find out Xu Hao's identity. Xu Hao is easy to check and has an excellent reputation in the eyes of outsiders. It's a charitable donation, and it's dedicated. Chen Mo felt a little relieved after hearing this. I don't think Xu Hao has any thoughts about teacher Wang Zuying and Xu Chingay. Until now, I saw Xu Hao giving roses to Xu Chingay, and Xu Chingay accepted them. What are they going to do next? Hotel room opening. This is still okay. Chen Mo immediately used his fastest speed and chased the car. Ding Chen Mo is furious, his mood value is +448. Xu Hao saw Chen Mo charging for love in the rearview mirror. His eyes rolled around, and a bad idea arose in his heart. So he planned to send Xu Chingay home in a straight line, but he started to circle around the city. The originally 10-minute journey took him half an hour. But the speed is extremely fast. Chen Mo was also ruthless and kept following the car, eating the exhaust fumes all the way. With his strength, he followed the car very easily at first. As time goes by, it becomes more and more difficult for him. By the end, I was sweating profusely, panting like an ox, and exhausted like a dog. Ding Chen Mo is filled with hatred, his emotional value is +668. The car arrived at a community. Uncle Xu, this is the happiest birthday I have ever had. Thank you. Xu Chingay plucked up the courage and said to Xu Hao with gratitude. Xu Hao smiled. You are Dahai's daughter, my niece, and you are still my capable employee. Isn't it normal to celebrate your birthday? Xu Hao stepped on the brakes and waved. Okay, you should go back early. Remember to let me know if anything happens. Uncle Xu, you haven't been to my house yet. You're already at the gate of the community. Why don't you go in and sit for a while? Before getting off the bus, Sha Qingge thought of Xu Hao's first visit and immediately extended an invitation. Her eyes dodged, not daring to look directly into Xu Hao's eyes. God, Sha Qingge, what are you talking about? At this time, my father probably hasn't come back yet and invited Uncle Xu to go home. What if something happens to a lonely man and a widow? Bah, bah, bah. Sha Qingge, what nonsense are you thinking about? You are so dirty in your heart, how can you miss Uncle Xu so much? With Uncle Xu's character, how could he be with his friend's daughter? Do it. While angels and devils were fighting in Sha Qingge's mind, Xu Hao was also thinking about this issue. Finally gave up. The time is not yet ripe. As can be seen. This little heroine has a crush on him, but it's not to the point where he'll fall over at the first push. Maybe you can take advantage of him being moved and do it half-heartedly. But she couldn't regain her senses afterwards and would definitely regret it. For the sake of temporary pleasure, alienating the relationship between the two people is not worth the loss. He is also planning to train this little heroine to become his right-hand assistant. Also, it's not safe to go to Sha Qingge's house. If Sha Dahai comes back, it will be great fun to catch him. There is still a little tail that has not been shaken off. Xu Hao glanced at the rearview mirror without a trace. A figure covered in sweat, wet all over, and tired as a dog was watching quietly in the dark. Moreover, there is a stepmother waiting for the protagonist at home. He couldn't wait to go back and use the bunny suit in his portable space. Forget it, that's it for today. He gained a lot of favorable impressions of this heroine, and his efforts were not in vain. Forget it today, I have some things to do when I go back. Next time I come to your house to bother you, just don't drive me away. Hearing Xu Hao's rejection, Sha Qingge felt disappointed, but still nodded. After getting off the car, watching Xu Hao drive away, Sha Qingge stood there, unable to recover for a long time. Class monitor. A somewhat hoarse voice came. Sha Qingge sounded familiar and turned to look. Sha Qingge asked doubtfully when Chen Mo came over with sweat on his face. Classmate Chen, what's wrong with you? Chen Mo's face froze and the corners of his mouth twitched. It's okay, I'm running at night. Oh. Sha Qingge didn't pay much attention and turned around to go home. Run slowly and be safe at night. Chen Mo. 032 Rabbit Suit Arrangement. Walk the protagonist like a dog. Chapter 32. The rabbit suit is arranged. Walk the protagonist like a dog. Wait monitor, what are you doing? Is this flower given to you by Xu Hao? Chen Mo quickly stopped Sha Qingge. Sha Qingge paused and asked in confusion. What's wrong? That Xu Hao is a hypocrite, you must not be deceived by him. Let me tell you, others say how good he is, but in fact it's all Xu Hao who is pretending. Otherwise, considering how old he is, he would still send flowers to you when you are so different in age. He must not be kind to you. Chen Mo had a smile on his face, feeling a little proud. Everyone was kept in the dark by Xu Hao, but he was the only one who saw Xu Hao's true face. What he didn't notice was, after he spoke, Sha Qingge's face became increasingly ugly. Are you done? Sha Qingge's face was gloomy and his tone was cold. If it weren't for the fact that he helped her out in the afternoon, I would have yelled at him. As Xu Hao celebrates her birthday today, Xu Hao's image in his heart becomes bigger and bigger. No one is allowed to slander. What's more, there is a reason why Xu Hao gave her heart-shaped roses. It's his subordinates who are good at making decisions. Strange, why do you feel a little disappointed? Noticing Sha Qingge's expression, Chen Mo looked confused. Didn't Sha Qingge see through Xu Hao's true face under his own reminder? Why are you still defending him? Qingge, everything I said is true. That Xu Liang thinks one thing on the outside and another behind the scenes. Seeing that the school beauty was angry, he suddenly became anxious and said quickly. While he was cheating with you, he was also having an affair with another woman, our teacher Wang Zuying. Last time I saw them eating together and hugging each other intimately. Sha Qingge's expression changed slightly. But thinking of what Chen Mo just said, she quickly calmed down. Uncle Xu can't be that kind of person. This guy tried every means to slander Uncle Xu. Maybe he made up the story for me. Even if he saw it, he couldn't prove it was true. Aren't the flowers in your hand an example? Sometimes what the eyes see is not necessarily the truth. Even if it's true, it's none of her business. She is just Uncle Xu's niece. Sha Qingge was very angry that he dared to arrange Uncle Xu like this, and his tone was rude. No regard for the feelings of classmates. Get out of here, don't let me see you again. After speaking angrily, Sha Qingge turned around and entered the community without looking back. In place, Chenmo was in a mess in the wind. Who I am? Where am I? What am I going to do? No, shouldn't Sha Qingge be angry with Xu Hao in the script? He just wanted to gain some goodwill in front of Sha Qingge, but why did he suddenly become out of sight and out of mind? Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Chenmo noticed a car driving around the corner ahead. That's Xu Hao's car. He didn't even drive away. That's right, Xu Hao did not leave directly after saying goodbye to Sha Qingge. He knew that the protagonist Chenmo was around, so if he left at this time, it would be a tragedy if the halo of the bloody protagonist is activated and gets mixed up with the heroine. So he stayed to see what was going on. Now seeing the protagonist and the heroine having a fight, Xu Hao expressed his satisfaction. Step on the accelerator and fly away. Ding Chenmo is furious, his mood value is +888. A plant. Seeing Xu Hao running away, Chenmo cursed secretly and chased after him angrily. He thought he was powerful, but ended up being treated like a monkey by an ordinary person. Haven't noticed it for a long time. From this we can also see that Xu Hao does have bad intentions. Something suddenly occurred to him. I just met Xu Hao's car, which is definitely less than half an hour away from this community. In other words, he had already discovered him. He was also walked like a dog for half an hour. Chen Mofei was about to explode with anger. He immediately burst out with strength and ran towards the car. He must have an explanation. After running for half an hour before, he was already as tired as a dog. Now I really don't have the energy to chase anymore. After chasing for a while, he had to stop and watched the car's shadow go away unwillingly. When Xu Hao returned to the Xu family villa, Su Wancho hadn't slept yet. She was wearing this silk pajamas and sitting on the sofa reading documents. Look at the door from time to time. When she saw Xu Hao coming back, she quickly lowered her head and pretended to read the information. You held the document backwards. A voice suddenly came from behind, and Su Wancho was startled. She responded in a panic and quickly turned the document over. That's not right. Now it's the other way around. I took it right just now. She glared at Xu Hao with a shy and angry look. This guy knew how to bully her. At this glance, Su Wancho couldn't help but be stunned. Because she found that Xu Hao seemed younger, more handsome and more attractive. The beating of the heart accelerated a little for no reason. Ding Su Wancho is flustered, her mood value is +789. Xu Hao found it interesting and took her into his arms. Lan Chu, are you waiting for your husband to come back? A sense of accomplishment arose in his heart. At first, Su Wancho was indifferent to him, even hostile, but within a few days, he was able to treat him submissively. This is all the result of his hard work day and night. Before, if she was held by Xu Hao like this, her body would definitely be stiff. Now she's used to it. After many in-depth and simple exchanges, we know each other thoroughly and there is no secret at all. I didn't. Being told what she was thinking, Su Wancho was a little flustered. Xu Hao deliberately teased her and blew in her ear. Stop pretending. Are you thinking about it again when you dress like this? Su Wancho was stunned, his face full of shame and anger. She was sitting here, really waiting for Xu Hao to come back, but she wasn't thinking about that. Who does Xu Hao think she is? In his eyes, is there nothing in his mind except his 20 centimeters? Okay, I know you can't do it, right? Let's start now. I really didn't want to. Su Wancho almost cried because of Xu Hao. Then she gritted her teeth and felt fierce in her heart. If you don't want to say what I think, then I want to show it to you. In the past, Xu Hao always won, but now she is used to it, and it was a draw last night. I must make him admit defeat tonight. At this time Xu Hao was not in a hurry. What, are you scared? Su Wancho knelt on the ground at some point and raised her head with questioning eyes. Haha, am I afraid? I will let you know how powerful I am tonight. Xu Hao looked disdainful. Place the bunny suit on the couch. Before we officially start, you should put it on. Xu Wancho couldn't help but look. I was so scared that I almost opened my mouth and bit someone. Then, the head shook like a rattle. It would be okay to let her wear some interesting clothes, this bunny is too shy. No, it's not up to you. 033 Weaken the protagonist's power, planning everything behind the scenes. Chapter 33, Weakening the protagonist's power, planning everything behind the scenes. Chaoyuan community. This is the famous wealthy area of Shanghai. Every house there starts at tens of millions. You are committing fraud, I want to call the police. In front of a house. A middle-aged woman was holding an IOU in her hand, and her whole body was throbbing with anger. He glared viciously at the few arrogant gangsters in front of him. Don't talk nonsense, the writing is there in black and white, and your son even took his fingerprints. Don't call the police. It will be useless even if you go to heaven. One of the gangsters looked disdainful and sneered. Impossible, how could my son borrow so much money? The middle-aged woman is Li Ping. The IOU in her hand was clearly her son's IOU. Can a person write an IOU worth 800 million? What's more, these people look like gangsters at first glance. Li Ping couldn't help but feel annoyed. Because I was busy with work, I neglected the education of my children. He likes gambling and often hangs out with those messy people. Something happened after all. Is it impossible your son is so unlucky that he lost all day and night in our casino? Is it normal to owe all this money? What casino? It must be a trap set by you. I don't recognize the money anyway. At this time, Li Ping finally knew why her son owed so much money. But that's not right either. Although my son likes gambling, he still has some sense of propriety. He must have been deceived by these people. Tear. She used both hands hard and tore the IOU in her hand to pieces with a click. How are you planning on denying your account? I forgot to tell you, it's just a copy, the original version is still in our hands. You can tear it up as much as you want. But before that, let me check on your son's condition first. A gangster took out his mobile phone, clicked on a video on it, and put it in front of Li Ping. In the video, a young man was tied to a chair, with marks left by whips all over his body. Finally he raised his head and shouted hoarsely, "Mom, save me." Seeing this scene, Li Ping's heart was broken. He pointed at several people with trembling fingers. This is kidnapping and murder. Let my son go quickly. The gangster took back his phone with a disapproving expression. Give you a day to transfer the money to this account, otherwise don't blame us for being rude to your son. Besides, don't think about calling the police, there are people above us. What if we knew you called the police? Don't blame us for taking a few parts from your son. He whistled and the gangsters left laughing. Li Ping was stunned on the spot, holding a phone number and a string of card numbers in her hand. Time passes little by little. Li Ping and his wife were restless and anxious. Their son has been kidnapped and they don't know what to do. They wanted to call the police, but they were worried about their son's safety. Don't call the police and use the money to redeem your son, but that's 800 million. First do what those gangsters say and send the money. When Xiaoju is rescued, we will call the police. It was a unanimous decision made by the two. Their family is not short of money, they can still get 800 million. The money is gone, you can make it again. People are gone, but they are really gone. Next, the couple started raising money. In the end, the two people only raised more than 100 million. All other money was invested. It is a bit difficult to take it back in a short time. In the end, Li Ping thought of Xu Group's shares. I remember that Xu Hao was willing to pay double the price to take back the shares. At that time, she felt that the Xu Group had great development prospects, so she did not agree. Now I have to sell it. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells. When Xu Hao received a call from Li Ping, it was already the next day. Last night bunny girl Xu Wancho gave him the ultimate enjoyment. Because of the overwhelming sense of shame, the emotional value keeps rising. Seeing the caller ID, Xu Hao looked thoughtful and pressed the connect button. Mr. Xu, I am Li Ping. She revealed her willingness to sell her shares. So that's what happened. To be honest with Li Dongxi, the shares in my hand are enough and I don't need them anymore. He definitely wanted to get all his shares back, but he didn't show that much urgency. It won't be purchased at double the price like before. It's not him who is anxious now. Li Ping was dumbfounded after hearing this. I was told to buy it at double the price before, so why didn't I buy it all of a sudden? Let's do this. If Mr. Li is willing to sell, I will buy it at the market price. Li Ping felt bitter in her heart. Although this price is the market price, it has been directly reduced by half. If I had known earlier, I should have sold it. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. Li Ping finally accepted this condition. After coming to the company to complete the handover procedures, Xu Hao transferred the money to Li Ping. Li Ping hurried home after receiving the money, and transferred the money to the bank account given by the gangsters. Call and ask. After some entanglement, the couple finally saw their miserable son in a dead end. The two immediately called the police. Kidnapping and extorting 800 million yuan, this can be considered a shocking case. A group of police officers were dispatched to Xingfu Street and sealed an underground casino. A large number of people were arrested. However, there were no figures of those gangsters Li Ping mentioned inside. This is the brothers' factory. Thinking that they were hiding people, Nancheng launched another operation to crack down on crime and eliminate evil. At the brothers' gang headquarters, a group of brother gang senior executives are meeting here. Chen Mo was among them. At this time, his expression was ugly. Is there no news about San and the others yet? Who gave them the courage to kidnap someone they dared to extort 800 million from others, causing our entire brotherhood to suffer? And in the Xu Group CEO's office, Secretary Li Kunjung stood respectfully in front of Xu Hao, reporting on the course of this action. It turns out that everything was Xu Hao's plan. This premeditated kidnapping was caused by several people he asked Lao Mo to find in the Brotherhood. Framed. The purpose is to weaken the strength of the Brotherhood. Otherwise, the Lu family won't be able to deal with it. In fact, the Brotherhood has a good boss who doesn't act as unscrupulously as other gangs. He usually restrains his subordinates, never engages in sneaky things, and operates his business in a serious manner. But the forest is big, and there are all kinds of birds. People die for money and birds die for food, not to mention such a huge benefit. After guaranteeing the reward, several gangsters were convinced. You didn't leave any clues, did you? Li Kun said respectfully. Old Mo took a few people on the cruise ship. It is estimated that the sharks have been fed by this time. 034 Poetic Troubles. The protagonist's stepmother is looking for sisters. Chapter 34, The Troubles of Poetry and Painting. The protagonist's stepmother is looking for sisters. Shanghai University. Activity Center Office. Teacher Zhang, who was in charge of the art exhibition, once again called the two sisters Xu Xiqing and Xu Wei over. She took out the medal and handed it to the two women. Xiqing, your painting won first place in the national competition. Congratulations. Xu Xiqing took the medal in a daze. They had seen the painting and were astonished. Be mentally prepared to win awards in national competitions. But at this time, looking at the championship medal in front of them, they were still shocked. They were shocked by Xu Hao's painting *LLS. To know. When they painted the sunset picture, it took them more than 10 days. Xu Hao stood in front of the drawing board for a while and made some changes to her original painting. Simply and casually, I won the first place in the country. What if Xu Hao was asked to draw a picture seriously? After noticing the expressions of the two women, Teacher Zhang couldn't help but smile. Don't be surprised. To be honest, I'm not surprised that the poetic painting won the first place. It must have taken a lot of effort to create that artistic conception and charm with poetry, right? The sisters came to their senses. Xu Xiqing was a little embarrassed. Xu Wei was holding back her laughter. I called you here today. In addition to handing over the medal and honor to you, there is another important thing. There will be an international art exhibition in 3 months. At that time, it will not be participation from all over the country, but from many countries in the world. Xiqing, I'm very optimistic about your painting *LLS. Not to mention getting first place, getting a ranking is no problem. Winning an international award will be useful whether you go abroad, take postgraduate entrance examinations, or find a job. I hope Xiqing you can participate. Xu Xiqing was stunned, opened her mouth, but stopped talking. If that painting was painted by her, asked her to go to an international competition, she expressed her willingness. But that wasn't what she drew. She doesn't have the strength either. Okay, you go back and think about it carefully. If you need anything, just come to me. Seeing the expressions of the two women, Teacher Zhang thought they couldn't accept it for a while. I plan to let them go back and think about it carefully. The two sisters left the office in a daze. Sister, congratulations to you, you won first place in the national painting competition. Xu Huai smiled and congratulated her sister. I'm so annoyed now that you still make fun of me. Xu Xiqing rolled her eyes at her sister angrily, frowning slightly, looking a little worried. What's so annoying? Isn't it an international competition? Why don't you just participate? If you get first place in the international competition, you will be great. It sounds nice, but you also need to have my strength. You can go find Xu Hao. With his painting SK*LLS, he can just teach you a few tricks. Xu Huai was mysterious, giving advice to her sister like a strategist. The figure of Xu Hao could not help but appear in Xu Xiqing's mind. After thinking for a while he spoke. Anyway, he helped me. Let's go home and see together today. If you want to go back by yourself. Why are you holding me back? Xu Huai immediately protested. The weird eyes rolled and he said teasingly. Sister, are you moved by one of his paintings? You can't wait to go back and call dad. Smelly girl, what are you talking about? The two sisters started fighting again. A boy passed by and was fascinated by the sight of the two school beauties laughing. As a result, with a bang, it hit the railing in front. Night. The sisters returned to the Xu family villa. The family eats at the table. Xu Xiqing opened her mouth several times, but she swallowed the words back when they reached her lips. Growing up, Xu Hao never cared about them. They didn't say a word to Xu Hao either. Taking the initiative for the first time, they didn't know how to speak. Seeing the expressions of the two sisters, Xu Hao smiled inwardly and said nothing. Let the bullet fly a little longer. After eating, Xu Hao wiped his mouth and then said to the two sisters. I've finished my work in the company. I'm free recently and will go to the amusement park with you tomorrow. Don't girls all like places like playgrounds? Bringing your daughters closer starts in the playground. Xu Xiqing and Xu Huai's expressions were a little dull. If Xu Hao really wants to take them to play, is it really getting better? Want to make it up to us? The two sisters somewhat believed Xu Hao's words. But is it really appropriate to take them to the amusement park? They are not children anymore. It's different from those naive and stupid college students. After knowing that this father did not love or care about them, all of them were precocious and sensible since they were young. I wanted to say no, but considering that Xu Hao had helped them, I couldn't say it. At night, in the bedroom, Su Wancho wore a bunny girl outfit, mixing cuteness and s***shiness, making people's blood boil. Thinking of last night's experience, she felt a little scared. Xu Hao, brother Hao, I admit that you are very powerful, but I lost. Can you lower the frequency? It's like this every day, I can't stand it. She finally said the words of begging for mercy, feeling extremely ashamed. Just be ashamed. Anyway, what has Xu Hao not seen before? That's not possible. My wife is so beautiful, how can I just look at her and not eat her? Su Wancho was about to burst into tears as she gritted her teeth and said. You can find other women, I won't be jealous. Forget it, those women outside are not as beautiful as you, my wife. I only like you. Xu Hao looked affectionate. How about I help you find one? Su Wancho was speechless and said tentatively. I couldn't help but think of the upper-class ladies and ladies in my beauty salon. There are many people who admire Xu Hao. But it's not that difficult to find someone prettier than her, or even the same as her. 035 The dumbfounded sisters. Xu Hao appeared in front of others. Chapter 35 The dumbfounded sisters. Xu Hao appeared in front of others. Early the next morning, although Xu Xiqing and Xu Huai were reluctant to go to the amusement park, they still changed into new clothes. Dressed up well, the two sisters have had a good relationship since childhood, and even if they have conflicts, they will quickly reconcile. Therefore, when the sisters buy clothes, they all have the same style. The only difference is the color. Today, the two sisters were wearing knee-length dresses and white knee-high socks, revealing their delicate collarbones. The same charming face. Such a pair of stunning twins will amaze anyone who sees them. However, at this moment, the two sisters were staring blankly ahead. Xu Hao stood there. They noticed the changes in Xu Hao when they came back last night. Becoming younger and more attractive. No one can imagine. He already has 8 children and is over 50 years old. Taking her daughter out to play today, Xu Hao changed out of formal clothes and put on casual clothes. The serious temperament recedes and is replaced by something fresh and natural, giving people a sense of intimacy. Set off. Xu Hao gave the order and went straight to the largest entertainment city in Shanghai. As the largest entertainment venue in Shanghai, Disneyland and Ocean Park are gathered here. As long as you can think of how to play, you can find it here. Countless people check in here every day. Xu Hao arrived with her 2 daughters. He did not have permission to use it, but queued up to buy tickets normally. I can interact more with my daughters. Although Xu Shiqing and Xu Huayi did not refuse to come to the entertainment city for Xu Hao's help. But I won't play with him either. Xu Hao was in front, and the sisters followed behind. From time to time he looked around and whispered. They have never been to an entertainment city since they were young. Very curious about new things here. Suddenly the sisters couldn't walk anymore and looked in one direction. That's a row of claw machines. Several pairs of young men and women were standing next to the claw machine, and someone was inserting coins and pressing buttons. The claws inside the claw machine will fall down and grab. But it seems that he is not lucky. He has been caught again and again, but he has not been caught. Someone finally caught one and danced excitedly and cheered. Seeing the curiosity in the eyes of his 2 daughters, Xu Hao suggested. There seems to be something fun over there, let's go check it out. The 2 sisters were already curious about catching dolls, so they did not refuse Xu Hao's proposal. We walked together to a row of claw machines. The sisters watched curiously as others grabbed the doll. Xu Hao came to the front desk to buy coins. Fuck, what kind of rubbish, dogs don't even play with it. A young man played dozens of times without catching a single doll. He was so angry that he smashed the machine and cursed. Someone immediately echoed next to him. It's not normal if you can be caught. If you are caught, will the business still make money? These machines have been manipulated, and the chance of being caught is 1%. Don't even think about grabbing things from inside, just treat it as a novelty. A group of people pointed and scolded the unscrupulous merchants. I caught him, ha ha ha, ho ho, finally caught one. A surprised voice suddenly sounded, attracting their attention, and they all looked in the other direction. That was a young couple. The girl was holding a bear doll in her hand, jumping with excitement. Although what I caught was the doll with the lowest value. But it also made them happy. It's better than others grabbing nothing at all, right? Xu Shiqing and Xu Huayi looked on and found it quite interesting. Poetry, painting, what's the point of just looking at it, come and try it too. Xu Hao came back at this time and said to his 2 daughters. The 2 sisters raised their heads and said when they saw the basket of game coins in Xu Hao's hand. Let's forget it, we won't play such childish games. In fact, they feel a little itchy when they watch others play. But I am embarrassed to buy a coin with Xu Hao. Haha, are you afraid that you won't be able to catch me? Xu Hao Ji said. If you can't catch him, who are you looking down on? To catch these gadgets, don't you just need hands? Xu Huayi immediately quit. 10 minutes later. There must be something wrong with this machine, it can't be caught at all. Xu Huayi's face was full of indignation. The virtuous Xu Shiqing's color is also a little ugly at the moment. In 10 minutes, not a single doll was caught. Every time when I was about to reach the exit, I suddenly fell down. The more they fall at this juncture, the more they continue to play. It will be successful this time, and I will definitely catch it next time. I have this mentality every time. As a result, before I knew it, there were not many coins left in the basket. I'll try. Xu Hao took a step forward. It's time for him to show off. He picked up a coin and threw it in, SK*LL, fully operating the joystick and buttons. In my previous life, I often took girls out to play. Of course I had played with the claw machine before, and I was very familiar with it. Although the number of catches is very few. But it's different now. Grandmaster level close combat allows him to master power techniques. To grab the doll inside, why not pinch it with your hands? Seeing Xu Hao put in the coins, neither sister had any hope. They were sure there was something wrong with the claw machine. How could Xu Hao be caught despite being arrested hundreds of times? But then something incredible happened to them. I saw a doll in the claw machine being grabbed by a claw. With a smooth movement, it fell out of the exit. Xu Huayi picked up the doll and felt the real touch in her hands. No hallucinations occurred. Both sisters were shocked. What's even more shocking is yet to come. Xu Hao inserted the coin again and pressed the button. 1, 2, 3, 5, 10. The coins in the basket were all used up, and all the dolls in it happened to be taken out. 036. How much does Xu Hao hide the beginning of the fall? Chapter 36. How much does Xu Hao hide beginning of the fall? What the hell, what kind of god is this? He'll catch you every time. That's awesome, my brother. We couldn't catch one for a long time, but your success rate is 100%. If I had this SK*LL in riding a horse, I would have captured the goddess a long time ago. Otherwise, why do you think I can bring two top-notch girls, or stunning twins? I admire them so much. Both of these twins are more beautiful than my goddess. My eldest brother is so happy. Brother, do you want to accept a disciple? I want to become a disciple. The father and daughter are good looking, and they can attract others' attention whenever they walk on the road. When the sisters played Catch the Doll, they instantly attracted the attention of the people around them. Seeing that the top sisters didn't catch a single doll, I couldn't help but feel regretful. Sprayed the merchant again. Xu Hao appears next. Originally, he looked like he was watching a good show. Result: watching the dolls being taken out one after another, each one's mouth could be opened wide enough to fit an egg into it. The comments from the crowd reached their ears, and the two sisters recovered from the shock, and couldn't help but feel annoyed. What did these people say? What kind of sisters share the same husband? Enjoy the blessings of everyone. They don't have that kind of relationship. Xu Hao gave all the dolls to the sisters. There were too many and I couldn't carry them away, which made me feel a little embarrassed for a while. At this time Xu Hao gave a suggestion. If you can't take it away, you can share it with the children here. This is called sharing happiness together and can quickly build a relationship. The sisters' eyes lit up and they distributed the dolls to the children on the spot. Thank you, sister. I wish my sister will always be 18 years old. My sister is so beautiful. When I grow up, I must be as beautiful as my sister. Sister, I wish you three a long life, have a son soon, and be together forever. A black line appeared on the foreheads of the two sisters. He took a deep breath and managed to keep the fake smile on his face. Secretly, Tongyan is unbridled. What do you care about with children? Dingshu Shiqing felt ashamed and annoyed. Her mood value was +223. Dingshu Wei felt ashamed and annoyed. Her mood value was +222. At last, Xu Shiqing and Xu Wei each only kept one favorite doll. Under Xu Hao's greeting, he walked towards the entertainment city. As I walked, a pleasant sound came. The two sisters paused. They looked at each other and followed the sound. They saw a music box placed on an open-air stall. The music box is spinning slowly. Soothing piano music came from inside. What surprised them was not the music box worth tens of thousands. The song being played inside was played by their third sister. The third sister, Xu Hongzhuang, has amazing musical talent and is proficient in piano, guzheng, flute all. She especially likes singing and aspires to be a big star. Now she is somewhat famous in the music industry. The two sisters walked to the stall curiously, looked at the boss and asked, "Boss, how much does that music box cost? Didn't you see that I'm here to set a trap? That's the highest prize, not for sale." The middle-aged woman shook her head when she saw this. Then he changed his voice and raised a finger. "If you want to buy it, I will give you this amount. 10,000. That's great, sister, let's buy it." Xu Wei's eyes lit up, and the middle-aged woman's face darkened. She bought the treasure of a stall for 50,000 to 60,000 yuan and sold it for 10,000 yuan. She's not that stupid. I'm talking about 100,000 inches. What 100,000? Why don't you go and grab it? Xu Wei was indignant. They were originally attracted by the piano music played by the third sister. When I saw this music box, I liked it and wanted to buy it and take it home. But they are not taken advantage of. Haha, whether you want to buy it or not, this is the price for me anyway. The middle-aged woman curled her lips. Then a look of contempt appeared on his face. If you have no money and can't afford it, you can play games and maybe win 100 yuan. The two sisters couldn't help but look towards the stall. Prizes were placed scatteredly on the stalls. And the music box is the furthest away, about 10 meters away. Looking at the trap the boss mentioned, compared with the music box, it might just be enough to trap it. How could it be possible to get caught while standing more than 10 meters away? Maybe there are still problems in this circle. Otherwise, look. Several young people were playing with hoops, and they had won prizes by choosing hoops. It popped up again. It was obviously manipulated. Just when the sisters were about to turn around and leave, a voice like a spring breeze sounded in their ears. "Give me a try." The two turned to look. I saw Xu Hao holding 100 yuan and saying to the middle-aged woman. They knew that Xu Hao wanted to help them get caught, so they all tried to dissuade them. Don't buy it. There must be something wrong with these rings. The distance is so far, so you won't be able to catch them. Yes, we are just curious. We don't want that music box anymore. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman quickly put away the money in Xu Hao's hand and handed him a loop. Then he looked at the two sisters with an unkind expression. Little girl, if you don't know, don't talk nonsense. Trapping depends entirely on sk*ll and luck. How could it be possible? Xu Hao took the circle and played with it. Indeed, some manipulation was done. But he didn't care. With his control of power. This ring game is even simpler than catching the doll just now. Catching dolls is operated by machines, which requires greater control of strength. He really wanted to say something about the trap. As long as you have hands. Let's try it. What if there is a surprise? Xu Hao turned his head and smiled at his two daughters and asked again. By the way, do you want to try it? Both sisters shook their heads. They knew there was something fishy in the circle, so they didn't play. Xu Hao stood still outside the prescribed limits and exerted gentle pressure on his wrists. The iron hoop flew out with a swish. Drawing a beautiful arc in the air, it accurately trapped the most difficult music box. Fuck trough. It's fake, I got it in one go, and it's the hardest one to trap. Is the trap so simple, but I just spent 1,000 yuan and didn't trap anything. I've made a lot of money. I won a reward worth 50,000 to 60,000 yuan for just 100 yuan. Let's see if the boss is still arrogant. Isn't this the guy who just caught the baby with perfect success? Is he so good at trapping? Please, accept a disciple. Sisters Xu Shiqing and Xu Huayi were dumbfounded. They suddenly understood the surprise Xu Hao was talking about. This is absolutely certain. I couldn't help but think of the scene where Xu Hao caught the doll just now. 100% hit, even the trap. How much ability does their father, who has almost no affection at all, still hide? Their hearts were filled with a strong sense of curiosity, and they couldn't help but want to explore. And this is often the beginning of a fall. 037A Sense of Security. Two Competing Sisters. Chapter 37, Full Sense of Security. Two Competing Sisters. The middle-aged woman was dumbfounded. It's really a long time to see you. She has been running a stall for many years, but no one has ever won the highest prize. Even the second and third batches of prizes in the set are very few. At this time, her heart was bleeding. She had to spend 50 or 60,000 to buy it in order to attract customers. Seeing that business was getting better and better during this period, she felt happy. I feel like it's a good buy. But soon, the happiness disappeared in a snap. In full public view, with so many people watching, she couldn't lie. I can only wrap up the music box reluctantly. A little scared, and sent it to Xu Hao. Until now, she still doesn't know that she encountered an iron plate today. She was really afraid that this guy would buy a few more rings in the future and take away all the precious prizes in her stall. I hope the other party can show their respect. Xu Haosai is not interested in the junk in her stall. The reason why I took action was because my daughter took a liking to her, that's all. Pass the music box to the two daughters. Thank you. Xu Shiqing took the bag and stammered her thanks. Although they were angry and resentful towards Xu Hao was indeed kind to them during this period. The impression in my mind has changed. In addition, this time Xu Hao took action for them. Otherwise, with a net worth of tens of billions, how could Xu Hao be interested in these things? The two expressed their sincere gratitude. Xu Shiqing is touched, her mood value is +331. Xu Huayi was moved, and his emotional value was +333. Let's go. Xu Hao smiled slightly. There are more fun things waiting for us. Arriving in front of all the amusement facilities, Xu Hao looked at his daughter and asked. What do you want to play first, the carousel or the Ferris wheel? Xu Shiqing and Xu Huayi's expressions changed. Please. They are all in their 20s, okay. You really treat them like children. I want to ride a roller coaster. Xu Huayi suggested. After Xu Hao's two performances just now, they are no longer unfamiliar with Xu Hao. And this is exactly what Xu Hao wants to see. The questioning gaze fell on Xu Shiqing. Xu Shiqing rolled her eyes at her sister, then nodded. Afterwards, the three of them came to the entrance of the roller coaster and lined up. As the roller coaster passed by, screams from passengers kept coming. Xu Shiqing couldn't help but be a little scared. But seeing her sister's interested expression, she could only hold on. Soon, the roller coaster slowly stopped in front of us. Passengers began to walk out. Some people are still unfinished, some are stumbling, and some are retching. It was their turn to get on the bus. Some people were anxious and kept squeezing in. There is a boy with a youthful and funny face who is even more crazy and wants to go towards the poetic and picturesque sisters. His eyes were full of greed. The two sisters are so beautiful and they are twins. Anyone who sees it will be amazed. It's just that most people can restrain themselves, but some people can't. Xu Hao held the two sisters in his arms, resisting the onslaught of the crowd. Warm and fragrant soft jade enters the arms. Should we say they are twins? Even the feel is the same. I'm really curious about the differences between the two sisters. Xu Hao gave a light tap to the young boy who was the most aggressive. A strong force was transmitted along the elbow to the boy with acne. Brush. An indescribable pain came over me. The youthful boy's expression was distorted, and he bowed his body in pain. Suddenly being hugged by Xu Hao, the two sisters froze. Just as he was about to break away, he found a crazy crowd. I immediately understood that Xu Hao was protecting them, and my resentment disappeared immediately. Nestled in Xu Hao's broad chest, the sisters' hearts beat faster. I just feel so safe. Ding Xu Shiqing is flustered, her mood value is +456. Ding Xu Wei. Under the protection of Xu Hao, the sisters were not harmed at all. Take a 3-person seat on the roller coaster. I sit in the middle so that if something happens, I can respond quickly. Xu Hao explained the reason why he sat in the middle. Not to hug them, but to prevent accidents and save them. How could he miss the opportunity to gain favor by opening his mouth? The sisters were really moved. From this small gesture, you can see how much Xu Hao cares about them. A smile flashed across Xu Hao's eyes. He could feel that his two daughters no longer rejected him. As long as there is an opportunity, they can call them daddy. And he had already arranged this opportunity. Just wait for the next good show. The three of them got off the roller coaster. Xu Wei felt refreshed and not frightened at all. Seeing that my sister also had a calm expression, I couldn't help but feel a little strange. Sister, your face was pale before you went up there. Why are you not scared at all now? Aren't you always timid? Bah, you're the coward. Xu Shiqing spat angrily. HMPH, really, do you dare to play with the big pendulum together? What am I afraid of? Xu Shiqing glared at her sister. He looked at Xu Hao cautiously. She was indeed a little scared when she rode the roller coaster just now. But after Xu Hao grabbed her hand, she felt that her whole body was surrounded by a strong sense of security. Not afraid at all. 038 The hero who is in control saves the beauty daughter calls daddy. Chapter 38. The hero who is in control saves the beauty daughter calls daddy. Before coming here, the two sisters had no interest in the entertainment city, but later they became very enthusiastic about it. The day passed slowly. At some point, the sun was about to set. I'm going to buy some bottles of water. Just as the father and daughter were about to go back, Xu Hao glanced in a certain direction. I made an excuse and left. The two sisters waited for Xu Hao to come back. By the end of the day, they were no longer alienated from Xu Hao. The barriers are gradually disappearing. Except for not calling him dad yet, the relationship is no different from an ordinary father-daughter relationship. Sister, I said you were timid and you still don't admit it. Let me see how you can be tough in front of me in the future. The two sisters chatted about their playground experiences. Xu Wei said to her sister Xu Shiqing in a very disdainful tone. Don't talk nonsense, which project of mine are you afraid of? Xu Shiqing did not want her little sister to look down upon her, so she argued. Aren't you afraid that you will reach out and grab his hand? Don't think I didn't see it. Tisk tisk, it really looks like a frightened daughter, hoping to be protected by her father. Xu Wei raised the corners of his mouth. An expression that sees everything through. You. Xu Shiqing's eyes widened. Her pretty face quickly turned red, and she was filled with embarrassment. Then he rolled his eyes, his expression returned to normal, and he sneered. You still have the nerve to talk about me when we were sitting on the big pendulum, weren't you holding his hand tightly? That's what caught me. Haha, really? Then can you tell me, why were you smiling happily at that time? And I don't care, I'm more courageous than you anyway. In order to prevent her sister from talking about her shameful behavior, Xu Hao acted rogue. Just as the sisters were arguing, a joking voice sounded. Two little sisters, what are you talking about? You are smiling so happily, why don't you tell me about it? The two sisters immediately calmed down their expressions. He who comes as soon as he hears the sound is not good. Turn around and look. I saw a group of 5 or 6 people with their hair dyed in various colors and their clothes in a mess. A handsome young man wearing earrings and a nose ring walked towards them. Little beauty, I have been paying attention to you for a long time. We came here to make friends with you. A young man shook his long hair and showed a smile that he thought was charming. He extended his right hand, intending to shake hands. The two sisters didn't even look at them, just stared at them coldly. Haha, Changmao, is this the SK*LL you want to show in front of us? Do you want to laugh me to death and inherit my advantage? I told you that you can't do it. If you don't urinate and take pictures of yourself, how can this little beauty like you? Shamat young man retracted his hand in embarrassment. Hearing the disdainful voices of his companions, I felt a little annoyed. Little sister, don't be afraid, we don't mean any harm, we just want to invite you to have a meal together. Another Shamate stood up. The two sisters still ignored it and looked at each other, thinking of ways to escape. This is the parking lot of the amusement park. It's lunchtime now and few people come over. Two beauties, let's talk loudly and angrily. At least give us a response. Don't show shame, don't. Seeing how disrespectful the two sisters were, Shamat young man's smile faded. There was a threat in his voice. Are you horse riders out of your mind? You can't walk when you see a woman, right? Have we forgotten our old profession? What nonsense are you talking to them about? Just tie them back and that's it. A young man with dyed green hair pushed the two of them away and cursed. Then he looked at the two women with a sneer. Are you going to follow us back obediently or will you be kidnapped by us? I advise you not to mess around, you can't bear the consequences. Xu Shiqing was relatively calm, composed herself, and said in a cold tone. The green-haired young man was really frightened by her momentum. Reacting, he sneered. We can't bear the consequences. Who do you think you are? You don't think that the mistress you were with just now can save you, do you? They often hunt targets in entertainment cities. Today, under the guidance of a friend, I unexpectedly saw this pair of sisters, and I was immediately fascinated. Seeing the twins following a man, they felt so envious and jealous. Such a pair of top-notch twin sisters were picked first. It hurts so much that I can't breathe. Because Xu Hao becomes younger. Now is the most mature and charming period of 30 years old. I would never have thought that they had a father-daughter relationship. The two sisters had wonderful expressions on their faces when they heard this. Green and red. He actually thought they had that kind of relationship with Xu Hao. Come with us obediently, brothers are very good at caring for others. A group of Shamat youths were impatient. As time dragged on, an accident would inevitably happen, so I planned to tie the twins back first. Several people approached with ferocious smiles on their faces. The poetic and painterly sisters couldn't help but retreat. I feel anxious and restless. Tap tap tap. At this moment, a burst of footsteps came. Xu Hao showed up. He didn't go far just now, but was observing everything secretly. To completely bring your two daughters home, you must have an impressive experience. So there is a hero saving the beauty in this calculation. With his current Ming Jin strength, whenever someone does something inappropriate towards his daughter, he will show up immediately. The two daughters will not be harmed in the slightest. Everything is under his control. Xu Hao was holding several bottles of drinks taken out from the carry-on space. When he saw his two daughters retreating to the corner, his face changed drastically. He rushed over and stood in front of his two daughters. Seeing the figure who rushed forward without hesitation and stood in front of them, the two sisters were all moved. The despair in my heart disappeared. Instead, there was a strong sense of security. Dad, there are many of them, be careful. Xu Shiqing couldn't help but worry about Xu Hao. Although Xu Hao is the boss of a tens of billions group, these gangsters don't care who you are. Xu Wei next to her took a deep look at her sister and said to Xu Hao. Dad, be careful. Xu Hao, who was standing in front, had no expression on his face, but he was happy in his heart. He was also thinking about whether to pretend to be trying to protect them. It seems unnecessary now. The purpose is achieved. Xu Hao's expression turned cold, and his eyes gradually became dangerous. These guys are no longer of use. 039 Xu Hao, want to learn I'll teach you. Chapter 39, Xu Hao, want to learn I'll teach you. I wipe is it such a fancy thing to do. Hearing the names the twins called the man in front of them, the several K***lers were instantly confused. They really couldn't connect the handsome man in front of them with the father of two children. Excluding wrong answers, there is only one truth. The twins are definitely being kept by this guy. Dad called me. It can be seen that he is a thief who usually plays. A group of young people were jealous. Brother, you. A shemate opened his mouth and was about to say something, but was punched in the stomach. Immediately, his eyes bulged out, and he arched his body and flew backwards. Don't you know that the villain dies because of his words? The goal was achieved. Xu Hao was too lazy to talk nonsense to this group of people. In a flash, he came to another shemate and kicked him hard. There was a click, the sound of ribs breaking. The next moment, the man fell to his knees and let out a heart-rending wail. Next is the third, fourth. This is the first time Xu Hao takes action. I wanted to test my strength, but these people were too weak. There is no need to use master-level close combat. With his strength, he can punch one. This is still under the condition that he has withdrawn his strength. If you punch with all your strength, you can kill someone. Xu Hao doesn't strike lightly. Even if they are not at full strength, judging from the extent of their injuries, the 6K***lers are completely useless. These guys are not his subordinates. It was brought here by Lao Mo. Fight however you want. Moreover, if he hadn't been more serious, his smart daughter would have thought it was him acting. So it's a tragedy to kill Matt. The poetic and picturesque sisters looked blankly at Xu Hao showing off his SK**LLS. Beat a few K***lers to pieces. It's definitely their father. When did it become so powerful? The doll can be grasped accurately, and the trap can be easily hit. How can it still be so good at hitting? Xu Hao's image in their hearts grew taller and taller. While I was shocked, I couldn't help but feel my heart surge. Xu Hao beat up these gangsters all because of them. The beating was so severe, it can be seen how angry Xu Hao was towards the gangsters who harassed them. This feeling of being cared for, and protected. The two sisters' hearts were filled with warmth. Seeing Xu Hao stop, the two sisters stepped forward to greet him. Dad, are they okay? I won't die. If I dare to harass you, I'll give them a beating. Xu Hao still had anger on his face at this time. He turned around and looked at the two women with concern. Are you okay? Did anything hurt you? The two sisters were extremely moved. Ding Shu Shishan is very moved, the emotional value is plus 789. Ding Shu Yi was so moved, her emotional value plus 890. Looking at the soaring emotion value, Xu Hao smiled happily. His arrangements were not wasted. Xu Hao took his two precious daughters home and handed the scene over to the secretary Li Kun, who came over to handle it. From the moment they called daddy, the barrier between father and daughter has completely disappeared. On the way back, Xu Xiqing finally couldn't help asking her doubts. Dad, that painting before, although it is speculated that her father made changes to her painting. But I still want to get the exact answer from Xu Hao. That painting looks good to me, the painting is very good. It's just a little imperfect, so I made a few changes. It didn't cause you any trouble, right? What's the trouble? Xu Xiqing was about to speak when her sister Xu Yi interrupted. Dad, you don't know that she took your painting to participate in the national competition and won first place. Xu Xiqing quickly blocked her sister's mouth with her hands to prevent her from continuing. This little sister is big or small, even her elder sister laughs at her. Was she drifting away, or was she unable to lift the knife? You must find time to properly discipline your sister. Oh, really not bad. Xu Hao expressed his affirmation. That painting was painted by poetry. I just slightly modified it on the original basis. It has nothing to do with me. It is what poetry deserves. Dad, please stop teasing me. Without your changes, I would have won first place in school at most, but it would have been impossible for me to participate in the national competition. Xu Xiqing smiled bitterly. I know what level she is at. Don't be too modest. I think your painting is almost a breakthrough. And you are still young. It is only a matter of time before you surpass me. Really, I can draw as well as Dad. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Xu Hao smiled. Dad, she is waiting for your words. At this time, Xu Yi broke free from her sister's grasp and opened her mouth to speak. After winning the first place in the national competition, Our activity teacher wanted her to participate in the international competition. She is not good enough and wants to learn from dad. Xu Shiqing was a little embarrassed. My sister is so good at being a monster. Seeing the drinks Xu Hao bought for them, he unscrewed the bottle cap and kept pouring it into his sister's mouth. Gulu gulu. Don't you like to interrupt? I still want to see how you still talk. Participate in an international competition. I will train you for a while when I go back and let you come back with first place. They have seen Xu Hao's painting *LLS. If he goes to compete, it will be no problem to come back in first place. But Xu Shiqing was a little unsure of herself when she had to teach herself how to draw by herself. Xu Hao, do you want to learn about the step-by-step tutorial? The two sisters were completely moved by Xu Hao today. After returning home, I served tea and poured water again. When Xu Wanqiu came home from the beauty salon, what she saw was such a scene of a loving father and a filial daughter. The two daughters, who had no emotion at all, kept calling daddy, and daddy, at this time. Mom Xu, you're back, it's time for us to have dinner together. Xu Wei discovered Xu Wanqiu and pulled her to the dining table. In the past, when they had dinner together, both daughters wanted to be as far away from Xu Hao as possible. Now I sit on both sides and pick up food for Xu Hao from time to time. Xu Wanqiu thought it was a hallucination and couldn't help but wipe her eyes. The sun sets in the east today. 040 Teach your daughter how to draw the confused stepmother of the protagonist. Chapter 40. Teach my daughter how to draw the confused stepmother of the protagonist. Brother Hao, what's going on with poetry and painting? Why are they so close to you all of a sudden? Return to the bedroom at night. Xu Wanqiu finally couldn't help but ask Xu Hao out of curiosity. What else could be going on? They are my daughters, blood is thicker than water. Xu Hao gave a reason that was not a reason. Xu Wanqiu rolled her eyes. Although I don't know why Xu Hao suddenly got better and became so powerful. But she is almost certain that none of the 7 daughters are Xu Hao's biological children. Where does blood come from that is thicker than water? Xu Wanqiu thought for a while. My daughter's transformation happened within this day. Xu Hao took them to the playground. No way, no way. Are all little girls today so easy to deceive? Just went to the amusement park for a day and went from being a stranger to calling me daddy. But this should be a good thing. During the recent period, Xu Hao has been doing very well and has been so active in saving her daughter. Finally, this cold home has a touch of warmth. Instead of caring about your daughter, you should think about yourself first. Have you chosen your uniform tonight? Xu Wanqiu couldn't help but blush. Ever since she used the bunny girl suit, Xu Hao fell in love with the temptation of this uniform. He also asked her to buy it herself. Buy whatever you want to wear. Today, not today, my relatives are here. Xu Wanqiu pursed her lips. Xu Hao's great strength must be played every night. But since he is like this, Xu Hao shouldn't be so crazy, right? Of course not. Women, there are a few days every month. He can understand. If you continue to run rampant at this time, it will not be enjoyable. But abused. But Xu Hao also had a solution, so he said. Do you know how to get around the snowy mountain when the road is closed? Xu Wanqiu didn't know why Xu Hao asked so, and looked at him doubtfully. Take the trail, stupid. Ding. Xu Wanqiu is so ashamed and angry, her mood value is +888. The next day, Xu Hao began to teach Xu Shiqing how to draw. Xu Shiqing came to the courtyard with a drawing board. Xu Hao asked her to draw a random picture first and then point out the problems herself. Xu Shiqing's painting *LLS are very good, and she finished the layout of the courtyard in a short time. Pavilions, rockeries, ponds and algae, even the corners are painted extremely clearly. Nice painting, Xu Hao first commented and then pointed out the shortcomings. Like this rockery, you don't have to draw it so meticulously. You have to do it like this, so. Point out the shortcomings and explain how to change them. Xu Hao said while matching the painting. Vivid. Xu Shiqing listened and nodded frequently. But when she got started personally, something embarrassing happened. What is the painting made of? Eyes. I see. Brain. Got it. Hand. No, you don't understand. Xu Shiqing picked up the brush and started painting. But it doesn't feel right no matter how I draw it. Didn't learn the essence of Xu Hao. Seeing the gap between Xu Haohua and Xu Shiqing getting bigger and bigger, Xu Shiqing almost burst into tears. Suddenly, she felt someone holding her hand. It should be painted like this. It turned out that Xu Hao was hugging her from behind. He held her hand and began to paint. Xu Shiqing's body was stiff, her mind was blank, and the hand holding the pen could only be at the mercy of Xu Hao. He didn't come back to his senses until he finished painting. Xu Hao's questioning voice sounded. Remember? Xu Shiqing lowered her head. She had been in a trance just now and didn't know what she had done. Ding. Xu Shiqing's heartbeat accelerated, her emotional value plus 765. Ding. Xu Shiqing. Looking at the constantly refreshing emotion value, Xu Hao gave a thumbs up for his previous behavior. Get the 2 daughters early. Living at home without going to school can provide him with a lot of emotional value. He saw his daughter who was shrinking her head like a quail. Xu Hao found it interesting and spoke softly. It doesn't matter, take your time, I'll teach you again. He didn't hear Xu Hao's accusation, but still patiently expressed his willingness to teach her again. Xu Shiqing couldn't help but curse herself in her heart. Xu Shiqing, Dad is just teaching you to draw, where have you been thinking? After gathering herself, she tried to stay calm. Started to study seriously. Her father taught her so patiently, and she couldn't let him down. The day passes quickly. Under Xu Hao's step-by-step instruction, Xu Shiqing's painting SK*LLS have greatly improved and have exceeded the master level. She could clearly feel the improvement in her painting SK*LLS and was pleasantly surprised. I had previously told Xu Hao to train her for a period of time, and asked her to draw a piece of work to participate in an international competition and win first place. She expressed some doubts. Now there is no doubt at all. Improve your drawing SK*LLS with this. It won't be long. She can also draw to the same level as Xu Hao's modified sunset picture she drew before. Although there is still a long way to go to reach the state of my father. In order to express her gratitude to Xu Hao, she and her sister went to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. Prepare to cook a big meal. Xu Hao came to the study room. After a major purge, the company resumed normal operations again. No need to go to the company, you can handle problems remotely at home. After finishing his work, Xu Hao turned off the computer and rubbed his eyebrows. Hearing the sound of his 2 daughters cooking in the kitchen, his heart moved. Thinking of having a pair of necklaces on hand. Bingdi Lotus. With a thought, 2 necklaces appeared in his hands. The necklace is very delicate, and every small gemstone is exquisitely crafted. My eyes fell on a larger gem in the center. How does Xu Hao feel that something is missing? Somewhat imperfect. He had an idea, how about engraving his daughter's name on it? This will make it look more explosive. Fortunately, he has God-level calligraphy SK*LLS, so he doesn't have to worry about engraving words on his hands, which will ruin the beauty of the necklace. I believe that adding words will make it more charming. Looking around, I found a silver needle on the table. 041 Xu Huai's Extreme Behavior Stunned Sisters. Chapter 41, Xu Huai's Extreme Behavior Stunned Sisters. When Su Wancho came home, she saw her 2 daughters busy in the kitchen and joined in. Poetry, painting, why do you have such a good relationship with your father all of a sudden? Su Wancho asked her 2 daughters without leaving any trace. I didn't get an answer from Xu Hao, and I felt like a cat scratching my head. I've been thinking about this all day. Because we found that Dad has really changed for the better and cares about us very much. When we were in danger, he rushed to protect us without hesitation. Thinking of the way Xu Hao stood in front of them yesterday, he seemed to be able to withstand all dangers. Xu Huai's eyes showed admiration. So cool. Mom Su, do you know how powerful Dad is? Su Wancho didn't know what this youngest daughter meant, and her head was filled with questions. Let me tell you, we went to the entertainment city yesterday. Xu Huai opened her mouth and recounted what happened yesterday seriously. After listening, Su Wancho was greatly shocked. What kind of claw machine, accurate ring setting, one person can beat 6K* lures all over the ground and find their teeth. Su Wancho was stunned for a while after hearing this. Why is it like listening to a story? Xu Hao is so powerful, why didn't she know about it before? He is leading them to show off, leading them to fly, and he is a hero rescuing the beauties. It's no wonder that his 2 daughters' attitudes towards him have undergone earth-shaking changes. Su Wancho frowned thoughtfully. At this time, Xu Huai asked in reply. Mom Su, how did you get along with Dad? Su Wancho was stunned for a moment. Thinking of the madness night after night, Red clouds gradually climbed up my cheeks. Xu Huai noticed the change in her face and said with a strange expression. Strange, you should know how powerful Dad is. We hear your voice every night. Are you conquered by Daddy? Brush. Su Wancho perked up. Tang, her pretty face turned red. His face started to heat up. I screamed in my heart. Died young. When her daughter was at home, she was very particular every night, but in the end she couldn't control herself. After all, the daughters heard it. Su Wancho's eyes evaded, as if he was looking for a hole in the ground to crawl into. Xu Huai is serious. Why do you say everything? No big or small. She didn't find the cave, and soon found that Xu Shiqing was also looking at her curiously. Su Wancho quickly denied Sanlian. I'm not. I don't. Don't talk nonsense. Xu Huai said hee twice and continued her work of chopping vegetables. Su Wancho couldn't hold back any longer. What are you talking about? You're a kid, don't act like you know everything, okay? During the meal, Xu Hao came out of the study. This is what I saw. Su Wancho lowered her head and blushed, a little afraid to face her two daughters. After eating, Su Wancho actively cleaned up the dishes. I wish I could hide away from my two daughters. Xu Hao saw it and sighed in his heart. Only then did I feel like home. Seeing his two daughters being pushed out of the kitchen, Xu Hao waved to them. Poetry and painting, come here, I have a gift for you. Ah, what good things does Daddy have? Xu Huai jumped over and asked like a curious baby. Xu Shiqing was more insistent and rolled her eyes at her sister. My sister was thinking outside the box. After completely accepting Xu Hao, her nature seemed to be liberated all of a sudden. Only Xu Hao took out the two necklaces. Wow, so beautiful. Brush. The surroundings seemed to have lost all color, and the two sisters only saw these two necklaces. Xu Huai's eyes were bright as she took one of them. The necklace is extremely delicately crafted with sparkling gemstones, showing elegance and nobility. Dad, did you give this to us? One for each of you sisters. Xu Huai was emotional. I couldn't hold it back for a while and stepped forward to Trojan horse. Thank you, Dad. Dad is so kind. I love you. I thanked him and started playing with it fondly. Next to her, Xu Shiqing was stunned by her sister's actions. Seeing the necklace Xu Hao handed to me, it was so beautiful. No wonder my sister is so excited. Thank you, Dad. Xu Shiqing also took the necklace. Just as she was admiring this perfect piece of art, she heard her sister suddenly exclaim. He quickly turned around and looked. I saw my sister staring at the largest gemstone in the necklace. No, it should be said to be the words on the gemstone. Two words, the meaning of painting. Each stroke is full of charm, and the two words create an illusory artistic conception. Xu Shiqing looked at her necklace, and sure enough, there was also the word poetry on it. It's different from the liveliness and cuteness between the lines of my sister's words. Her name reveals a gentle and virtuous temperament. Isn't this word written very well? The requirements for engraving are more difficult. The engraving is so good, so what is the level of calligraphy of the engraver? After recovering from the surprise, Xu Huai looked at Xu Hao impatiently and asked. Dad, where did you buy this necklace? Xu Hao was not surprised at all by the performance of his two daughters. When he carved out the words, he was also shocked. All I can say is that his god-level SK*LLS are awesome. His heart moved and he said calmly. I asked someone to customize this. Xu Hao never blushed or breathed when he told lies. Both sisters were startled. These two necklaces are obviously a pair. Xu Hao must have customized it in advance and gave it to them now. Ding Shuxi's emotions are very moving, his emotional value is +677. Ding Xu Huai. Now was not the time to be moved. Xu Hua calmed down and asked. Dad, who did you ask to help customize it? The characters are so beautiful. I want to become my teacher. Xu Huai's eyes were full of little stars. Each of the heroines has their own strengths. Her twin sister likes to draw and she likes calligraphy. She has never seen such beautiful words since she was a child. Just two words conquered Xu Huai. Tell me about the words on it. I just engraved them on it. Is there anything wrong with it? Xu Hao asked, pretending to be surprised. The two sisters were stunned at the same time. Is there a problem? Of course there are problems. There's a big problem, okay. 042 Xu Huai shows off 7 daughters interact. Chapter 42, Xu Huai shows off 7 daughters interact. What you don't believe it? Get a pen and paper. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. Xu Huai ran into the house in confusion and took out the pen and paper he usually used to practice calligraphy. When Xu Hao wrote out the names of the two women, the artistic conception lingering on it is exactly the same as that on the necklace. The two sisters finally had to believe it. Like a meteorite being thrown out of the sea, the sisters' hearts were filled with turmoil. I couldn't calm down for a long time. Not only is he good at drawing, but he also has extraordinary sk*LLS. He is even so proficient in calligraphy. How much more did Dad hide from them? And the most important point. How did Xu Hao do it? Whether it is painting or calligraphy, it cannot be achieved overnight. In the past, Xu Xiqing was embarrassed to ask because of their relationship. Now I don't have that worry. Dad, you are so amazing, aren't you? How did you do it? Facing the incredible looks from his two daughters, Xu Hao smiled calmly. There is no other, only you who are familiar with it. As long as you study hard, you can reach my level. The system's affairs could not be exposed, so he started to talk nonsense. The two sisters were doubtful. But other than this answer, there is no other way to say it. They were not familiar with Xu Hao before and knew nothing about him. Maybe they have been practicing, but they just don't know it. Ding Xu Xiqing was greatly shocked. Her emotional value was +888. Ding Xu Huai is filled with admiration, and his emotional value is +888. Looking at the displayed emotion value, Xu Hao was very satisfied and asked, "How's it going? Do you still like this little gift?" I like it so much. This is my favorite gift I have ever received." Xu Huai was very moved and said in a rare serious tone. Xu Xiqing also nodded. In the past, they would also receive gifts from Su's mother and several sisters. But it can't compare with what Dad gave me. Xu Huai put the necklace around her neck. I took it out to the makeup store and took a photo. It looks beautiful. Thinking of something, she took out her phone and took a selfie. Then click on the Weixin group of 7 fairies as beautiful as flowers. Click on photo to send. As soon as the message was sent, there was a reply very quickly. Chinese medicine YYDS. I'm really not a big star. Please call me Queen. Science and technology are primary productive forces. Just want to make money. Draw a circle to curse you. Xu Huai was filled with excitement and couldn't wait to show off in front of her 5 sisters. Seeing an extra reply, she glanced at her sister not far away. At this time, she was also holding her mobile phone. He nodded with satisfaction. My sister was quite sensible. Know how to leave the opportunity to show off to your sister. Little girl selling nuclear bombs. How is it beautiful, right? Just want to make money. According to my observation, based on the performance of the necklace and the gems on it, it is worth at least tens of millions, but I searched and found that this necklace style has never appeared. I'm really not a big star, little sister, it's not good to be vain. Even if you buy an LV, it's better than wearing a fake. Technology is the primary productive force. Little sister, if you like piracy, tell me, and I will make an exact replica for you. The 3D printing guarantees it will look more real than yours. All I want to do is make money. Little sister, if you have no money, but if you have money, ask your sister for it. You send an exclusive red envelope to the little girl selling nuclear bombs. Draw a circle and curse you. My eldest sister is partial and doesn't send red envelopes to my sister, but she doesn't send them to me either. I feel aggrieved. JPG. Traditional Chinese medicine YYDS. My eldest sister is partial and doesn't give red envelopes to my younger sister. I feel aggrieved. JPG. Please call me Queen. My eldest sister is partial. I only want to make money. Launched an exclusive red envelope for the little girl selling nuclear bombs. All they want is to make money. My 2 sisters are still in school, and you are not short of money, so don't join in the fun. After learning the price of the necklace, Xu Huai and her sister Xu Xiqi looked at each other. Both of them were shocked. It starts at least 10 million, and with the words on the necklace, it will definitely go up several times. Dad, isn't he too kind to them? Then Xu Huai was speechless when she saw the replies from her sisters. He actually thought her necklace was fake. Don't they know it when they hold it in their hands more real than real gold? But when I saw the red envelope, I accepted it without hesitation. Little girl selling nuclear bombs, this is specially customized. Isn't it normal on the market? I just want to make money. Is it true? Where did you come from? The little girl selling nuclear bombs. Someone else gave it to me. Technology is the primary productive force. How could someone give you such a valuable thing? Even your licking dogs are not so generous. Wait, could it be that someone is using this thing to express their love to you? Have you accepted the other party? Please call me queen. Little sister, I warn you, for every good thing a man does, don't be deceived by men's rhetoric. If you want to do it, be a queen. The little girl selling nuclear bombs. Where did you all think Dad gave it to our sisters? My sister also has one. Draw a circle and curse you. Draw a circle and curse you. That's right. How can we pay attention to those annoying guys? Dad customized them for us. Draw a circle and curse you. Upload a picture. As expected, she was wearing a necklace that was exactly the same except for the different colors. Chinese medicine YYDS. What's your name? Are you talking about Xu Hao? You call that heartless guy Dad? Please call me queen. Is he worthy of being called daddy? Aren't you brainwashed? I'm really not a big star. Have you forgotten how he treated us? He has never cared about us and always beats or scolds us. What qualifications do we have to be a father? Xu Shi. In fact, my father has changed. He not only gave us $1 million pocket money, but also sent us to school and took us to the amusement park. Let me tell you, my father is very handsome in the amusement park. Bala bala, Jilagulu, Abba Abba. The group fell into silence for a while. Watch Xu Shiqing describe Xu Hao's various behaviors. How can it be? The other 5 sisters were shocked and confused. Make some changes to the painting and win first place in the national competition. And he also engraved such artistic words on the necklace. One person beat down 5 murderous gangsters. Please call me queen. Don't be deceived by that hypocrite. I suspect that the harassment you encountered was deliberately arranged by him. I often hear that the rich second generation use this trick to pick up girls. Xu Wai, it couldn't be an arranged act. You don't know how miserable those guys were. My father was very angry when he saw us in danger. He struck without mercy. His sternum collapsed and his bones were shattered. He will be a cripple from now on. Xu Shiqing, sister, please come back. Dad has really changed for the better and will be kind to you. 043 Xu Hao, tell Lao Mo, I want to eat fish. Chapter 43, Xu Hao, tell Lao Mo that I want to eat fish. In the next few days, Xu Hao taught his 2 daughters painting and calligraphy whenever he had free time. It is worth mentioning that, after seeing Xu Hao's calligraphy again, Xu Wai also acted coquettishly and wanted to teach her. I even made a bet with my sister to see who could learn faster and better. The sisters often quarreled over the ownership of Xu Hao. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells. Xu Hao was teaching Xu Wai calligraphy when his cell phone rang. It's Li Kun. Xu Hao walked aside and answered the call. Mr. Xu, Director Zheng came to the company and said he wanted to see you. Xu Hao frowned a little. Zheng Shuilin is now the only director of Xu Group besides him. The shares in the other 2 hands have been acquired by him. The shares in Li Ping's hands were set up through her son, plus a kidnapping. In the end, the money was transferred to another account he had abroad. It can be said to be a white wolf with empty gloves. The handover of the shares in Lu Qinghong's hands was completed this morning. Lu Qinghong's real estate company is hovering at the forefront of the storm these days. Various black materials were exposed, and a large number of people poured in to report. Reviews by relevant departments and debt collection by banks made his company about to collapse. There is also the possibility of facing debt and jail time. In order to repay the loan, Lu Qinghong had to sell shares of Xu Group. Interestingly, a large amount of black material was exposed in Lu Qinghong's company, which is in sharp contrast to the fine style of Xu Group. Invisibly playing a wave of free advertising. This has caused the Xu Group to fall into more people's sights. The first choice for buying a house is under the Xu Group. It is conceivable that the performance of Xu Group will usher in a wave of crazy growth. This is just a small episode. Just after finishing dealing with 2 shareholders, the last one came to visit in person. Something is wrong. Could it be that something was discovered? Xu Hao's eyes flashed. Take care of him and I'll be right over. After speaking to his daughter, Xu Hao drove to Xu Group. In the VIP reception room, Xu Hao met Zheng Shuilin, who was in his 50s and looked slightly old. Xu Hao greeted him with a smile. Brother Zheng, if you want to see me, just give me a call. Just ask someone from the company to pick him up. When I came to the entrance and sat down, I saw the teapot and empty teacup in front of me and immediately started pouring tea. If you have anything to say slowly, let's have a cup of tea first. Stop drinking tea and wine, let's talk about the share transfer. Zheng Shuilin looked at him deeply and said in a deep voice. Xu Hao could tell something was wrong from his tone, but his face remained calm. There was a look of confusion on his face. What shares transfer? Zheng Shuilin sneered, his eyes a little mocking. Xu Hao, stop pretending. Didn't Qinghong and the others transfer, I would have transferred as well. Otherwise I'm afraid I will end up like them. He has been paying attention to what happened in Lu Qinghong's company for many days. He has a good relationship with Lu Qinghong, and they often drink tea and chat together. I also know something about his company. Absolutely legal and compliant. The news reported online are all false. Just when Zheng Shuilin couldn't figure out who would frame Lu Qinghong. Lu Qinghong called him in the morning. It tells that the company is about to go bankrupt and may face jail time and huge debts. Decided to sell shares of Xu Group and pay off some debts. Originally this call was normal. Just like complaining to an old friend. But Zheng Shuilin was suspected of being seriously ill. After hanging up the phone, a question occurred to me. Without knowing, if you go bankrupt, whoever profits will be the real culprit behind the scenes. In the process of the bankruptcy of Lu Qinghong Company, the good reputation of Xu Group played a role. There will be a wave of rapid performance growth. Then, he thought of what his old friend said and sold the shares of Xu Group to Xu Hao. I also thought about how Xu Hao had purchased their shares at double the market price. A line suddenly connected. Zheng Shuilin called Li Ping. After some inquiries, I learned that he had transferred his shares to Xu Hao in order to save his son who was framed. Before he took a stake in the Xu Group, he had a detailed understanding of Xu Hao. I found that Xu Hao was not as elegant and easygoing as he appeared. The incident is completely clear. Xu Hao is behind the scenes. He wants to take back all his shares. In order to maintain his good reputation, kidnapping without letting others gossip. Doing small tricks in secret can make people bankrupt. To achieve the goal, after thinking everything through, Zheng Shuilin couldn't help but feel a little worried. Now that the shares of 2 shareholders have been recovered, is it his turn next? In order to prevent it from happening, he decided to come directly to the company and hand over his shares. Anyway, he has made a lot of money over the years. Brother Zheng, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand it? Xu Hao was confused on the surface but understood in his heart. It seems that Zheng Shuilin really knows, and he knows a lot. Okay, stop pretending, I still don't know who you are. Tell the shares as soon as possible. From now on, you can take your sunny path and I'll cross my single plank bridge. Zheng Shuilin suppressed his disgust and snorted coldly. This Xu Hao really knows how to pretend. On the surface, he is harmless to humans and animals, but secretly he is ruthless. I have worked with this kind of person for a long time, and I don't know when I will be eaten up to the point where even the dregs are left. Although I don't know why Brother Zheng has such a big objection to me, since Brother Zheng wants to transfer his shares, I am happy to do it. Xu Hao looked helpless and ordered his secretary to complete the share transfer procedures. Get the money after completing the formalities. Zheng Shuilin didn't want to stay here for a moment. Without saying a word of farewell, he left in a hurry. Xu Hao stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the living room, watching the disappearing car shadow. His face was expressionless. Looking at Li Kun standing next to him, he said without any emotion in his tone. Tell Lao Mo, I want to eat fish. Zheng Shuilin also discovered that Xu Hao was only trying to recover his shares and did not harm the other 2 shareholders. Only then did I dare to come to the company in person. I thought it would be fine if I handed over the shares. If he knew Xu Hao's true character, he would probably run away overnight. It's a pity there is no regret medicine in the world. 044 Don't like trouble. Promote the relationship between the heroine and the protagonist. Chapter 44. Don't like trouble. Promote the relationship between the heroine and the protagonist. A luxury Bentley drives smoothly on the highway. Zheng Shuilin was still thinking about the scene when he met Xu Hao just now. While disdainful, I have to sigh. Xu Hao is indeed a person who does great things. No wonder it has created such a huge industry in a short period of time. People like Lu Qinghong who do business honestly have never been popular. Now he faces the risk of bankruptcy and jail time. As long as you follow his footsteps, you can make a fortune while lying down. But how could such a person let you take advantage? He is the kind of person who can share the joys and sorrows, but cannot share the blessings. Brush. When he came to his senses, Zheng Shuilin noticed that a large truck in front of him suddenly slowed down. Without any time to think, he subconsciously turned the steering wheel. When he successfully changed lanes, he spotted another large truck very close to him. In this case, it is too late to apply the brakes. All you can do is beat the steering wheel to death. Because the speed was too fast, the sharp turn caused the car to roll over. It knocked over the fence on the highway and rolled over several times before coming to a stop. Zheng Shuilin was covered in blood. He hasn't completely cooled down yet and still has a glimmer of consciousness. In a daze, he saw a man walking in front of him and squatting down. He said in a voice that only two people could hear, "Mr. Xu asked me to give you something to show you in your next life." Zheng Qinghong's pupils suddenly dilated, her head tilted, and she completely lost consciousness. At the last moment, Xu Hao's spring-like smile appeared in front of me again. It's like seeing the devil's smile. After confirming that the target was completely cool, Lao Mo quickly disappeared from the scene of the car accident. "Mr. Xu, it has been solved." Li Kun stood in front of Xu Hao and respectfully reported the news from Lao Mo. Xu Hao nodded. Why? Zheng Shuilin has already transferred his shares and still wants to silence him. He knows too much. What if he revealed the truth of the matter to Li Ping and Lu Qinghong, and provoked two enemies for no reason? If his affairs were published online, his character would collapse in an instant. This is a ticking time bomb. Keeping it would cause him a lot of trouble. Xu Hao doesn't like trouble. So he disappeared once and for all. As for the revenge of Zheng Shuilin's family. According to the investigation, Zheng Shuilin's only son disappeared when he was very young. He is alone, who can avenge him? There are probably no people collecting the bodies. Not long after he waved Li Kun out, Sha Qingge came to the office. Looking at Xu Hao sitting at his desk reading documents, Sha Qingge looked a little resentful. She hasn't seen Xu Hao for several days. Xu Hao raised his head at this time, saw Sha Qingge's abnormality, raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Sai, I don't know what's going on lately. I have a sore back. Qingge, please come and massage it for me. I feel uncomfortable without your massage these days." Sha Qingge was not dissatisfied with Xu Hao's instructions. On the contrary, there was some joy. Proves that Xu Hao has not forgotten her. Obediently came to Xu Hao's back and started to squeeze him gently. "Qingge, your SK*LLS are getting better and better." Xu Hao breathed out a sigh of relief. Sha Qingge smiled. Seeing Xu Hao's performance proves that her study during this period was not in vain. Uncle Xu seems to have not been in the company recently. There was unspeakable resentment in his tone. Xu Hao explained calmly. "Aren't the two youngest daughters in the family going home? They can't get used to living in school and plan to move back home. I have been accompanying them to familiarize themselves with the environment these past few days. It turned out that I was spending time with my daughter." The haze in Sha Qingge's heart dissipated a little, but she still pouted. "I thought Uncle Xu was dating Teacher Wang. Ever since Chen Mo told her last time that Xu Hao and Teacher Wang were dating and hugging each other, she had been a little worried. Although he believed that Xu Hao was a good person, he would not do that. But she still couldn't help complaining, hoping to get an answer." Ding Sha Qingge feels resentful, and his mood value is +888. Teacher Wang dating. In a flash of thought, Xu Hao already figured out what was going on. It was probably the protagonist Chen Mo who said something in front of her that night. It caused this little girl to become jealous. Of course, this is a good thing. Jealousy means his strategy is effective. "Are you talking about Teacher Wang Zuying? She is the teacher of my two daughters. I happened to meet her when I sent my daughters to school last time, so I invited her to a meal and asked her to take care of her daughters. That was the first time we met and the first time we had dinner." After a pause, he pretended to be surprised. "Did that classmate Chen tell you? We were going out after dinner, and Teacher Wang didn't notice the steps in front of her. She missed the step and fell down. I helped her up. At that time, classmate Chen happened to rush up to help Teacher Wang, but failed to help him, and then looked at me hugging Teacher Wang. He may have misunderstood. Teacher Wang and I explained it at that time. Why is he still talking nonsense?" Although he was explaining, Xu Hao still didn't forget to sow discord. A picture appeared in Xia Qingyi's mind. Seeing teacher Wang Zuying and Xu Hao coming out of the hotel, Chenmo stepped forward to help him when he saw teacher Wang was about to fall, but Xu Hao got there first. It was obviously to save people, but Chenmo was jealous and said he was hugging people. Inviting you to dinner becomes a date. This is clearly a distortion of the facts. Xia Qingyi was already disgusted with Chenmo, who secretly spoke ill of others, so he immediately gave him a cross. Her mood cleared up and she became completely beautiful. 045 Xu Hao, who hides his sword behind his smile. Urban flower protector. Chapter 45, Xu Hao, who hides his sword in his smile. Urban flower protector. Xu Wai, are you a pig? You sleep so hard that you can't wake up even if you scream. I'll see what you do if you're late. Xu Shiqing scolded her sleepy sister while packing her school bag. You're just late, you're late. What's the big deal? Sister, why don't we skip this class? Haven't you heard a sentence? A college without skipping classes is incomplete. Xu Wai yawned. He rolled his eyes and started to encourage his sister to do bad things. Are you thinking about eating shit and skipping class 1? Don't think third sister will deal with you when she comes back. What? Xu Wai was stunned. You said the third sister is coming back. Yes, she said she would be back in 2 days, because she was afraid that we would be deceived by Dad. Xu Shiqing was a little helpless. No matter how she explained, her sisters couldn't listen and thought she had been brainwashed. It's okay to come back. Then we can convince her to let her stay at home. It would be great for us sisters to be together. What you said makes sense, but hurry up and pack your things now. Dad is still waiting for us. Xu Shiqing rolled her eyes angrily. Hearing that Xu Hao was waiting outside, Xu Wai cheered up. The sisters quickly picked up their things and went out. It was natural to get into Xu Hao's car. Xu Wai was still arguing about sitting in the passenger seat. Xu Hao has taken them to school more than once and has developed a habit. Where is the shyness of the first time? I drove all the way to Shanghai University of Finance and Economics and met Wang Zuying at the door. Xu Shiqing and Xu Wai were about to ring the class bell. Saying goodbye hastily, he ran into the school. Mr. Xu, are you sending your daughter to school again today? Seeing Xu Hao again, Wang Zuying showed joy. Seeing that the relationship between Shiqing and Wai has eased with Xu Hao, she was sincerely happy for them. Ever after listening to teacher Wang's words, I suddenly realized that I was determined to shift the focus to the family. Xu Hao winked at her. By the way, when will Mr. Xu be free? I'll treat you to dinner. Wang Zuying's cheeks were hot, and she remembered what she had taught Xu Hao before, and she changed the subject in a panic. You gave me such an expensive gift last time, and I haven't even thanked you yet. It's just a pen, what's so valuable about it? Xu Hao waved his hand. But if I can make teacher Wang feel good, then I must eat this meal. But he still had something to deal with today, so he made an appointment. Go to Zheng Shuilan's house. Xu Hao ordered the secretary who was driving. As a villain with a human face and an animal heart. When the company's second largest shareholder passed away, of course he wanted to express his condolences. When Xu Hao arrived, Zheng Shuilan's family already had some close relatives, friends, or partners. A young man stood in the center of the crowd, looking haggard and in pain. Seeing the young man, Xu Hao's pupils froze. Character: Zheng Fifan. Identity: security guard of Yangfan Electronics Company, Limited, leader of the Serious Mercenary Group, protagonist of Urban Flower Protector. Charm: 72, full value 100. Strength: 110, early stage of dark strength. Physique: 83, 10 for ordinary people. Spirit: 41, 10 for ordinary people. Favorability: -10. Xu Hao had seen the name Zheng Fifan in Zheng Shuilan's information. He is his long-lost only son. Good guy. Solve a problem and create a protagonist. As we all know, the villain kills the protagonist's parents and ends up miserable. The attributes of this protagonist are a bit too luxurious. It's not something he can afford to offend now. But fortunately, he has always acted cautiously and left no flaws. It's not that easy for the protagonist to find out about him. But it was only a matter of time before he was found. You must prepare early. Mr. Xu, are you here too? Hearing the voice from next to him, Xu Hao looked away. Looking sideways, he saw an old acquaintance and one of the former shareholders, Li Ping. We have a good relationship with several major shareholders. When Xu Hao proposed to buy the shares at double the price, they had agreed not to sell them. Brother Zheng is the second largest shareholder of our company. When we went to the company to transfer the shares yesterday, we had a very happy conversation. Unexpectedly, we would be separated forever in the blink of an eye. Xu Hao's expression was complicated, with a sighing expression. Who says it's not the case? Director Zheng talked to me on the phone yesterday. Things are so unpredictable. Li Ping sighed. By the way, that young man is? Xu Hao asked, pretending to be confused. His name is Zheng Fifan. He is Brother Zheng's long-lost son. I have never heard of him before. Brother Zheng just came back after he had a car accident yesterday. Li Ping arrived earlier and had obviously figured out the situation. After a pause, her tone was slightly mocking. Brother Zheng looked forward to seeing this son every day when he was here, but he never came back. As soon as he left, he couldn't wait to come back and inherit the family property. Xu Hao's heart moved slightly, and he did not follow the words, but said as if he understood. I see that he looks haggard. He must have been awake all night. I can only say that it is too unlucky. Alas, the most painful thing in life is that the child wants to be raised but cannot be cared for. After some mourning, everyone had something to do and left one by one. Xu Hao and Li Ping were also ready to leave. You are extraordinary, right? I'm sorry about Brother Zheng's matter. I am the chairman and president of Xu Group. This is my business card. If you need any help, please call me. Although Brother Zheng has transferred his shares and is no longer a shareholder of our company, our friendship is still there. Before leaving, Xu Hao came to Zheng Fifan and said politely. Thank you Uncle Xu for your concern. Zheng Fifan saw the name on the business card and said gratefully. His hearing was amazing, and even when Xu Hao spoke to him just now, he could not hear anything in his ears. I couldn't help but feel a little more fond of this charming uncle. Xu Hao smiled, patted his shoulder and left, then turned around and became expressionless. On the surface, I am conciliatory with you, but in my heart, I want to play you to death. There is a knife hidden in the smile, but that's it. 046 Tragedy strikes so quickly, like a tornado. Surprising special abilities. Chapter 46, Tragedy strikes so quickly, like a tornado. Surprising special abilities. Not long after, the entire Zheng family was empty. Zheng Fifan was left alone. Ah! Let out a shrill prairie dog howl. Zheng Fifan squatted down, with pain and regret on his face. In fact, it has been several days since he returned to China. In his early years, he was abducted by human traffickers. After many twists and turns, he entered the underground world and became a mercenary. Established the serious mercenary group with his good brother Liu Cheng. Unexpectedly, during his latest mission, he was stabbed in the back by a traitor, and the entire serious mercenary group was almost wiped out. Good brother Liu Cheng died of serious injuries in order to cover his escape. Before dying, Liu Cheng held his hand tightly and said, he had a fiancée who was supposed to go back and get married after finishing this job, but unfortunately he never saw her again. Let your good brother help take care of it. After that betrayal, Zheng Fifan was disheartened and tired of the battlefield. Determined to return to China to see his father and take care of his brother's fiancée. After returning to the magical city, he first went to see his brother's fiancée and was shocked. For better protection, he interviewed the security guard of his brother's fiancée's company. Since he hadn't seen his father for many years, he hadn't figured out how to meet him, so he didn't go back immediately. I found a rental house near the company and settled down, clocking into work every day and watching beautiful women. Yesterday when he came home from get off work, a piece of bad news came. My father died in a car accident. Zheng Fifan was dumbfounded. Tragedy strikes quickly like a tornado. Why? He obviously came back a long time ago, why didn't he go to see his father? Now I can't even see him for the last time. Ding. Zheng Fifan is extremely regretful, his mood value is +888. Ding. Zheng Fifan is furious, his mood value is +999. Ding. The result given by the relevant departments was fatigue driving and it was an accidental car accident. Zheng Fifan looked at the scene and found many doubts. The steering wheel of the car was hit, obviously to avoid the car or something. There is no surveillance on site. Why didn't an accident happen on other sections of the road, but why did I drive fatigued in this place where there was no monitoring? There are many doubts. Zheng Fifan decided to investigate the truth thoroughly after finishing his father's funeral affairs. His eyes flashed fiercely, and evil aura emanated from his body. I hope I have misunderstood. If I find out that there is something hidden, I will definitely make you want to live but not die. Xu Hao returned to the company. Stay alone in the office. I immersed myself in the system and found that the emotional value was already over 150,000. He has been saving up his mood points these days to prepare for a high-quality lottery. Ever since my daughter settled at home, her mood has increased rapidly. These are just 2 daughters. If we gather all 7 daughters, wouldn't it be possible to hold a premium lottery every day? Today I met another protagonist, who was also his father K-Ling enemy. Xu Hao was stimulated. A wave of draws is urgently needed to calm down the panic. System, let's do a high-quality lottery first. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward, special ability, teleport. Damn it, Xu was shocked. This is an urban worldview, right? Will you teleport me? This is a rhythm that defies heaven. A mysterious and inexplicable feeling came to my heart. The expression on Xu Hao's face also changed accordingly, and finally turned into disappointment. The excitement disappeared instantly. This special ability of teleportation is controlled through mental power. In short, the stronger the mental strength, the stronger the ability. His current mental strength is only 25 and he can only move within 2 meters. Moreover, teleporting twice is the limit. If you use it again, your energy will be exhausted and lead to collapse. Damn it, why does it feel a little tasteless? Teleportation is awesome, but it doesn't apply to him now. When you are facing off against the protagonist, your teleportation within 2 meters is useful. Shouldn't it be easy to kill you? However, you can add some spirit, improve your mental power, and make your teleportation ability stronger. Depending on how difficult it is to use teleportation, you have to add at least a few hundred points to have any effect. If you add strength, you would be invincible, right? It's really a bit thankless. But it's not useless. If the strength is not much different from that of the protagonist, then teleportation within these 2 meters will play a key role. It's too lame to only be able to use it twice. If you have the chance, just add a little bit more. No matter how many times it takes, you're guaranteed. When there are no opponents in the future, it will not be too late to increase the mental power with all our strength. There are also more than 50,000 emotional values. Let's do a 5-stroke draw. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward 12 points of free attributes. Tisk tisk. Not bad. This is the first time I have drawn attribute points higher than 10 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize, item, a Desert Eagle pistol. Comes with 2 magazines, 1000 rounds. The next moment, a pistol appeared in his hand. The pistol is very delicate. Xu Hao played with it in his hand and it felt very good. Much better than the other pistol he had in his carry-on space. As a ruthless and extremely cautious villain, of course he must always pay attention to his own safety. Otherwise, in this comprehensive novel world, you will die accidentally. So he asked his secretary to get him a gun for self-defense early in the morning. This is one of the reasons why he is so confident about Chen Mo. You can dodge bullets, but if they hit you vitally, you will still die. The other protagonist, Zheng Fifan, said something else. Xu Hao doubted whether the pistol could penetrate his defense. Continue. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize item, 52-year-old Motai 10 bottles. Wine is good wine. It is almost extinct on the market, and a bottle can be auctioned for a sky-high price. But can you come up with something useful? Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize SK*LL, Piano Grandmaster level. Brush. A huge amount of information flooded into my mind. Following previous experiences, the stinging sensation is gone, but I just feel a little bloated. In just a moment, he had digested all the piano knowledge. Xu Hao's face was expressionless. Is this a way to maximize his sub-career? Can you come up with something that suits his identity and can be used to deal with the protagonist? Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward 3 points of free attributes. All 3 attributes are here. More and more outrageous. Xu Hao quickly put away his thoughts and pondered how to add 15 points of attributes. In the end, he added 10 points to strength and 5 points to spirit. When the mental power reaches 30 points, you can use teleportation 3 times. Only then did Xu Hao feel safer. With a thought, the attribute panel appeared in front of my eyes. Character, Xu Hao. Identity, controller of Xu Group. Charm, 92, full value 100. Strength, 65, early stage of Ming Jin. Physique, 33-10 for ordinary people. Spirit, 30-10 for ordinary people. SK*LLS, close combat Grandmaster level painting, Grandmaster level calligraphy, God level piano, Grandmaster level. Item, Desert Eagle, 52-year-old Motai, 10 bottles. Special, portable space 1 cubic meter teleportation. Emotion value, 2546. Free attribute, 0. 047 Save the beauty secretly being the sixth child go to the hostess's house and have S**X. Chapter 47. Save the beauty Xu Hao is the sixth child go to the hostess's house and have S**X. Afternoon. After the company employees got off work, Xu Hao also took the car home. As soon as he walked out of the gate, Xu Hao saw Sha Qingge walking towards the distance. I plan to ask Li Kun to drive over and give this little girl a ride. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a sneaky figure. Who else is there but Lu Fei, the rich second generation who stalks Sha Qingge? Xu Hao looked in another direction. That's Chen Mo. Lu Fei was following Sha Qingge furtively, and Chen Mo was also quietly watching Lu Fei secretly. What is this operation? Interesting. Xu Hao's eyes were full of interest and he ordered Li Kun. Follow me slowly. He gave up the idea of going directly to pick up Sha Qingge. I want to see what tricks this villain and protagonist will play. Sha Qingge's home is not far from the company, and it only takes 10 minutes to walk back. It's just right to buy some vegetables at the vegetable market. Some distance away from the Shu group. When Sha Qingge took a shortcut and walked into an alley, trouble came to her door. Several young men dressed in cool clothes blocked her way. Oh, I just did a fortune telling 2 days ago, and it said that I will have good luck in the near future. I met such a beautiful woman when I went out today. God has been so kind to me. A gangster whistled and looked at Sha Qingge with excitement. Where did Brother Fa do the math? Isn't this too effective? I'm going to find him to figure out when I will get rich. This face and figure are so spot on. This is the first time I've seen such a top-notch girl since I was a kid. Brother Fa, I know you are loyal. With such a beautiful girl, you won't just ignore your brothers, right? Several younger brothers behind him echoed, and the flattery was loud. The gangster leader known as Fa patted his chest proudly. Don't worry, brothers, am I such a stingy person? Everyone will line up behind you later. Fa is awesome, Fa is mighty. I will be with Brother Dingfa for the rest of my life. The gangsters cheered loudly. Staring at Sha Qingge closely, his eyes were shining and his saliva was about to flow. Beauty, you heard what the brothers said just now. Let's go with the brothers. The gangster leader showed an evil smile and walked towards Sha Qingge step by step. Where has Sha Qingge seen such a scene? He stepped back step by step, his face turned pale and he was at a loss. She turned around and prepared to run out, planning to leave the alley and call for help on the street outside. But as soon as she took 2 steps, she tripped over a stone under her feet. The gangster leader got closer and closer, smiling as obscenely as he could. Don't be afraid, little sister, brothers will be very gentle. It's over, there's no escape. Thinking of what a group of gangsters said just now. What will happen if it falls into their hands? It goes without saying. Just when Sha Qingge was helpless, a black shadow quickly rushed over. Knocked the gangster away with one punch. 5 seconds ago. Lu Fei has been following Sha Qingge. Although he was warned by Xu Hao, he still couldn't forget Sha Qingge and was still evil. These days, I have been thinking about how to win over this school beauty who I have liked for 7 years. A younger brother gave him advice. Let's have a hero save the beauty. Little girls these days can do this. Lu Fei's eyes lit up. I spent money to find a group of gangsters and prepared to act out a drama about a hero saving a beauty. Seeing Sha Qingge fall to the ground, her expression was filled with fear and despair. Lu Fei perked up. Excited heart, trembling hands. It's finally time for him to show off. Thinking of standing up and showing off his SK*LLS and defeating a group of gangsters, Sha Qingge worshipped the scene and threw himself into his arms. Lu Fei was so excited that he was trembling all over. However, before he could stand up and shout, "Stop!" a huge force hit him from behind. The whole person fell forward uncontrollably and hit the ground hard. Kicked Lu Fei to the ground. Chen Mo didn't have time to think too much and rushed towards a group of gangsters. Today he came to Xu Group to investigate the situation. Xu Hao dared to steal the beautiful teacher he liked, as well as the school goddess. That's his enemy. After he planned to deal with the Lu family, he would start dealing with Xu Hao. Unexpectedly, Lu Fei was discovered by accident. Seeing him following Sha Qingge, Chen Mo immediately became angry. This bitch still wants to take advantage of the class president and the school beauty. He is really looking for death. Later, Lu Fei just followed and did not take any action. Chen Mo couldn't help but be curious. Decided to follow behind to see the situation. When he saw Sha Qingge being blocked by a group of gangsters in the alley, Lu Fei understood. This is really trying to create a hero-saving beauty and win Sha Qingge's favor. As expected, these second-generation rich people only know some dirty tricks. Of course Chen Mo couldn't do what he wanted. After defeating Lu Fei, Chen Mo knocked away the gangster leader who was approaching Sha Qingge, and then rushed towards a group of younger brothers. Everything happened so fast that Sha Qingge had not yet reacted. "Qingge, are you okay?" A familiar magnetic voice came. Sha Qingge came back to his senses and saw Uncle Xu standing in front of him. Xu Hao knelt down and helped Sha Qingge up. "Wow, Uncle Xu." Feeling the sense of security around Xu Hao, Sha Qingge threw herself into Xu Hao's arms. I cried out, "Wow. As long as I'm here, it'll be okay." Xu Hao patted her back to comfort her. He also understood what was going on after seeing Sha Qingge's experience. Lu Fei, a rich second-generation villain, hired gangsters to put on a good show of a hero saving a beauty. However, he was discovered by the protagonist and cut off the little villain's hero to save the beauty. The protagonist also didn't expect that there was an old man following behind him. Considering his own strength, Xu Hao couldn't beat Chen Mo. If he couldn't defeat Chen Mo, he would beat up a few gangsters and show his dignity in front of Sha Qingge. So while the protagonist was cleaning up the gangsters, he came to the heroine to gain favor. The protagonist works as a thug, and he comes to seduce the heroine. Perfect. This group of gangsters were too weak and were knocked to the ground by Chen Mo with 3 punches and 2 kicks. After solving the problem, Chen Mo turned around calmly, wanting to give Sha Qingge a good impression. But when he saw Sha Qingge falling into Xu Hao's arms, he was dumbfounded. Damn it, when did this guy show up? Horse riding. He works hard to fight gangsters, but Xu Hao flirts with his goddess. Ding Chen Mo was furious, his mood value plus 666. Ding Chen Mo is so angry that he has an emotional value of plus 777. Xu Hao, you ride on the horse and let go of the song. Hearing this heartbreaking voice, Sha Qingge recovered from his fear. I realized that I was nestling in Xu Hao's arms, the same hug that I had just thrown myself into. The pretty face was brushed, and 2 red clouds appeared. Xu let her go without leaving a trace. How will you be here? Chen Mo walked forward angrily and looked at Xu Hao with murderous eyes. Clenched fists in hand, ready to teach Xu Hao a lesson at any time. I happened to pass by when I was going home. I saw Qingge was in trouble here, so I came over to help. Is there any problem? Xu Hao smiled calmly, and then changed his tone. I want to ask, why are you here? Chen Mo didn't hide it either. The drama about Lu Fei following Sha Qingge and trying to be a hero to save the beauty was immediately revealed. He also grabbed Lu Fei, who was lying on the ground and wailing. Say, was it a good thing you did? Lu Fei lowered his head and did not dare to speak. It's not that he was afraid of Chen Mo, nor would he be embarrassed in front of Sha Qingge. I am afraid of Xu Hao. Xu Hao warned her last time, and this time he plotted against Sha Qingge. If Xu Hao is angered, the consequences are unimaginable. He could only pray silently in his heart. Can't see me, can't see me. And Xu Hao has no intention of settling the score with him now. The outcome of the Lu family has already been decided by him, leaving him to fight with the protagonist. Wouldn't it be more satisfying to beat up the drowned dog by yourself then? It turns out it was all Lu Fei's trick. Sha Qingge's face was full of disgust. She was really scared by these gangsters just now. Although Lu Fei will appear and she will be fine in the end, this behavior is disgusting. Wait, you said Lu Fei was following Qingge. This alley is not close to the company. How did you know that Lu Fei was following him? Or are you also following me? Xu Hao's voice sounded leisurely, and his eyes were full of scrutiny. You knew Qingge would be in danger, why didn't you stand up earlier and warn Qingge? Could it be that you wanted to take advantage of the situation? After Xu Hao's reminder, Sha Qingge also thought about this issue and looked suspicious. Originally, because Chen Mo came to the rescue, I felt a little grateful in my heart. Now, that gratitude is slowly disappearing. I didn't mean that. Chen Mo pointed at Xu Hao, his face flushed with anger. It is true that he is following Lu Fei because of his conscience, he just wants to see what Lu Fei does. There is no intention of a hero saving the beauty. But when Xu Hao said it like this, it does sound a bit like that. Chen Mo felt itching with hatred. This Xu Hao is really distorting the facts. I am stalking, aren't you? Chen Mo is sure. When he was following Lu Fei, Xu Hao was also following him. It's just that he was too worried about Sha Qingge at the time and too absorbed to notice. How else to explain that it only took him about 10 seconds from defeating Lu Fei to cleaning up a group of gangsters? It is simply unrealistic for Xu Hao to appear in front of Sha Qingge within 10 seconds. It's not such a coincidence. I am indeed following Lu Fei, but Chen Mo opened his mouth to explain and then expose Xu Hao's tricks. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Sha Qingge. Enough. You can save me, I thank you. After Sha Qingge finished speaking, he turned to look at Xu Hao. Uncle Xu, let's go, I don't want to see them. Okay, I'll take you home. Sha Qingge and Xu Hao left, leaving behind Chen Mo who was messy in the wind. Seeing Lu Fei and a group of gangsters about to leave, the furious Chen Mo took action again and beat the group half to death. Ding Chen Mo's mentality exploded, his emotional value plus 888. Uncle Xu, please go to my house this time. It just so happens that my dad is also at home, and he is planning to invite Uncle Xu to our house for the next 2 days. Thank you for giving me the promotion. Arriving at the gate of the community, Sha Qingge invited Xu Hao again. After thinking about it, Xu Hao looked playful and smiled. Okay, then go up and do it. 048 It's done tonight. Fall in love. The heroine kneels down to thank. Chapter 48 It's done tonight. Falling in love. The heroine kneels down to thank you. Then go up and do it. Since the young heroine has given such a sincere invitation, it would be unreasonable for him to refuse again. With Sha Qingge's closeness to him, and the fact that he had just saved her on behalf of Chen Mo, he was very moved. All it takes is an opportunity for this little heroine to become his plaything. Seeing Xu Hao's agreement, Sha Qingge's face burst into laughter and her heart was filled with joy. Xu Hao has always been caring for her, but she has nothing in return. Today Xu Hao appeared when she was helpless, giving her a sense of security. She has understood the principle of repaying kindness since she was a child. Inviting Xu Hao to your home for dinner and cooking a big meal yourself can be considered a small reward. Sha Qingge immediately prepared to lead the way, but found that Xu Hao did not follow. Looking back, I saw Xu Hao opening the trunk of the car. With a slight thought in my mind, I took out one of the 10 bottles of 52-year-old Modai from my pocket. What's a meal without good wine? Today, he is going to have a big drink with Suan Dahai. This is also an opportunity for manufacturing. When Sha Dahai was drunk and unconscious, he and Sha Qingge were the only ones in the room. Isn't it normal for something to happen to a man and a woman alone? Xu Hao pretended to take it out of the car and walked towards Sha Qingge while holding the wine jar and said, "Your dad and I have known each other for so many years. We always drink some wine when we have dinner together. Today I brought out the good wine I have collected." Sha Qingge thought it was a gift from Xu Hao and was ready to refuse it. She invited Xu Hao to her home to thank him for taking care of her. How can I accept a gift? But after hearing Xu Hao's explanation, she opened her mouth and then swallowed her words. Walking into the community, we came to Yuan Qingge's home. 520, took out the key and opened the door. Seeing Sha Dahai sitting on the sofa reading documents, Sha Qingge pretended to be mysterious. "Dad, you see who I brought here?" Sha Dahai frowned. Who will the daughter bring to the house? Could it be that mysterious boyfriend? Glancing at the 999 well-tended roses on the balcony, he felt very uncomfortable. I feel like the cabbage I have raised for more than 20 years is about to be overtaken by pigs. Just one night a few days ago, on his way home from overtime work, he remembered that today was his daughter's birthday, so he bought a birthday cake and returned to the hospital. Prepare to give your daughter a surprise. The result was no surprise, only shock. As soon as he got home, he saw his daughter holding a bouquet of roses in a daze, smiling brightly. Growing up, my daughter has always had suitors around her. She has always been a good girl and never accepted flowers or gifts from suitors. But what happened today? I brought home a bouquet of roses, still heart-shaped. Still looking like he's falling in love. A bad feeling came over me. Could it be that my daughter is in love? Could it be that boy from the Liu family? That is a scumbag who is idle and only knows about having fun and playing with women. After some questioning, I finally didn't get a definite answer. Good news, the flowers were not sent by Mr. Liu. My daughter hates Mr. Liu very much. Bad news, my daughter did accept a man's hand and was completely in love with him. For this reason, Xu Dahai emoed for several days. But no matter how he pressed, he wanted to find out who that man was. My daughter didn't say anything. Could it be that today, my daughter brought that mysterious boyfriend home? His heart tightened, Xu Dahai's spirit was shaken, and he looked with eyes full of scrutiny. When he saw Xu Hao walking into the house, he was shocked and quickly stepped forward to say hello. Brother Xu, you didn't even tell me when you came so I could go pick you up. Xu Qingge found a new pair of shoes and put them on Xu Hao. Xu Hao said disapprovingly while changing his shoes. What should I answer? We have been friends for many years. There is no need to be so polite. Xu Dahai was moved. It was his lifelong honor to know Xu Hao, a friend who was so elegant, easygoing, and never put on airs. Noticing the jar of wine in Xu Hao's hand, Xu Dahai said quickly. Brother, you came just as you said you would, so what gifts do you want to give me? You are overthinking this. I didn't give it to you. We will drink it together later. Xu Dahai took the wine jar, took a closer look, and was shocked. Good guy. Motai in 1952. Taking it out from Xu Hao's hand, he didn't think it was fake. This bottle of wine, if taken to an auction, can fetch a sky-high price of at least tens of millions. Just take it out and drink it. The eldest brother is bold and tyrannical. Introducing Xu Hao into the house, Xu Dahai was not stingy and took out the tea leaves that he had collected for many years. Put out the tea set and start making tea for Xu Hao. Xu Qingge went out to buy groceries. She wants to show off her cooking *LLS in front of Xu Hao. Brother, have you taken any miraculous medicine? We are getting older as we live, but you are getting younger and younger. The two of them drank tea leisurely together. Looking at Xu Hao's seemingly younger appearance, Xu Dahai couldn't help but sigh. Where is the panacea? It's just that I live a more casual life and have a good mentality. Xu Hao laughed. I thought to myself, you really were right. Isn't the marrow cleansing pill a panacea? But he won't admit it. Xu Dahai just sighed and didn't think much about it. When I think of Xu Hao, who is worth tens of billions, he doesn't have any pressure on weekdays and can still exercise every day to relax. How can a worker like him be like that? After working hard for the company and facing pressure every day, rapid aging is inevitable. By the way, brother, I want to ask you something. 014005516 Filu 103,501,121. Xu Dahai thought of his daughter who was in love, and suddenly had a tangled expression on his face. What? Xu Hao cast a curious look. Xu Dahai immediately told her daughter about her silly joy holding flowers. I want to ask brother, when you were at the company, did you see any male friend Qingje was closer to? My daughter only accepted the money from that guy after arriving at Xu Hao's company. You should have some contacts in the company. Xu Hao pretended to be thoughtful on his face, but smiled secretly in his heart. Isn't that the mysterious boyfriend him? It seems Xu Qingge's birthday that day really touched her to the point of. So won't we be more certain tonight? Xu Hao thought for a while, as if reminiscing, and then shook his head. Qingje gets along well with the employees in the company, but I haven't heard of anyone of the opposite *X she has a good relationship with. Is that so? Xu Dahai was a little disappointed. The two chatted casually. Time passes slowly. It's time to eat. Xu Qingge shouted. The two turned to look. Then he saw Xu Qingge wearing an apron and coming out of the kitchen carrying plates of dishes. Finally, the whole table was filled with delicious food. The two put down their teacups and sat down at the dining table. Looking at the table full of exquisite dishes, Chen Hao couldn't help but sigh. Brother, I am so lucky to have such a virtuous daughter, unlike those heartless ones in my family. Wherever Qingge can do some housework, the eldest brother's daughters are the most beautiful. Xu Dahai quickly replied humbly. There was an expression of pride on his face. Xu Qingge, his daughter, really made him happy. However, when I thought about my daughter having a boyfriend, I didn't know which bastard would be taken advantage of in the future, and I started to feel uncomfortable again. Sha Qingge brought out the last dish from the kitchen. I just happened to see the scene of two people being polite, and I felt quite weird in my heart. Uncle Xu looks more than 20 years younger than his father. And he was calling his father brother, but his father was calling him brother. In the past, when she got along with Uncle Xu, she could not help but ignore his age. It turns out that he is a little older than his father. Thinking of Xu Hao's unconditional trust in her, concern on her birthday, and help in times of danger. Suddenly I didn't care about the huge age gap. Besides, Uncle Xu still looks so young. Xu Hao *LL fully opened the wine and poured a large glass for Sha Dahai and himself. Brother, pour less. This wine is worth tens of millions. Isn't wine just for drinking? We brothers will have a good drink tonight. Sha Qingge was also surprised when his father said that this bottle of wine was worth tens of millions. Just a bottle of wine would be a bit too thoughtful. Curiosity aroused, she quickly picked up an empty cup and raised it in front of Xu Hao. Uncle, I want to drink too. Didn't I pour it for you last time? Remember who said you would never drink it again? Xu Hao said with a teasing smile. Sha Qingge couldn't help but blush. But this time she wanted to thank Xu Hao. Xu Hao drinks, and she drinks, which is really inappropriate. She also wanted to taste what such expensive wine tasted like. It should taste better than the previous wine, right? Qingge, don't be ridiculous. It would be a waste to give you such a good wine. Sha Qingge glared at his father dissatisfied. It's a waste for me to drink. Isn't it a waste for you to drink? After saying that, she wanted to pull her hand back. Uncle Xu also said he would drink with Dad. What if I drink it and they don't have anything to drink? Xu Hao saw her thoughts and poured her a small cup before she could take it back. There's no such thing as waste, wine is just for drinking. That's it for now. You drink Qingge first. If it's not enough, I'll pour it for you. Girls still can't drink too much. Sha Qingge wanted to drink, which was exactly what he wanted. It's done tonight. But he didn't drink as much as Sha Qingge. If he was really drunk, it would be no different from picking up corpses. That's no fun either. Being tipsy is the best state. Xu Hao calculated that the amount of wine he could pour for her should be just right. This child was spoiled by me. Sha Dahai sighed beside him. Next, dinner officially begins. Brother, I respect you and thank you for taking care of Qingge. My daughter was promoted to supervisor within a few days of joining the company. Sha Dahai was shocked. With this trend, it seems that Xu Hao meant it when he said he would promote his daughter to manager. Sha Dahai stood up and respectfully raised the glass to Xu Hao. It's nothing. There are many vacancies in our company now. I have seen Qingge's performance in the company and I have the ability to serve as a supervisor. If this continues, I will promote her to manager after she gets familiar with the working environment. Xu Hao attributed all the reasons for his promotion to Sha Qingge. It means it is her own ability. The father and daughter were touched again. They know it in their own minds. No matter how capable it is impossible for it to appreciate so quickly. How can anyone be promoted to a supervisor as soon as they arrive at the company? Xu Hao picked up the wine glass and the two clinked it. The 52-year-old Motai is a little less strong, more sweet and mellow, with endless aftertaste. Sha Dahai took a big sip and couldn't help but sigh. Good wine indeed. Xu Hao nodded in agreement. Products produced by the system must be of high quality. Hearing that after drinking, he wanted to eat something, Sha Qingge quickly picked up the vegetables and put them in Xu Hao's bowl. Sha Dahai cast a resentful look. The daughter I have raised for more than 20 years has never been so filial to her. After eating for a while, Sha Qingge rolled his eyes and felt that the time was ripe. He also pretended to pick up the wine glass. Uncle Xu, I respect you and thank you for showing up in time to save me this afternoon. Because of Xu Hao's words, she felt that Chen Mo had an ulterior motive for saving her, and gave all the credit to Xu Hao. Sha Dahai was eating vegetables. Hearing this, his body stiffened and he suddenly raised his head and asked. What happened? Sha Qingge told the story of how Lu Fei arranged for the gangster to act. Sha Dahai was frightened for a while after hearing this. Fortunately, Xu Hao showed up in time. Otherwise, that guy will really succeed. Damn it. It's great to have such a beautiful and lovely daughter, but there are also worries. There are bad people everywhere outside, and I am afraid that my daughter will be deceived. Brother, let me toast you too. I warned that guy last time at the company gate, but I didn't expect that he would still be evil. I won't let him go. Xu Hao looked very angry. In fact, he would not let Mr. Lu go. No, to be precise, the entire Lu family. After hearing what Xu Hao said, Sha Dahai immediately felt at ease. Sure enough, sending his daughter to his eldest brother's company was the wisest decision he made. Sha Qingge picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and his eyes lit up. Sure enough, it tasted much better than the last time. 3 people and 1.2 people were eating dishes and changing glasses, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. The meal is over. The bottle of 52-year-old Motai has also bottomed out. Brother, let's keep drinking until we get drunk. Sha Dahai's eyes were blurred, and he drunkenly raised the glass in his hand and shook it. Suddenly his eyes closed. It hit the table with a bang. He was still mumbling something, obviously drunk. Wine worth tens of millions is naturally good wine and does not make you drunk after drinking it. It just feels extremely sweet, refreshing and refreshing. But the stamina is not small. Not to mention drinking so much. I won't be able to wake up until the next day if I don't sleep. And he slept worse than a dead pig. No matter what noise is made during this period, you will not be awakened. Xu Hao also drank a lot, but was only a little tipsy. This is the effect of strengthening his physique and washing his marrow and cutting away his hair with the marrow cleansing pill. Sha Qingge's eyes were also a little blurry at this time. She actually finished the small glass of wine, but she was only a little tipsy. Seeing his father drunk, Sha Qingge was going to check on the situation. But at this moment, I felt an extra hand on my waist. Turning around, he found Xu Hao staring directly at him. It turned out that she had already sat next to Uncle Xu in order to better serve Uncle Xu. Feeling the blazing gaze, the strong masculine aura rushed towards my face. Sha Qingge's heartbeat accelerated for no reason. As if aware of what is coming next. She didn't know whether it was because she wasn't repulsive or because she was tipsy, but she didn't break free. Suddenly her waist tightened, and she couldn't help but fall into a warm embrace. When I looked up, I saw Xu Hao's handsome face with mature charm slowly approaching. Sha Qingge closed her eyes involuntarily. 049 The heroine who throws herself into someone's arms. Charming style of young woman. Chapter 49 The surrendered heroine throwing herself into my arms. Thunder from heaven and fire from earth. Ding. Sha Qingge is uneasy, her mood value is plus 666. Ding. Sha Qingge is scared, her emotional value is plus 777. Ding. Sha Qingge is tangled in her heart, her emotional value is plus 888. Ding. Qingge, I'm sorry, I didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. Xu Hao pretended to be ashamed and said with a look of humiliation on his face. Seeing Uncle Xu with a guilty look on his face, Sha Qingge quickly comforted him and lowered his head shyly. I volunteered. Really. Although she was a little drunk just now, her mind was very clear. She could have broken away from Xu Hao, but she didn't. In other words, this kind of behavior is not objectionable to her. I'm afraid that Xu Hao won't believe it, and I'm afraid that he will blame himself for it. Sha Qingge paused and blurted out. These are the words from the deepest part of her heart. If this had not happened, she would never have spoken out. Thinking of Xu Hao's concern during this period, I created a birthday surprise for her. There have been critical moments before. Unknowingly, this mature, steady, elegant and easy-going man had entered her heart. Qingge, are you telling the truth? I like you too. After hearing this, Xu Hao looked at her with excited expression. Then I thought of something and couldn't help but feel disappointed. But I can't give you a title. Here it comes, here it comes, here come the scumbag quotes. I like you and want to be with you, but we can't get married. Xu Hao sighed in his heart. I didn't expect that when I traveled through time and became a billionaire, I would use the tricks from my previous life. Sha Qingge knew Xu Hao's identity. Not to mention that he is married, he is already the father of 7 children, and he is highly respected in the eyes of countless people. But the age gap between the two is not accepted by the world. It's okay, I don't care about that, I just want to be with you. Although Sha Qingge was a little disappointed because he couldn't justify his name. But he recovered quickly and looked into Xu Hao's eyes and said. She is more open-minded. There is no way not to look away. If she can't accept it, she can only leave Xu Hao. After finally getting together by accident, she didn't want to leave. Qing Jie, don't worry, I will definitely not let you down. Xu Hao looked excited. In fact, everything was as he expected. Except for a few unique heroines in novels, they usually stick with the protagonist after they follow him. It is the guarantee for the protagonist to open up a large harem. And it is because of the heroine's character that she is now advantaged by him. Next, there was another round of thunder and fire. The next day, Sha Dahai woke up in a daze. Walking out of the bedroom, I saw my daughter cleaning up the house. He slept so much last night that Xu Hao carried him back to the bedroom with one hand. Where is your uncle Xu? Sha Dahai patted his forehead to calm himself down. He asked, looking at his daughter. You still have the nerve to say that you were so drunk last night that you lost consciousness, and they left long ago. While talking, she kept her head down and wiped the table, not daring to look directly at her father. After all, it can be said that his behavior last night was shameless. If my father knew what happened last night, he would definitely be so angry that he would die on the spot. Sha Dahai didn't notice his daughter's strange look and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The wine is good, but the wine is too strong. Let him, a drunkard who often deals with alcohol, get drunk like this. Then he looked at his daughter with some dissatisfaction. Qing Jie, you are serious. Your uncle Xu drank so much and must be drunk. Why don't you leave him to rest at home? I tried to persuade you to stay, but Uncle Xu is leaving and doesn't want to cause us any trouble. Sha Qingge said so, but I was complaining in my heart. Uncle Xu is drunk. Do you know how powerful he is? Also, I not only left Xu Hao at home, but also visited every corner of the house. She wasn't wrong either. Xu Hao did say that he would not cause any trouble to her. If he stayed at home and Sha's father saw him, he would see something strange about his daughter. But I left after dawn. Before leaving, we went to Chu Mingshan for a ride together. No, I have to go back to the bedroom to tidy up and wash the sheets. With this thought in his mind, Sha Qingge walked cautiously toward the bedroom. Seeing his daughter's back, Sha Dahai's doubts flashed away. I feel like my daughter is different from before. But what exactly is different, I can't tell for a while. Xu Group, CEO's office. Xu Hao is sitting at his desk reading information. Secretary Li Kun was standing in front of him to report the information he had investigated about Zheng Fifan. Zheng Fifan came back from abroad 10 days ago and rented a house on Shuimiao Street. There is a very beautiful landlord named Xiao Wanling. Now he works as a security guard at Qingtian Electronics Company, Limited. With Xu Hao's current intelligence network, he can only investigate so much. Nothing can be found about what Zheng Fifan did before. If you want to be the biggest villain, you can't control everything. There is still a long way to go in the future. Xu Hao opened the information of Qingtian Electronics Company, Limited. 3 years ago, the company was in a state of limbo and was about to go bankrupt. Lin Chuqing, who had just graduated, was ordered to take over the company at the critical moment. Fires that should be fired, demotions that should be demoted, and promotions that should be promoted shock all employees. Through a series of policy reforms, companies that were about to go bankrupt were brought back to life. Later, he became stronger and stronger and reached a higher level. Lin Chuqing is also famous. Gained a reputation as a business wizard. It's just that she is ruthless and unsmiling in the company, and her reputation as President Bingshan spreads like wildfire. Continuing to read, his eyes suddenly focused on a piece of information. Lin Chuqing's company cooperates with the Liu family. 67EYE. Xu Hao tapped his fingers lightly on the table, thoughtfully. In the future, he will take the entire Liu family industry into his pocket. According to the current situation of the Liu family and the protagonist brother gang fighting, I believe this time will not be long. How should we deal with the relationship with this heroine? Is it better to be a gentleman and give in, or to take the initiative and attack? He and the protagonist are at odds with each other. Anyway, you have to confront the protagonist in the end. Now, the protagonist has been unable to find out whether he is the real culprit behind the scenes for a while. Let's not alert the enemy first. After pondering for a moment, he finally decided to take it one step at a time. Hurry up and collect emotional points and improve yourself first. Afternoon. 2 figures walked into the Xu group cautiously. It is the Liu family and his son. Liu Fei was scared to death of being caught doing bad things. He is not afraid of Chen Mo, nor is he afraid of Zhen Qingge. I'm afraid that Xu Hao will be angry and retaliate against the Lu family. After Lu Fei went back, the more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, and he was tortured all night. Finally, I couldn't help but tell my father. Lu's father beat him up at that time. He was fully aware of this traitor's virtues. On weekdays, he doted on his son, turned a blind eye, and passed it by. Now he is so bold that he can provoke anyone. Do you know the difference between the Lu family and the Xu family? As long as Xu Hao just says a word, they can make the Lu family die without a burial place. He immediately brought the traitor over to plead guilty. Xu Hao met them in the living room. Mr. Xu, I'm sorry, Quanzi is not sensible. Xu Hao was holding the teacup, but he didn't even pour tea for the two of them. He had no intention of being polite to the two guys who were about to become prodigal dogs. Father Lu was very embarrassed when he didn't get a response from Xu Hao. But I still try to keep a smile on my face. After saying that, he couldn't help but kick his good-for-nothing son. Why are you standing there stunned? Why don't you quickly apologize to your Uncle Xu? If I can't get your Uncle Xu's forgiveness, I'll beat you to death on the spot. Lu Fei's body trembled, and he knelt down with a pop sound. Said with a cry, Uncle Xu, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please spare me this time. I will never dare to do it again. Xu Hao then put down the teacup and spoke calmly. I'm not the one you should apologize to. He said hello and asked someone to find Qing Jie. Xu Hao originally asked her to rest at home for a day. After all, I was tortured the first time, and I was afraid that my ability to work and walk would be affected. But Sha Qingge refused. She said she was not that vulnerable. So I only rested at home for half a day and then returned to the company to work. Not long after, Sha Qingge's figure slowly appeared in the reception hall. It's really serious. I rested for a long time and haven't fully recovered yet. Father Lu was shocked when he saw Sha Qingge. No wonder her good-for-nothing son has been obsessed with her for 7 years, and even if Xu Hao warns her, he will attack her. Seeing his son in a daze, Lu's father was furious and kicked him hard. What are you doing standing still? Why don't you quickly apologize to me? Lu Fei came back to his senses and hurriedly turned his kneeling posture to face Sha Qingge. Qing Jie, I'm sorry. I was the one who deceived you yesterday. I shouldn't have used that method to you. Please forgive me this time, I will never disturb your life again. After he finished speaking, Lu Fei saw his father's eyes glaring angrily, meaning he bowed and made a purchase. Sha Qingge is a good girl, but she has experienced this kind of battle before. Scared and a little overwhelmed, the eyes for help fell on Xu Hao. Xu Hao smiled. It depends on whether you forgive him or not. If you do, this is the end of the matter. Forget it, otherwise I will help you find your place. You dared to act recklessly after I warned you, you are very courageous. Father Lu's body trembled, and Lu Fei was even more frightened. They all heard that Xu Hao was really angry. Although Xu Hao has a very good image in the minds of outsiders. But any fool can think of it. How can someone who has created tens of billions of assets from scratch be a simple character? The Lu family simply could not bear Xu Hao's anger. Feeling Xu Hao's concern, Sha Qingge was moved. If there were no outsiders present, she could not wait to throw herself into Xu Hao's arms and kneel down to beg for comfort. Taking a deep breath to ease his excitement, Sha Qing said coldly. Forget it this time, don't appear in front of me in the future. The Lu family's father and son looked happy. Lu Fei stopped shaking and said excitedly. Don't worry, Qing Jie, I will never do it again. Mr. Xu, look. Father Lu turned his attention to Xu Hao. Xu Hao snorted coldly. You have to thank Qing Jie. If she hadn't let you go, I would have planned to attack your Lu family this afternoon. Thank you, Miss Shaw, and thank you, Mr. Xu, for showing mercy. Father Lu wiped his cold sweat and quickly thanked him for the gift. Xu Hao waved his hand impatiently. He had other plans in mind. It is impossible to let go. If the Lu family hadn't been left to deal with the protagonist, it would have been dog-eat-dog on both sides. He had already wiped out the Lu family. But it's soon. Keep the Lu family and let it exert its last bit of value. Waiting to catch them all behind him. Faced with Xu Hao's unkind words, the Lu family and his son did not dare to feel any resentment. He quickly said goodbye and walked out. When Lu Fei passed by Sha Qingge 977, he seemed to have discovered something extraordinary, and he was stunned. He wandered among flowers and played with many women. Women have experienced it for the first time too. At this moment, Sha Qingge's appearance gave him the same feeling as those women who had just broken through. Combined with the fact that I just saw Sha Qingge walking with some sprained legs. Thunder exploded in my mind. Quote, Lu Fei couldn't believe the truth. Sha Qingge is the girl he really likes, and he wants to marry her as his wife. Otherwise, I wouldn't treat her like other women, just for fun. He pursued Sha Qingge for 7 years. When I thought that Sha Qingge had slept with another man, it was like a green hat fell from the sky. He was so angry that his mind was about to explode. Who is it? Who is that man? Lu Fei racked his brains and finally thought of someone. Chen Mo. It was this guy who ruined his good deeds yesterday. Not only did it ruin his heroic plan to save the beauty, but it also exposed what she had done. As a result, he offended Xu Hao and was scolded by his father. It's all because of him. Lu Fei's face was distorted and he hated Chen Mo to the extreme. He did not associate Sha Qingge with Xu Hao. The age gap between the two and Xu Hao's character are so great that it's impossible to even think about it. When Father Lu saw his son looking at Sha Qingge in a daze, he thought he was evil-minded and dragged him out fiercely. This good-for-nothing son must be taught a lesson. If Xu Hao is offended by a woman again, he will have no choice but to run away with a bucket. Secretary Li Kun saw this and followed him out. He even closed the door. There were only 2 people left in the living room. Sha Qingge could no longer suppress the emotions in her heart and fell into Xu Hao's arms. Xu Hao had a strange expression. He saw Lu Fei's expression just now. Only then did I remember Lu Fei's identity, a dog-licking villain who had been licking horses for 7 years. As a result, his beloved goddess fell into his hands. The next day, he was asked to come in front of him and apologize. What the hell is going on? With the warm and fragrant soft jade in her arms, Xu Hao couldn't help but think of the protagonist's beautiful stepmother. Are you free later? Sha Qingge froze and looked at Xu Hao aggrievedly. Xu Hao smiled slightly and whispered something in her ear. In an instant, Sha Qingge was stunned. 1+. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at Xu Hao in shame and anger. Good luck. At this glance, there was actually a hint of the young woman's eyebrowless look. Then, 050 The third daughter comes home. The twins rebelled. Chai Father Crematorium. Chapter 50. The third daughter comes home. The twins rebel chasing their father's crematorium. Ding Sha Qingge is extremely shy, her mood value is +654. Ding Sha Qingge is in a happy mood, and his mood value is +789. Uncle Xu, are you satisfied with the work I reported? Sha Qingge raised his head and smiled at Xu Hao. Xu Hao touched her head and nodded in agreement. I have never doubted your ability to work. I will continue to work hard in the future. Know it, Sha Qingge responded sweetly, and then rolled her eyes. Then I have to report on my work every day from now on, okay? No problem, as long as I'm in the company, you can come whenever you want. Shanghai University. The bell rang for the end of get out of class. 2 sisters, Xu Shiqing and Xu Weiyi, went home together. Ever since they started calling daddy and moved from school to home, their whole temperament has become much more lively than before. The 2 came to the school gate to wait for the bus. Xu Hao arranged for a dedicated and SK*LLED female driver to pick up and drop off the sisters. At this time, a white Audi stopped in front of the 2 people. The 2 sisters couldn't help but frown. This is not the car that picks them up. Brush. The driver's window is open. The 2 sisters said in unison when they saw the people inside. I saw that the person driving the car was a mature lady with a beautiful appearance and a curvy figure. She is the 3rd sister among their 7 sisters. Xu Hongzhuang. Since I last sent a message, I was worried that they would be deceived by Xu Hao, so I planned to come back and have a look. Wow, I finally met Bingdi, the school beauty of our school. They are so beautiful and cute. The 2 sisters are really just like the legend. They look exactly the same. I can't tell who is the elder sister and who is the younger sister. Stupid, you can tell by their temperament. The elder sister is quieter and gentler. The younger sister is more lively. Brother, you understand again, right? Come on, come and help me identify their temperaments. Look at the young lady in the car, no matter the appearance or temperament, she is not inferior to the school beauty Bingdi. What the fuck, sure enough, beautiful women are surrounded by beautiful women. No way, right? There won't be anyone who doesn't know that is their sister, right? Have you ever heard of the 7 fairies of the Xu family? Each one of them is peerless in splendor. Ignoring the comments of people around her, Xu Hongzhuang smiled at her 2 youngest sisters and waved. Boarding. The 2 sisters didn't hesitate and asked chatteringly after getting in the car. Third sister, when did you come back? You didn't even tell us. Did the third sister bring us a gift? No need to ask, the one who asked for the gift was undoubtedly Xu Huai. Of course, how could I forget my 2 lovely sisters? Xu Hongzhuang took out 2 exquisite small boxes while driving. Let me see what it is. Xu Huai came to the box and couldn't wait to open it. A small necklace lay quietly inside. It's a necklace. Xu Huai was a little disappointed. Stinky girl, the third sister has put so much effort into choosing a gift for you, but you still dislike it. Xu Hongzhuang rolled her eyes angrily. She wasn't angry, she just had a normal quarrel with her sister. Why are you talking to third sister? Xu Xiqing couldn't help scolding her sister. Xu Huai picked up the necklace and pouted. That's right, the workmanship of this necklace is too poor, and these diamonds are not as beautiful as those colored gemstones. Xu Xiqing also looked at the necklace. Indeed, compared with the necklaces their father gave them. Forget it, there is no comparison at all. It is simply an underground place and a heaven place. But you can't say it. Third sister, don't you want to lose face? When Xu Hongzhuang heard this, a few black lines appeared on her forehead. You little heartless thing, I bought it at a LV store, okay it cost hundreds of thousands, but it's no better than your fake one. Xu Xiqing quits. You can say that your sister is okay, but you can't say that of your father. Third sister, how many times have I told you the necklace dad gave us is real? Xu Hongzhuang still didn't believe it. Didn't you hear what the eldest sister said? Even if it is customized, the styles of those 2 necklaces should not have ever appeared on the market. Besides, the minimum estimate of the elder sister is 10 million. Think about it with your little brains. How could that ruthless guy give you such a valuable thing? It must be a fake. The 2 sisters, poetic in painting, were so angry that they were itching their teeth. I really want to take out the necklace and slap the third sister in the face. But they didn't wear it, they left it at home. After all, it's a bit uneasy to carry something so valuable with you or put it in your school bag. I'll show it to you when I get home and see what you say then. Long. Xu Hongzhuang raised her lips. I came back this time to expose that guy's tricks. It's impossible to give you something worth 10 million. I will stay in the Magic City for a while, so you can move to live with me, otherwise you will be brainwashed by that guy sooner or later. The 2 sisters were speechless. Why doesn't my sister believe it no matter what they say? I also think it's funny that they were brainwashed by their father. You can live alone outside, and don't drag us along. We are living well at home. Hearing that the third sister wanted to take them outside to live, Xu Huai clapped her hands. Are you kidding me? What's the point of living with your sister? Isn't it nice to live with dad? After these few days, her father taught her calligraphy step by step. Her calligraphy *LLS are improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. If she is asked to move out at this time, she will not even want to die. Xu Xiqing also nodded. We are all one family, okay, third sister, why are you living outside? It's not like we don't have room at home. Your room is reserved just for you. Dad often asks the nanny to clean the rooms of your sisters. Xu Xiqing said good things to Xu Hao. This reflects the advantage of Xu Hao getting the sisters in advance. Let the 2 sisters lead the other daughters. He kept saying good things about him in front of his sisters, gradually changing their impressions. Xu Hongzhuang's mind was buzzing. Some couldn't believe their ears. You still say you haven't been brainwashed? Who said in the group a few days ago that I was envious of all the sisters who moved out? They also want to graduate early and move out of that home. Speak quickly, who are you? How dare you take away my 2 sisters? Xu Xiqing. Xu Huai. This is embarrassing. The news was indeed sent by them in the group. But this time and that time. Dad is so good to them. Why are they moving out? They will live at home with their father for the rest of their lives. Third sister, if I remember correctly, you studied music and singing, right? You have never acted, why are you so worried about your inner life? Xu Hongzhuang's face darkened. 2 heartless little girls. I rushed back so quickly, wasn't it all for you? While the 3 sisters were playing around, the car drove into the Xu family villa. After getting off the car, Xu Huai couldn't wait to return to her room. When she came out, she had a necklace in her hand. It was the one Xu Hao gave her. Third sister, take a look, is it true or false? Xu Huai was so proud that it was so fun to slap the third sister in the face. Xu Hongzhuang took the necklace with a solemn expression. Previously, Xu Yi and the two sisters took photos and posted them in a group chat, so it was inevitable that there would be a sense of unreality. Now I can really see it. The moment she held it in her hand, she knew she was wrong. This material and feel cannot be fake. The craftsmanship is exquisite and the gemstones sparkle, making people unable to take their eyes away. Holding it in your hand, you feel like you can't put it down. The necklace is already extremely dazzling, with the largest gemstone underneath. The two words engraved play the finishing touch. Suddenly the necklace seemed to come alive. There is a lively and lovely artistic conception, revealed from between the lines. Xu Hongzhuang was shocked. How is it possible? How could someone write such good handwriting? Just two words showed Xu Huai's temperament and character. Far from being described as a calligraphy master. The eldest sister's estimate was wrong. How can I buy this necklace for 10 million? Put it up for auction, it will start at least 100 million. Is this really what Xu Hao gave to you? Xu Xiqing nodded proudly. Xu Huai was a little dissatisfied with her title. What Xu Hao, that's what you called me too, you want to call me dad? Xu Hongzhuang twitched the corner of her mouth, thinking of Xu Hao's bad attitude towards them, being moody and ruthless. She felt that she could not pronounce those two words no matter what. Just when Xu Hongzhuang was shocked and the twin sisters were proud. There was a sound of ta-da-da, footsteps. It turns out that Su Wanchou, the mature and beautiful mother of the family, has returned home. Xu Hongzhuang said hello. Although Su Wanchou is her stepmother, she is only 1,000 years older. But they all see what is good to them. When I was in school, Su Wanchou would always give me pocket money and buy gifts. Therefore, the 7 sisters all respect this beautiful stepmother. She was a little surprised. I saw Su Wanchou before that, although she was also beautiful, she had a worried and gloomy air. Now that melancholic temperament is gone, it seems to be reborn, giving people a sense of luxury and grace. Oh, Hongzhuang is back, why don't you tell me in advance so that I can prepare delicious food for you? Su Wanchu was surprised at first, but also very happy to see it was Xu Hongzhuang. Now, both daughters have moved in at home, and the atmosphere is becoming more and more like home. Now the third daughter is back, which is a good sign. It would be great if all the sisters could live at home. It's okay, I'll just come back and take a look. It won't be so troublesome. What trouble is it to go home? You guys chat first, and I'll go to the kitchen to cook for you. After Su Wanchou finished speaking, she hurried to the kitchen. Xu Hongzhuang stretched out her hand and said, just go out to eat in the evening. As a result, seeing how enthusiastic Su Wanchou was, she didn't say anything. Why does it feel like Mother Su has changed into a different person? Xu Hongzhuang murmured. You don't know this, right? Third sister, let me tell you a secret. Next to him, Xu Huai came over and said mysteriously. What secret? I'm telling you, Su's mother was conquered by her father, and every night her voice changed because of. A look of confusion appeared on Xu Hongzhuang's face. Soon, I saw my sister Xu Huai's strange eyes and Xu Xiqing's pretty face turned red. She got it. I couldn't help but blush a little. Then he began to educate his sister. Xu Huai, what did you learn in school? You didn't learn the good stuff, you just learned some messy stuff. He also blamed his sister Xu Xiqing for not educating her well. Xu Xiqing felt aggrieved. She also wanted to discipline her sister, but she was disobedient. Click. Just as the 3 girls were fighting, the door was opened. Xu Hao's figure walked in. The 3 women stopped involuntarily. I saw Xu Hao holding a document bag in his hand and trotting over. Dad, let me help you get. Xu Hao was about to praise his youngest daughter when a series of system prompts appeared. Ding Xu Hongzhuang is angry, her emotional value is +354. Ding Xu Hongzhuang is very hateful, her emotional value is +586. Good guy, how much hatred and resentment is this? Contributed so much emotional value to him as soon as we met. In this regard, Xu Hao just wanted to say, keep going, don't stop. Following the resentful gaze, Chen Hao saw his third daughter, Xu Hongjiao. He is tall and tall, about 1.75 meters tall, with a flawless oval face that seems to take away his soul. Her lips have clear lines and soft contours, and her long, bright hair flutters in the wind. Her body is full of unique charm and charm. She has sharp eyes, a sense of determination and confidence, of money, and a fierce aura exudes from her. An ordinary person would not have the courage to look her in the eyes. But Xu Hao is no ordinary person. Is Hongzhuang back? Xu Hao came closer with a smile and sat down on the sofa not far away. Are you okay outside? I support you if you pursue your dreams, but if you encounter difficulties, you must tell your family. I can still provide some help. Xu Hongzhuang was shocked. Xu Hao was indeed different from before. In the past, they were like strangers when they met and never spoke to each other. I actually talked to him today. Are you asking him to help you if you have any problems? Xu Hongzhuang composed herself and tried to keep herself calm. Keep playing. It makes the poetic and picturesque sisters willing to call daddy. Xu Hao must have made changes. I just don't know why he did it. For the sake of her two sisters, she wants to expose Xu Hao's true face. He immediately said angrily, I'm fine outside, the air outside is sweet, and I don't need any help from you. Xu Hongzhuang's performance was within Xu Hao's expectations. Didn't care. Only he knows what kind of attitude he had towards them before he awakened his memory. The younger daughters are fine. Especially for several sisters, the difficulty of the strategy has skyrocketed. Among them was the death of his first wife. Although that was also a tool wife he found to help take care of the children. But these daughters didn't know that they were picked up by Xu Hao. I thought the dead one was my biological mother. In addition, I had the same attitude towards my first wife as I did towards Su Wancho. It would be abnormal not to be angry with him. One day I'll let you call me daddy. If you ignore him now, do you know that you are chasing the crematorium? Xu Hao expressed that he was looking forward to it. 051 Lucky Star. The heroine goes on a date. The bet between twin daughters. Chapter 51. Live Treasure. The heroines date. The twin daughters bet. Dad, you haven't been home all day. My painting is finished. Please help me take a look. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Xu Shiqing immediately changed the topic and said to Xu Hao. Xu Huai also rolled his eyes. Yes, Dad, my calligraphy has also improved. Go and help us see who has improved. We made a bet, there will be punishment if we lose. What kind of punishment? Xu Hao couldn't help but asked curiously. Whoever loses will have to wash it for Dad. Before Xu Huai could say the next words, her mouth was blocked by her sister Xu Shiqing. Her pretty face turned red with embarrassment. Why does this sister keep saying everything to others? If we lose, can we just proceed quietly? It's good now, the third sister knows about it. Sure enough, after hearing Xu Huai's words, Xu Hongjiao stared at her with suspicion. These two sisters lost the bet, so they have to wash Xu Hao. What should he wash? I hope it's not what she thought. Xu Hao was pulled to the courtyard by her twin daughters. Xu Hongzhuang frowned and followed with doubts. The sisters showed their work to Xu Hao. Xu Shiqing painted a landscape picture. Through Xu Hao's teaching for several days, I was able to draw a trace of charm. Xu Huai wrote 5 words. Everything prospers when the family is in harmony. One stroke after another, it is perfectly round and natural and smooth. Xu Hao commented, You're not bad, Dad, tell me which one of us has made the most progress. Xu Huai is very confident in her handwriting, so Xu is good at it. After thinking about it, Xu Hao made a very pertinent comment. You are now in the middle of the pack in your respective fields, but painting comes later than poetry. Xu Hao has not finished speaking, but the two sisters already know who has made the most progress. Oh, yes sister, let me just say I won, right? Don't forget the punishment of the bet between us. Xu Huai put her hands on her hips and laughed, feeling like a turned surf singing. Although they are twins, no matter in terms of appearance, temperament or academic performance in school. Not much different. The difference is not big, but there is always a gap. Xu Huai is more playful, while Xu Shiqing is more serious. Therefore, in all aspects of performance, Xu Huai is slightly worse than Sister 363. Now she finally has a sense of accomplishment in defeating her sister. When Xu Shiqing heard this, the blush that had just faded suddenly covered her cheeks again. Thinking of that punishment, she couldn't help but have the urge to dig into the ground. I'm so embarrassed. Seeing her proud sister, Xu Shiqing was filled with hatred. But there is no way, if you lose, you lose. My sister's calligraphy *LLS at first were not as good as her own painting *LLS. Xu Huai only started learning painting after her father taught her painting for a day. Now I have caught up with her progress. 4013-133. But Xu Shiqing couldn't figure it out. Obviously, her sister is with her all the time, and the study time is almost the same. My younger sister is playful and not serious, so how can I study better than her? She came up with an incredible answer. Could it be that my sister is secretly working hard, and then surprising me? My sister is so nice. In fact, of course not, Xu Huai was not that scheming. Only Xu Hao knows the real answer. There is no other reason. His calligraphy is at the god level, and his painting is only at the master level. The grandmaster level is still the pinnacle level that a person can reach, while the god level is already extraordinary, so there is a natural difference when it comes to teaching people. Okay, I see that you have all improved, but there are still some shortcomings. I'm going to teach you how to improve now. Which of you will come first? Xu Huai wanted to raise her hands and feet. Xu Huai picked up the prepared brush, and Xu Hao hugged her out of habit. Hold her hand. Start step-by-step teaching. Beside, Xu Hongzhuang was surprised by the works of her two sisters. She knew that Xu Shiqing liked painting and Huai liked practicing calligraphy. But I didn't expect to draw so well. Is this the work of a college student? You can compare with those masters. If she remembered correctly, she had never seen how well her sister could draw before. Was it really taught by Xu Hao? He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Xu Hao. Just saw the scene of Xu Hao holding her sister. Xu Hongzhuang's pupils exploded. Xu Hao, what are you doing? Let go of my sister. Under the puzzled gazes of Xu Shiqing and Xu Huai, Xu Hongzhuang rushed up. Separate the two people hugging each other. He pulled his sister Xu Huai behind him and stared at Xu Hao with an angry face. A third sister, what are you doing? The twin sisters all looked at the third sister, Xu Hongzhuang, with doubts on their faces. Haha, I finally understand why he is so nice to you. He just wants to take advantage of you. Xu Hongzhuang ignored the two sisters, with an expression on her face that she had discovered the truth. I didn't expect that, Xu Hao, you are such a beast, you would actually attack your daughter. You want to be the father of a ghost. Ding Xu Hongzhuang is furious, her emotional value plus 888. Ding Xu Hongzhuang's hatred is hard to calm down, her emotional value plus 789. Looking at the constantly refreshed emotion values, Xu Hao looked strange. This third daughter is really a living treasure. As expected of someone who wants to be a star, his imagination is too big. No, how can you say it's just an idea? It doesn't sound like it's true. Damn it, this daughter's thoughts were guessed. Xu Hao sighed with a smile in his heart, with a playful expression on his face. He doesn't need to speak, his two daughters will speak for him. As expected, after hearing their sister's accusation, the two sisters, poetic and painting, were completely speechless. They really wanted to cut open the third sister's head to see what was inside. Xu Hao is still their father after all. How could it be like what the third sister said? Moreover, when their father taught them, he had clearly explained the situation. Step-by-step teaching is easier to learn, easier to understand, and easier to improve. They also agreed. Third sister, what are you doing? Dad is just teaching me calligraphy. Isn't it normal to teach step by step? Xu Huai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She pulled her third sister Xu Hongzhuang away and walked out from behind. As soon as I got into the mood of practicing calligraphy, I was interrupted by the third sister, and I felt a little depressed. Dad, don't pay attention to her. She has lost her brain when studying music. Let's continue. After Xu Huai finished speaking, he took Xu Hao's hand and put it into his arms. The big hand wraps the small hand and starts practicing. Xu Hongzhuang wanted to separate the two, but Xu Shiqing held her back. Third sister, please stop making trouble, okay? I know you're doing it for our own good, but aren't you a bit too whimsical? Making trouble. Xu Hongzhuang was stunned by what her sister said and rolled her eyes angrily. Come when she wants to. She spent a lot of time at home before, but she never found out that Xu Hao could calligraphy or draw. I feel that the two sisters were deceived by Xu Hao. That's why there was such a big reaction. So, since Xu Hao doesn't know anything, why is he still holding them? It must be to take advantage. The mind is not pure. But neither sister believed her words, and she was helpless. Finally, he snorted coldly. I want to see what tricks he can teach. Xu Hongzhuang stared at the two of them closely. Once she discovered anything unusual about Xu Hao's behavior, she immediately rushed forward. Of course, part of her gaze was also focused on Xu Hao's hand holding Xu Huai's hand. When he saw Xu Huai writing the first word with the help of Xu Hao, Chen Honggu was convinced. This is the word home. A very common Chinese character, but it gave him a different feeling. An atmosphere of harmony and completeness came over us. This was obviously not written by my sister. She also read the words just now, but at most they could only describe a faint charm. BGBB, how is this possible? Xu Hao actually taught his sister how to practice calligraphy. The subsequent harmony, Wang, Thing, and Xing, further proved this point. It turned out that the two younger sisters did not lie to her. Xu Hao really knew calligraphy and was extremely accomplished. But why didn't she know this before? After teaching his sister, Xu Hao asked Xu Huai to consolidate his memories, and then began to teach his sister Xu Xiqing. Another step-by-step tutorial. It's very natural, as if I've experienced it many times and am used to it. This time Xu Hongzhuang did not stop her. I saw Xu Xiqing paint the same painting with the help of Xu Hao, and the artistic conception is more profound and beautiful. At this time, Xu Hongzhuang's heart was already in turmoil, and she could not calm down for a long time. Until Su Wancho greeted them for dinner, Xu Hongzhuang was still thinking about this question. How did Xu Hao do it? His calligraphy and painting SK*LLS are so high, why didn't he show them off before? How much more does Xu Hao hide? Because I am curious about Xu Hao. Xu Hongzhuang did not choose to live in a house outside, but planned to stay at home and observe. At night, she finally realized what her sister had said about why Su's mother screamed so loudly. He couldn't help but blush and spat. It's true that Su's mother looks so dignified and gentle, but I didn't expect to be so unrestrained. Both myself and my sister are at home. Su Wancho secretly complained. What can I do? I am also very helpless. No one can bear it when faced with such a powerful being, right? The next day, Xu Hongzhuang got up with panda eyes. The twin sisters seemed to have become accustomed to. I'm used to it, it seems normal. Xu Hao pretended not to see his daughter's angry look. Yesterday, he was severely punished. Su Wancho, Xu Xiqing, and Xu Huai, the three of them combined, do not have as much emotional value as Xu Hongzhuang's contribution. Xu Hao felt more and more that this daughter was his lucky star. Be sure to keep her at home. It's such a waste to keep it outside. While he was eating, he was meditating. How to let this daughter stay at home. Xu Hongzhuang has her own talent for music and dreams of becoming a diva and star. It seems that she lacks some experience, which leads to the lack of artistic conception in the works she creates, and has never been popular. If I can help her realize her dream, she will definitely make this girl die. After cleansing his marrow and removing his hair, he clearly remembered some piano music and songs that he had only heard a little bit in his previous life. Originally Xu Hao didn't know much about music. But after he obtained the master-level piano, he was able to completely reproduce the songs from his previous life. But there's no rush. Just let nature take its course. In this state, my daughter can still harvest for a while until she is completely bald. Now his daughter is angry with him and goes out of her way to please him, which is too licky. This is not Xu Hao's style. He was always only meant to be licked. Noon, Xu Hao went to a dinner invited by teacher Wang Zuying. Wang Zuying set the venue for the treat at a 5-star hotel. There is no way, as Xu Hao is a rich man, because ordinary places are too insincere. For this treat, Wang Zuying gritted her teeth and spent all her savings over the past few years. Xu Han, feel free to eat whatever you want. Wang Zuying handed the menu to Xu Hao. Xu Hao picked up the pen and started to check. Okay, that's all, it depends on what you get. Wang Zuying took the menu and was stunned when she saw the dishes Xu Hao checked. Xu Hao ordered some moderately priced dishes. Didn't even order any of the signature dishes. She opened her mouth, but hesitated to speak. It can be seen from the high-end dishes Xu Hao took her to the private restaurant last time. Xu Hao is not a frugal person. With his wealth, there is no need to be frugal. Now I order some ordinary dishes from the hotel. Wang Zuying knew that she cared about her feelings, and felt inexplicably warm in her heart. But since it was a treat, she couldn't be angry. If Xu doesn't order it, let her order it. He gritted his teeth and ordered the hotel's signature dish. By the way, Mr. Xu, your poetic painting won first place in the national competition, you know, right? I think poetry is very talented in painting and can be cultivated in this direction. I know. I also arranged a study plan for her. I hope she will participate in international competitions and get a good ranking. What? Xiqing wants to participate in an international competition. Their activity teacher thinks poetry has this potential and she can give it a try. That's great. Winning awards internationally will be of great help in the future. While the two were chatting, a group of people walked into the hotel and sat at the table next to them. Wang Zuying glanced at these people. They are all thick-set men, who walk carelessly and have a charlatan air. There were scars on their exposed skin, faces, and arms. Seeing scars makes people think of people in society. It gives people the impression that they are not easy to mess with, and they wish they could stay far away. Wang Zuying was about to look away when she suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure among a group of men. Her expression changed. She saw her former student, Chen Mo. Why does he hang out with this group of people? At first, he promised himself to live a good life in the future, but he turned around and became a gangster. Can you learn well by hanging out with these social people all day long? In school, Wang Zuying doesn't care about the grades of these students. Treat everyone equally. She also ran around because Chenmo was framed. Now I just feel disappointed. However, Chenmo is no longer her student. She can't control that much. Wang Zuying turned away, pretending not to see her, and continued chatting with Xu Hao. Chenmo in the crowd also saw Wang Zuying. Today, I went out for dinner with a group of senior executives from the Brotherhood. I didn't expect to meet teacher Wang and Xu Hao here. Anger suddenly emerged. This Xu Hao is already old, but he still imitates others and acts like a scumbag. He just hooked up with his school goddess not long ago, and now he's dating his crush, teacher Wang. Damn it. 052 Show Your Fangs Showdown with the protagonist daughter fulfills punishment. Chapter 52, Showdown with the protagonist daughter fulfills punishment. Ding Chenmo is furious, his mood value is plus 666. After taking a few deep breaths, Chenmo calmed down. I must settle the score with Xu Hao, but not now. The time and place are wrong. Noticing the disappointment in Wang Zuying's eyes, Chenmo felt a pain in his heart. He knows why. It was Wang Zuying who saw him hanging out with these social people. But what Chenmo wants to say is, people in society are also divided into categories. Their brotherhood is different. No robbing, no murder, no RP, no robbery, just taking care of your own property. However, if anyone dares to cause trouble, then their brother gang is not afraid. Whether it is appreciation of what they have done, or using their strength to deal with the Liu family. Chenmo can't live without the brotherhood. Then the Liu family is really nothing. If you can't fight, just spend money to find those departments to deal with us. According to my wishes, go directly and tie up that naughty boy. Let's see how arrogant they can be. Don't be impulsive. We've been badly hurt by those jerks like Asan recently. The people above are keeping a close eye on us. If we do anything illegal, we will seize the opportunity to bite us. Maid, don't let me catch those bastards and beat the shit out of them. The group sat down, ordered their dishes, and started chatting about the mountains. Xiao Mo, do you have any good ideas? You are eldest brother's apprentice, and you are also the strength ceiling of our brother gang. We all listen to you. A man looked at Chenmo and planned to ask his opinion. Chenmo didn't respond. He followed his gaze with some confusion. I saw Wang Zuying at the next table. Today, Wang Zuying is wearing a teacher's professional attire, showing off her curvy figure to the fullest. Rumo's long hair was tied up, and a gentle and intellectual temperament emerged spontaneously. It makes people want to conquer it. Several men looked at each other and showed a smile that said you understand, I understand, everyone understands. No wonder Chenmo was so distracted, he turned out to be in love with Spring. Xiao Mo, don't tell me that you haven't tasted a woman yet. Don't look at Xiao Mo, you are stronger than me, but when it comes to women, you have to learn from me. Women are like sand. As long as you get some water, it can be shaped into various shapes. Old ghost, you know a lot when riding a horse. Go to the foot-washing city every day, and be careful of dying on a woman's belly one day. Xiao Mo, have you fallen in love with that girl? Do you want me to give you some advice and make sure you get a beautiful woman? Several men winked at Chen Mo. Usually they eat meat with big mouthfuls and drink wine from big bowls. Just say what you have to say, never be secretive. They spoke loudly just now, and Wang Zuying at the next table heard them clearly. His face was cloudy and uncertain, full of shame and anger. It's not a good idea for Chen Mo to hang out with these gangsters. Chen Mo has been looking at Wang Shuiyi. Noticing the change in her expression, her face changed. When he saw several men winking at him, he knew it was a joke and couldn't help but smile bitterly. You are not helping me pick up girls, you are destroying my good deeds. It didn't take long for the food to be served. Zuying, this dish is good, you are also good at it. Xu Hao picked up a piece of tender fish and put it in his mouth and nodded. Then he picked up another piece and put it in Wang Zuying's bowl. The protagonist and heroine are both here, so it would be a pity not to brush up on the emotional value. Seeing Xu Hao picking up food for herself, Wang Zuying was a little overwhelmed and stammered. Ding, Wang Zuying is flustered, her mood value is plus 567. Ding, Chen Moan is so angry that he has an emotional value of plus 876. Chen Mo's teeth were almost broken. I'm so stupid, really. When the two of them had dinner together, they were talking about Xu Hao's daughter. This time I saw the two eating together. He already knew that Xu Hao had bad intentions. Now looking at the relationship between the two of them, they both started to put vegetables into the bowl. That was Teacher Wang whom he liked. How could he see the other person being bullied by a scumbag when he had helped him so much? If it weren't for the wrong timing, he immediately rushed up and beat Xu Hao violently. After eating this meal, Chen Mo's anger burned. From time to time, you would see Xu Hao and Wang Zuying interacting closely, with gloomy expressions on their faces. After eating, Xu Hao and Wang Zuying walked out of the hotel. During this period, Wang Shui lowered her head. Random thoughts in my mind. I don't know what Xu Hao meant when he brought her food several times. Xu Hao has begun to slowly show his fangs. When they first met, he had to disguise himself so as not to scare the little white rabbit away. After several contacts, the relationship between the two gradually improved, and he no longer had so many worries. Appropriate ambiguity can also help increase feelings. Zuying, do you want to go back to school? I'll take you there. No, I don't have classes in the afternoon, so I can just take a taxi home. Wang Zuying was a little afraid to face Xu Hao. Saying goodbye hastily, he stopped a taxi and left. Xu Hao rubbed his chin, thinking about the next strategy. Xu Hao, I asked you to stay away from Teacher Wang. It seems you didn't listen to what I said. A voice mixed with anger came from behind. Xu Hao smiled slightly and turned around slowly. I saw Chen Mo and a group of men standing in front of him. Xu Hao's expression showed no change. He was a little afraid of the protagonist before, but now there is no need for it. With his current strength, he is no match for the protagonist. But he also has a master-level close combat, so he should be able to compete with one or two. Besides, there is no need for him to fight head-on with the protagonist. If you can't defeat the protagonist, how can you still defeat these guys? If you strike first and subdue one of them, the protagonist will not dare to do anything to him. Besides, does he really dare to do something to himself? There was a hint of amusement in Xu Hao's eyes. He said deliberately to make the protagonist angry. Last time I invited Teacher Wang to dinner, and this time she invited her back. Isn't it reasonable? It's okay to have a meal, but why are you so close to her? Aren't you afraid that your pretended innocence will collapse? Chen Mo suppressed his anger and said with a cold face. I don't understand what you are talking about. Zuying and I are just ordinary friends. Ding, Chen Mo is furious, his mood value is minus 889. You can't understand me, right? Then I'll let you understand. Chen Mo clenched his front fist. Looking at that posture, I was ready to hit someone. A group of men around him quickly stopped him. They were stunned for a moment when they heard Chen Mo say Xu Hao's name. I saw Xu Hao's face again and felt familiar, and finally thought of the Xu group with a market value of tens of billions. The few men who planned to come out to help their brothers find a factory suddenly withered. Xiao Mo, don't be impulsive. If you have anything to say, please say it. I believe Mr. Xu has a lot of talent and is not the kind of person who cares about everything. What grudges cannot be resolved? A man said this deliberately. What Chen Mo said just now can be said to be very disrespectful. If Xu Hao retaliates afterwards, Chen Mo will be finished. The Xu family is not comparable to the Lu family. Now their brother gang is fighting the Lu family to death. If they provoke another Xu family, their brother gang can be declared destroyed directly. Chen Mo was stopped by a group of brother gang members, but after all, he did not take action against Xu Hao. Seeing the unwillingness and anger on his face, Xu Hao curled his lips and sneered. "It's so interesting how you look so incompetent and furious." Chen Mo was slightly startled and forgiven Hao for selling out. "Do you really think of yourself as nothing? Do you still need to tell me what I want to do? I don't care about you sometimes because I don't care about people like you, but it doesn't mean I won't be angry. If you dare to scream in front of me next time, don't blame me for being rude." Looking at a few people with disdain, Xu Hao turned around and got into the car driven by his secretary. Chen Mo was stunned for a moment, and then burst into destruction. "I thought that after studying hard for 3 years in prison, I finally achieved something, and that I would take revenge after I came out. If God blocks God, he will kill God. If Buddha blocks Buddha, he will kill Buddha." The reality was not what he thought. When he came out, he directly faced the Lu family. He was unable to deal with this opponent for a while. As for the more powerful Xu Hao, he had no choice. At this time, he deeply realized his own insignificance. Anger and hatred aroused his fighting spirit. "We must develop and expand the brotherhood. One day, he can do whatever he wants without looking at other people's faces." Ding Chen Mo is furious, his mood value is +987. And in the car, Xu Hao held his head and looked out the window, admiring the scenery along the way. "I was thinking about how to get the Blood Slaughter Club to take action and weaken the brotherhood. The brother gang that the protagonist belongs to was able to confront the Lu family so early because he was the mastermind behind it. The fight between the two forces became more and more fierce, and there were also shadows of the Blood Slaughter Society among them. His purpose is to make both sides lose, so that he can reap the benefits. The protagonist itself means change. The forces that the protagonist belongs to cannot be suppressed too much." Nightfall. No one would have thought that behind the bustling city, there are unknown evils going on. At this time, it was a slum area located at the junction of the south and west of the city. A gang fight is taking place. One side is Chen Mo's gang of brothers. One side is a coalition composed of small forces in Nanchang such as the Little Sword Society and the Overlord sect. The brothers are very particular about what they do. Not only did he strictly demand his subordinates not to kill, set fire to, burn, kill or loot. After becoming the largest force in Nanchang, it even promoted it to the outside world. If any force is found to be doing evil, kill them directly. Therefore, the small forces in Nanchang trembled in front of the Brotherhood and lived a miserable life. It's not that they didn't think about resisting. But no matter what, the strength of the Brotherhood is too strong. Even if the brother gang boss is framed and imprisoned now, they don't dare to act arrogantly. Later, the Brotherhood clashed with the Lu family, giving them hope of overthrowing the Brotherhood. When the Lu family spent a lot of money, they gathered. These forces exist in the cracks, and after uniting, they can be regarded as a considerable force. But in front of the huge brothers, it was still not enough. Nowadays, the brothers' gang has only dispatched one core figure, and they are fighting on par with them. There are 6 brothers in the Brotherhood, and the one dispatched today is Lao Lu, who is ranked 6th. "Brothers, kill me and let these little brats know who is the boss in Nanchang." A man waved a bloody knife and laughed wildly. "Who is the boss in Nanchang?" A man waved a bloody knife.